Twitch.tv/BalloonsBunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, you know, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively I've played it like 7 years. I played since the release of Smash 4, which was the previous Smash game, and now I've played into Ultimate, so quite a while.
What has been your proudest moment since playing Smash?
That's hard to say because I've honestly had a lot of good moments. It's just I feel like every other week or every other month I have a new moment where I'm like, wow, that's the best I've ever played, which feels good and makes it, you know, I keep going for stuff like that. But every time I play a tournament set and it feels really good and I feel like I'm playing the best I've ever played, probably each of those consecutive moments. I just had a tournament a couple weekends ago in Las Vegas where I placed 9th out of nearly 400, I think, and I think that was one of the best I've ever played. And that felt really good, so that was a really big accomplishment for me.
So you would definitely say over the past 7 years you said that you've grown a lot in the game?
Yeah, I think I've grown a lot in the game, and I think I've also grown a lot just as a person too. Just like competition in general, there's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of, you know, a lot of ways to approach it. I've learned how to teach other people as well, because I do coaching as well, stuff like that. So I've learned a lot through Smash. Yeah.
How long have you been doing the coaching part?
Coaching, I've been doing maybe a year and a half-ish, maybe almost 2 years. I'm actually not sure on the number. I think a year-ish, year and a half is probably closer to the right one. But yeah, that's been a lot of fun too. It's really interesting because it gives you a different perspective on the game, and not only are you helping other people, but you kind of help yourself in a way too, because you can kind of see things from a different perspective, you know. So.
How would you describe yourself? Do you like competing more or playing for fun, or?
I'm definitely more of a competitor. Ever since I was young, like I remember playing like board games with like friends or something. I think I was waiting for them to play, and I think some of them were playing like just like house rules or whatever, and I was like really young, and it like made me upset. I'm like, you guys aren't playing it the right way or whatever. But like I've always been a competitor, but at the same time, like you have to have fun, because if you're only a competitor and you're only competing and it's all seriousness, like it's there's like a limit to that. So like you have to have fun. So definitely both, but I definitely lean towards the competitive sides of things. So I like optimizing things and seeing the best thing you can do, because it all started out with like it all started out with it just being fun. Because when I was younger, I played different games. And I originally just played them for fun, and I played them all the time, but I played them so often, and I got so good at them to the point where it just started to naturally lean into the competitive side of things. And I was so good to the point where I was like, oh, okay, what can I do to make myself like better, and how can I see this as like something I can improve at? So it kind of made like a transition a little bit, but So it's both.
If you were to give someone advice who may be looking into joining an esports team but they're kind of on the fence, what would you tell them?
My advice would be to really like think over what they're looking for, like in not only in the collegiate esports team but in school as well, and like see like exactly does this line up with what they really want, and just to figure out what they really want and if it's going to be a good decision, from like a scholarly standpoint and from like a financial standpoint, because there's a lot of things to consider. Like I thought it over a lot before I realized, okay, yes, this is a really good decision, I should go for this. So that's something that should be considered. And also like the time frame as well, because if you commit yourself to a collegiate team, it could potentially be a long time. um, so just consider it and think through like all your options, and don't ever make it like don't ever make a decision just off like an emotional reaction or anything like that. Just like think it through, I guess.
So, for you personally, how many hours do you think you game a week?
That's a good question. It's actually way less than it used to be, but before I would be putting in probably several hours a day into Smash. About a year ago, I was like really, really grinding it and put a lot of effort into it. But lately, like my priorities have shifted just a little bit, just because there's other things I need to focus on. Like I started working again recently and stuff like that. So it's taken a little bit of a backseat, but it's always something I focus on. So like even though I'm not necessarily playing all the time right now, I still try to get at least 30 to 60 minutes in a day. But I've been really busy lately, so it hasn't been looking like that lately. But if I'm not doing that, then there's still other stuff that kind of goes into it. Like I do a lot of research on mentality stuff and like stuff like meditation and stuff. So if I'm not gaming or whatever, there's still other things that I feel like is going towards my improvement at the game.
Could you expand a little bit on like meditating and how that helps you?
Yeah. So with a game like Smash, it can be like really volatile, and one of the reasons why I pursued Smash is because, well, I've always liked it since a young age, but also it's always been like really challenging. Like Smash 4 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start competing with Smash 4, and I started playing it. For whatever reason, when I started playing it, like I realized that I was getting like frustrated, like I was like kind of getting a little bit angry, and like anger is something I don't really feel very often. So it was kind of like a challenge for me. I'm like, okay, this is really challenging. This game is really hard. I want to figure out how to do this. Like I want to challenge myself, and that was a lot of reason why I did that in Smash. Just like some other things, like it can be comparable to kind of like chess and tennis in a way, with like mentality aspects. And I used to play tennis in high school, and I was never really like super good at it, but I was really into it whenever I was playing for some reason. And there was a lot of frustration in that too back in high school when I played. So it was figuring out how to manage that frustration, and how to like get it under control and actually channel it into something useful. Because one of my goals is always to be like, I want to be like a calm and collected person when I play. I like, even though I'm an emotional person, I can be an emotional person because I'm passionate and I care a lot about it. But that's kind of where the meditation comes in, because it lets you kind of be more like at one with yourself and your emotions and how you feel, and stuff like that. And also just kind of eases your mind a bit, and it can really help in those situations. Like if you practice meditation and then you're in game and you're playing, and there's a situation where it's like super high tense situation, it can kind of give yourself the advantage, because you might be a lot more calm than your opponent if you do practice stuff like meditation. And it just has a bunch of other benefits as well, because with something like Smash, I try to be like the best I can be in game and like out of game. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, and I feel like if I improve everything that I can to the best of my ability, then it gives me like the highest chances to win like in the game.
I know you speak about frustration and anger, but what about nerves? Like, do you get nervous?
Every now and then I definitely do get a little bit nervous. A lot of the things, like a lot of the my nerves are kind of quelled at this point, because I've been playing for like so long, where it's like if I go to a tournament, and I sit down, it's just me in the game, like it's just me in the match, and that's the goal, and it's just trying to learn and just play what's in front of me. But sometimes it does. There are a little bit of nerves, like for example in Vegas, because I'm not very often playing on like big stages. Sometimes it's smaller tournaments, and at Vegas it was a bigger stage and there was a lot more people watching. So it was a bit more of a unique situation that I wasn't always in, and there was a little bit of nerves. there, although it was a bit under control. But I think I definitely have the nerves mostly under control. And if there's a new situation like the stage one, I feel like just having more experience with that kind of stuff kind of help quells it. And also it's just because there's also other methods too, like telling yourself like uh like self-affirming stuff, I'm this is what I do, this I'm just gonna go up there and play the game and do my best, and telling yourself that kind of stuff helps with nerves a lot too. So
As a coach, do you tell those things to the people that you're coaching as well when they're nervous?
yeah, I try a lot to practice what I preach, and I do in my coaching. There's a lot of mentality coaching too, because uh, I feel like on a lot of I feel like it's a really interesting part of the game and just a part of life too. And I feel like it's not something people focus on a lot with coaching. I feel like a lot of coaching, they're focusing on technical aspects, in-game aspects. Like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the
Thank
gamers
you.
that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's
Thank you.
really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far I think it's been good, it's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in it.
Good evening. Good evening. Good morning, everyone. We are here once again for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup South Online event here at Esports U2. If you're just tuning in, don't forget, we do have Valorant and Rocket League action over on the Esports U main channel, Esports U. But we are here for Esports U2, and on this channel, we are going to kick off with some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and some Overwatch 2, our other two main games here for the CECC mainstay. Just to do a little recap here for the stream, we do have Red taking on Longhorn Smash, and then we have UT Arlington in the semifinal matchup. I believe it's SAG-U versus UTA and Red versus Longhorn Smash. So that'll be the way we start out Smash Brothers here on this Sunday Day 2 final. And to take a look at the Overwatch bracket, starting off with the semifinal upper side, we have University Texas of Dallas taking on KSU, Kennesaw State University. My boys over at KSU and UT Dallas gonna battle it out in the semifinal to start things off. And then we have University Florida Orange taking on Converse, and that'll be the second semifinal matchup here for Overwatch 2, with all the winners of today's games qualifying for that CECC Grand Final, which I can tell you when they announce the venue, I think it's going to be super exciting. We have an amazing venue this year, CECC May 2023. It's coming, and all the teams that win today will be advancing to that Grand Final LAN, which is the biggest ever in collegiate history. I can't wait for it. But without further ado, we're getting ready to throw it over to some Smash Brothers and Overwatch. We have Dividing and Septilence. My two guys, love hearing them cast together. So knowledgeable, so hype, very big fans. And then we also have Lyric and Laird. This is going to be some amazing Super Smash Brothers Ultimate action. Thank you so much, Lyric and Laird. I can't wait to hear your commentary as well. Two of the best Smash commentators in the business. So without further ado, whether you're here for Overwatch, whether you're here for Smash, let me get 10 seconds of hype, because it's day 2. It's final day, baby. Woo! I want to just break out of this. Woo! Over to you for Overwatch and Smash Bros. To kick it off on Esports U2.
morning, everybody, and welcome to the CECC South Regionals. Today is Championship Sunday. I'm Lyric, joined by Laird. We are super excited to bring you what will be the exciting conclusion of, everything that happened yesterday and, everything that's going to be going on today. We do have a couple of bracket updates for you just very quickly. Smash players love to sleep in, but regardless, UTA is going to be taking a victory over SAGU. So we will automatically be seeing UTA, that's University of Texas Arlington, in finals. And for the only semis match we are going to be streaming today, it is going to be UH Red versus Longhorn Smash. Now, Laird, how do you feel?
How do I feel? I feel good. I'm going to get a match today. It's going to be a good time. But before we get into this definite banger that's going to be between the Longhorns and University of Houston, we got to talk about the Army National Guard. Now, if you want to do more for yourself and your future, you can join the Army National Guard, because soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degrees at university or working full-time. You can accelerate your path now and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now.
Okay. Thank you, of course, everybody who is in the Army National Guard or whatever branch you're in, and thank you so much for your service. All right,
Yes.
Laird, we have the exciting conclusion of our CECC South today. Like we said, our first match is going to be the UH Red versus wow, I'm completely blanking. It's already a long day. Can you?
It's Austin.
It's Austin. There you go. I got
Yeah.
UH Red. Who you got?
I too have UH Red. UH Red looked nigh unstoppable yesterday through their pool. It's no wonder why they got seeded this high, and they actually do have the set count in their favor. Actually, if you recall yesterday, these two teams played against each other on stream, and it was a pretty lopsided victory for the Houston Red team. So I have no doubt that we're probably going to be seeing something similar happen. However, that's not to say that Austin isn't a scrappy young team. They're led by Broken, who is one of the most notable players in the Wi-Fi era and a very, very hard matchup check for a lot of players. That said, Radish King and Nico coming in from Houston are two absolute killers. And on top of that, they have a really deep roster of character picks, and they're just incredibly fun to watch. They're a high-flying team. They seem like they have a lot of really synergies with each other.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you there. We do have our first match of the set while we're getting bands still figured out for stages. Is going to be Gallon versus Radish King. So Radish King is actually going to be starting. I actually think this is a really good idea, putting the Luigi front forward, just because Luigi's a combo heavy character. Definitely the type of character you do not want to be playing at 10 in the morning.
Exactly. But then again, if you're Luigi, you don't want to be playing against a sword first thing right off the bat. Luigi is very stubby, struggles with swords quite frequently. And Lucina, no different. One of the most basic sword characters in the game. Basic, but effective. They have really good disjoint range. And on top of that, they just have consistent hitboxes across the whole thing.
Right. I'm excited to see how the pick order is going to work as well. We are also now in best of 3 territory. So that means we will be playing through an entire set of crew battles. So we will be playing the 4v4 multiple times, or at least just twice. I'm excited to see how UH is going to kind of handle our friends down. I'm still forgetting. Texas is too big, okay?
It's huge. Listen, it's no surprise that literally half the teams in this conference are from Texas. That's a very scary region.
Yeah.
And, 4 of the 8 from that particular area of the country, that it just really goes to show about how much they take their esports seriously down there. And, I believe we currently have a team from Texas sitting in the finals. I think Arlington actually advanced this morning with a DQ victory.
Yes.
Dallas is out, so the battle between these two will determine which Texas team is going to be playing against Arlington in the finals. So those are the stakes here. Winner of this gets to play more. Loser gets to go home with a third place guarantee.
Yep. We do not run the double elimination that we are very used to seeing in Smash Bros. Here. It is straight up single elim. You got to play your heart out. And the thing is, with crew battles, best of 3, your pick line, your pick order is so much important now. But you do have a little bit more time to just kind of relax, right? You have a little bit more time to figure it out. You don't have just kind of this one round where it's like, all right, we got to figure it out. You do have a moment to just kind of say to yourself, you know what? maybe putting our anchor in the front was a good idea. Maybe it wasn't. But like we said, it is going to be Gallon starting out, who was the starter yesterday, but we are seeing Radish King come in a little bit early. So a very interesting pick coming out from our friends at UH.
UH usually likes to stick Radish King either in the back or in the second to last position in front of Nico. So very interesting decision to bring him in to start us off here. And again, if there's anyone to get the ball rolling early, this is the way to do it. Rally behind the team favorite player. Everyone in the chat loves Radish King. Everyone in presumably their team loves Radish King. We love Radish King.
Everyone in the world loves Radish King.
Boy, Radish King is so sick on the sticks too. Like if there's anyone who can get momentum first, it's him. But contrary-wise, if you take a look at Austin's lead, bringing in Gallon was a pillar of consistency throughout the day yesterday, and it's not very difficult to see why they led him and are like, yeah, Lucina, look, no matter who they throw out, I guarantee he'll probably take one or two and definitely just be here going forward for us as well. And hell, if he takes three, he'll probably stick around for a while.
We shall see. Once again, we are getting a little bit more set up. I'm interested to see if the order of players is going to change as well, if we are going to be seeing upside down today. If anything, we probably won't be, but it is going to just be the start of our second semis match that we have today. Winner goes on to fighting Arlington for all the glory. We shall see what's going to happen between Gallon and Radish King here on Smashville. Thoughts?
Okay, small stage. I think this is really good for Radish King. He does a really good job of closing a lot of the distance. And Luigi being so slow in the air, actually the second slowest character in the air, does quite a lot better on small stages. If we aren't going to a town or a battlefield, one of these bigger stages, he might struggle a little bit. But right here, I think he quite likes it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And already, how much Radish King is enjoying it. Based off of the way that Gallon is almost at 90%. Now going to get things started here with a couple of the slashes upwards, going for the down air on the field. I'm seeing a lot more sword players just try and mix up with down air. I feel like that's something that, was getting a little bit more popular, but now Radish King kind of caught here. Once again, getting a little bit of the shield poke with the down air here. So let's see, but great smash that covers the whole option.
Yeah, actually, there was really good ledge trapping for a while from Gallon. Gallon did an excellent job of keeping him down there for a good amount of percent. And, tries to counter that, but saves their jump, will not get clipped by the uppie. Very fortunate situation, and a good spot dodge into down tilt, into pivot boost F tilt for a little bit more positional awareness. Trying to go for a pick here. Not going to find anything, and Radish King is just going to do a good job getting stage control back. Falls off stage yet again. Goes super low. Nice recovery. Trying to go for a grab in this situation there.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot closer in terms of the neutral today. But it is going to be Radish King finding the dash attack out of the corner here, going for the fireball to continue the combo, but great parries here. Cyclone will not be punished. The dash grab just not going to be enough here. Just going to find the tilt. Hitboxes are clanking everywhere, and Gallon really just needs this first stock.
Right, they're doing a very good job to do it. There's the counter, but he's going to miss. And yep, that uppie has some weird properties, but it rises very quickly. Nowhere home for that counter. And he is at 177. Next hit should decide it. That neutral air from center is going to be the trick to do it. Not something you see every day at neutral air killing, especially from that position, but with that much. Oh, he was looking for a shield break potentially with that uppie.
Yeah, for sure. With 11 stocks to 11 now. I mean, every single stock counts in a crew battle, especially now. Gallon, you can tell, playing a little bit more safe here. Gonna get hit by the plunger, but Radish King, I don't think was ready directly for the follow-up. Going to read the roll in with the back air this time, but now it's all on Gallon. How do you figure it out here? Once again, we're seeing a little bit of hard neutral here, and honestly, Radish King has the right idea with how they want to follow up, but it's all Gallon right now playing very, very safely.
Right. And Gallon has him in the corner right now. He usually has some very good ledge trapping. Gonna actually phantom hit that neutral air. So if you're 1 pixel off, you see those yellow sparks come up, that's a phantom hitbox because you're 1 frame away. You're very close, just not quite able to hit the money.
Going for the roll behind. Yeah, I think Radish King has definitely caught on to a lot of these like roll behinds with how many back airs out of shield, a lot of these up smashes that we're seeing. Radish King, though, will get ahead by a little bit, but let's see if Gallon's going to be able to even it up. So far, we're stock to stock layered this morning, which is amazing to see. Once again, goes to show how tightly knit these crew battles are and how tight these schools are in terms of like competition level, forward throw is going to be the option from Gallon. You need to get this stock. Luigi with rage, especially when you're low, is scary.
Right, but I will say that Gallon's done a very good job of mitigating this grab. Luigi grab and his throws in general are just really, really strong, really solid. And they do an excellent job of just making sure that none of those land. Whichever ones do are pretty much staved off. But that Zera's still a problem. Nair from center stage will do the trick again. And Gallon hasn't taken too much damage here, Lyric. Well, I'd say that, and then Radish King spawns and takes like 50 off of him.
Yeah, that's commentator's curse for you. It's like, oh, it's definitely doable as they're getting Luigi comboed, but looking for the dash attack. Radish King now back turned. You know what they're looking for. They're looking for a back air landing Nair. The tornado does not connect though. Let's see what's going to happen next. Gallon has Radish King in a really good spot, but Cyclone is going to connect that time. Gets the fireball and gets the get up attack with the up smash. That is going to be Radish King sending Houston ahead by only 1 stock. This is very doable.
Right, but then again, Gallon did keep that incredibly close, so it cannot be understated that this is one of the better players on UH's roster. Definitely one of the most outspoken. But it seems to me that Gallon did their job as the lead and say, okay, you know what? You baited out one of their best players. I took 2 stocks off of them. You only need to take 1 more. You're doing fine. Whoever chooses to come in this situation doesn't have as hard of a job as they would have otherwise.
Right. So now who do you send in next? So we know Broken is on the team waiting. We
probably
also
Anchor.
Yeah, probably the Anchor for sure. You also have our friend Ruski, who played Ness yesterday, and you also have Trace, the Steve, unless I'm getting the characters swapped. But I do believe Ruski was the Ness and Trace was the Steve yesterday. Do you send in the Steve now?
Trace was the Steve. Yeah, actually, I think the Steve, as I recall, did pretty well against against Radish King yesterday. I will say, I think Ruski might be a better choice in this situation. Not necessarily because of matchups or anything. Just because Ruski's like a really consistent player. We saw them come in and nearly clutch up in 2 dire situations. Actually, it wouldn't shock me if Ruski was the Anchor now that I think about it. Because they were multiple times yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Do you send in Broken now and you're just like, hey, Nico, like approach? You know what I mean? Like, do you get the battle of the strong players on the team? Or do you just kind of play it out that Broken just plays as the Anchor? I mean, the thing is about our friends from Houston is that there's tons of great talent on this team. I mean, we got to see the beauty of Oak yesterday, the Ganon. We also know you got Fizzle, Puffles, Ulrich on Steve as well. Like, there are
Ulrich, Steve.
Yeah, we got plenty of options. You know what I mean? Like, we have plenty of routes that we can go down.
Yes, and we just got word Rusky Nerd will be coming up next.
Yeah, this is
okay. So Broken anchoring doesn't seem like too bad of an idea. I think Rusky did a good job in that position yesterday, but if you want to take momentum back, I think Rusky's definitely the play here.
All right, we shall see what is going to go down. I don't think we should stay Smashville, but
no, definitely not.
Especially not versus Luigi, but we'll see. I mean, Ness, Luigi, like, not my favorite, type of matchup. Not my favorite pairing. We shall see, though. I mean, it's up to Ruski to just get this 1 stock. If you get the 1 stock, you've done your job, and then, you can let the match play out. But, even if Radish King were to get 1 or 2 stocks, that's a huge lead for our friends in Houston.
Right. On top of that, they have, like we were mentioning before, a lot of killers who could potentially come in next. Obviously, Ulrich being a Steve player, that's a hard matchup check. You also got Passion, who came in yesterday. I believe I forget who Passion played, but they played really well. I just remember they were good. Great, the Sonic, obviously Disguised Oak as well on the Ganon. Fizzle, Puffles. Fizzle was the hero, and then Puffles was the youngling.
Yes.
We didn't see much of Puffles, but when we did see them, they did okay.
Yeah, that was a school with like 3 coaches, right?
Yeah,
imagine
well, to be fair, they do have a 7-player roster.
I know, but imagine you have a coach for every archetype of character in this game. Like, this is the zoner coach. Can you imagine? That'd be crazy.
If you need a zoner coach, sign me up. Now for stage picks, Lyric. Let me think. So this is gonna be Luigi versus Ness. I think small battlefield.
I think it's big, but it could be small. It's I feel like everybody and their entire family just loves small battlefield now. Like everyone's like, "Oh, that's such a better stage than PS2," and I'm just
It's
like,
just
"Come
not.
on, man!" Like,
It's not
relax.
though. It's good stage. It's just not that good. And look, I'm just gonna be honest real quick,
Hey,
Lyric.
you're right.
Everyone is so excited that this stage comes in, but like, what happened to Unova Pokemon League? All the Palutena mains complained and it got banned.
No, and Zelda mains.
Oh well, we don't like you guys anyway.
Yeah, there's no way that we keep a stage that a teleport is teleport is just anyway. Regardless, I fought
Just
for
position
it.
better, TBH.
Okay, you know what? How about you just come to the match with me? All right, Radish King gonna start off already in the lead here, finding a beautiful dash attack into the combo, but it is going to be Ruski who's trying to get PK Rocket. Relax, it's early.
Oh, the down smash is gonna do it. He doesn't have a jump, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. I'm just saying. I was like, you know, Ruski. Yeah, he's got hands. So Radish King got rid of the first player, not the second one. They baited out somebody, so they did their job. They took 3, but I feel like they wanted a little bit more, and that's going to be a big deal for Ruski, as well as the rest of this team coming in.
Right. So now, who do you send out versus the Ness?
Do you want my honest answer?
Do you send out the Steve? Do you send out the Greninja that we saw?
He's not bad. Oh, Passion was the Greninja, wasn't he?
Correct.
Yeah. Wait, who was Snook again? Snook was...
Wasn't Snook another Greninja? Or a snake? I can't remember.
No. It was a sword, I think.
Was Snook the hero?
Snook might have been the hero.
Snook was the hero. Oh,
Yeah.
you know why? Because I said, why isn't Fizzle the hero? Because there's a hero spell called Frizz.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
You're so right. Thank
You got
God
9
you're
people
here.
on the roster. There's too many people.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised we were even able to remember 7 of them.
I mean, two of them we definitely know. You know what I mean? Just
Right.
like looking at the roster.
I will
Like-
say Great Sonic was pretty memorable as well.
Yeah, he was great.
He was great.
That's my only funny that I got today. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. You're good. Yes, Auric Steve, I think could come in here. I think Ness kind of struggles against disjoints a little bit. Just a little bit, not as much as you would expect from like a Luigi or otherwise.
All right, Nico's in PS2.
Oh, Nico's in? Okay. That was what I was gonna say. That's my honest answer. I was like, oh,
Why?
no, Nico coming in. Well, it's Nico. That's the one thing. But another thing is it's Ness. Ness does not like the Buster Sword. I think Ness is allergic to the Buster Sword.
Allergic? Wow.
Yeah, man, he breaks
Instead of
out if he gets touched by it.
Instead of a +2 matchup, we're now gonna say characters are allergic. How about that?
It's super. Like Cloud's super effective on Ness.
Super effective. I like that.
Yeah. You can only use it in Pokemon matchups though.
Yeah.
They're going to Pokemon Stadium too, so it checks. But you know.
Yeah, it checks. It checks. All right.
Anyway.
Don't need a
Get the
3-2-1
screen
other
over.
than this one. We got Ruski, we got Nico. Let's see how Nico's going to be able to do. I mean, yesterday, Nico definitely one of the best players that we saw all day between all matches. We know how good he is. I mean, we talked about the Lost Tech City performance and everything in between. But it's a very different story here on the crew battles. Took 10 stocks yesterday in a single crew battle, but can he do it now with 9?
As I recall, Lyric, if I'm not mistaken, I think Ruski Nerd actually beat Nico yesterday 3-2
Very important to know.
in terms of stock taken. Yeah, I think that's how it checked out. I think they both led whenever these two teams played, but I think Nico just came up on the worst end of it.
Okay, well, a couple of cross slashes to get the more damage up here. Every stock loss, like I said, is just so important here. The pick order is also very important to kind of note out as well. So honestly, Nico going for the Climb Hazard out of shield here. It's not going to be enough. I mean, you said that this matchup was a little bit, less favorable for Ness, but I think Ruski's playing fantastic right now around everything. Climb Hazard, though, going to save.
Oh yeah, I mean, most players don't practice matchups that are like +1s, +2s. And, Nico might not be much different, but then again, if you are playing a character who doesn't have a very good matchup, it is your responsibility to learn that matchup as best as you can, and it's pretty obvious that Rusky Nerd is very confident here. But then again, Nico's going to bring this one back. Both players are down a stock each. 2 stocks remaining in this match.
Yep. Looking good right now from both players. Honestly, I feel like Nico's having a hard time getting out of the corner just a little bit here. Going to be able to find the golf swing down into the cross latch. So it's much needed damage here. Got limit lined up. I don't know. Nico potentially going to save it, potentially going to try and cheese a stock out of it. But still, Nico is fantastic at reading all of these jumps from the ledge. Every single one has been caught. Good get up attack though to get rid of limit cross slash. And now Nico's like, you know what? You come to me. I'm good.
Yeah. You know, another thing too about whenever Nico has limit, won't always throw it out immediately. That's just because, you know, while you have limit, it's not just the fact that you have, you know, access to a really beefed up special move. You also have extra movement speed, extra jump height, you know, better air acceleration, all that shenanigans. It's very helpful, especially against characters like me.
Rusky, though, has to get back to stage here. Unfortunately, bonks off the ledge. That's so unfortunate. That's going to be Nico pulling ahead just by a little bit. 40% is not enough to kind of hope that the stock goes off. Rusky's going to have to work for it here. And now Nico also has limit. Up tilt, up air, going for it again. Can we see the finishing touch, Nico, for the hype?
I mean, he went for it once, but he will not have it just yet. He has to recharge limit for the full bar yet again, Lyric. But again, unlike other comeback mechanics, Cloud actually gets limit by hitting you. So he gets to come in and just swing and doesn't even need to charge if he just gets these hits out.
Though, trying to figure out a way. The grabs are going to connect. Again, what both of these players are doing so well is catching each other's jumps. Going for the walk the dog is unfortunately not going to be enough. Nico going to find it. The back air. Rusky in danger right now. Needs to make it back. Great angle that time. But standard getup going to be read by Nico. That's going to be Nico only losing 1 stock and potentially on the verge of losing a second. Great stuff from Nico. But also really good stuff from Rusky as well.
Yes. Again, Nico came in yesterday, you know, maybe a little overconfident, and Rusky Nerd just kind of cleared them. And it was close, but it wasn't, you know, a flat-out victory for anybody. But that time, Nico looked a lot more confident. It's clear that when they saw the schedule, said, oh, okay, we have to deal with them again. I'm going to make sure that I can counter Rusky Nerd. And they did their homework. Clearly, they figured the matchup out. But hopefully it carries over to next set. Should we see that matchup again? I feel like Rusky Nerd might need to do some quick thinking to try to figure it out, but they were not out of that at any given moment. I mean, again, Rusky Nerd has been prone to make some of the best comebacks of this team, and it's obvious that the team has a lot of faith in them.
I think we send in the Steve, or you send in Broken. What would you do? I would send in the Steve personally.
Yeah, I think Steve's okay. Then again, this is the clear breakaway best player from Houston. So getting them out of the way is
What about
important.
our GOAT Radish King?
I mean, so far, Radish King has lost more stocks, so not necessarily the GOAT right now.
What type of super fan are you? I thought you were going to play Valorant with this guy.
Oh, I will later. Just, you know, Eric, I'm jaded from my years of being a Cowboys fan. Okay.
Oh,
you
miss
know.
me with sports, bro. Miss me with sports.
Okay.
I moved to Philadelphia. I did not realize what I was getting myself into. And
Yeah,
we are
I
going
grew up
to
near Philly as a
Broken.
fan of an opposing team, so life was hard for me growing up.
We're getting Broken. How do you feel?
You know, I think it's a fair pick. I do think it's a winning matchup for Cloud just because, you know, Shotos, they obviously want to get in. When they get in, they're able to do a lot, but it's getting there that's the problem. That back air is a one-button neutral tool that is so hard to contest if you're a Shoto. Now, that said, if we see a Ryu come in potentially, that might not be too difficult, but I'm pretty sure Broken pretty traditionally sticks with the Ken, so they're going to need to work a little bit harder to get in.
Okay, we'll see. Saving the Steve as the anchor is so interesting to me. I'm like so nervous. But regardless, Nico down 1 stock. It is going to be Broken coming in and choosing. We don't know what stage just yet. We will be finding out very soon. Nico down 1 stock. Broken is essentially going to have to stay perfect in order for this to still remain kind of close.
PS2.
Even if PS2, yeah. I feel like if I'm Broken, like there's a lot of pressure on me now. Okay, we're not going to PS2.
Did not like PS2. Wait.
What? Broken.
Wait, Broken,
they're
what
going
did you-
FD. They're going FD. They're going
Okay, okay. I was gonna say, Broken, why did you drop a stock and then just not? All right, that's fine. FD, that's a really good stage. I'm very shocked that it actually went unbanned because this is one of the few stages that you just don't want to take Shotos to.
Right.
You know, like there's this and there's Smashville if you don't have access to really good projectiles or really big disjoints. So I can imagine Smashville might have gone unbanned for Nico, but FD, yeah, you don't want to contest the Shotos here. You don't. You need platform mix-ups against these guys.
Right. Okay. Let's see how exactly this one is going to play out as we are going to Final Destination. Like you were talking about, definitely maybe not my favorite pick against the Shotos. It's very funny last night watching the Ludwig Invitational and to have Zamba come up on stage after he had lost to Riddles and said, well, there's nowhere I can go. I can't, there's 3 FDs. And it's like, you know, that's kind of how you feel against fighting, you know, these characters who excel so much at, you know, getting right up in your face with nothing in the way. So we'll see how this one's going to go. Nico, Broken, let's get it started.
Yep, Broken actually being a little bit dirty there, taking a lot of space as opposed to taunting. So, you know, I feel like Nico's going to need to mitigate that and play around it. And so far he has not been hit a single time yet. These fadeaway aerials are going to be crucial. Since you don't have any platforms to escape on, you need to just fade away whenever you're throwing out attacks. That's really all you got to do. Play against the Shotos well enough. Just make sure your spacing is perfect.
Yeah, speaking of spacing, I wanted to just like bring that up. Thank you for that segue, Laird. Nico's spacing has been fantastic so far today. Even getting the air dodge read in on the limit cross slash, fantastic stuff from Nico. Going to break away now. Houston now, you know, in the lead by a lot, Laird. I mean, Broken really needs to get Nico out of here for sure.
Definitely. I mean, this is why you're being brought in this early. You know, Broken, one of the pillars for this Longhorns team. I like going for the crescent kick there. Catches the American air dodge in, but quite ready for a follow-up. They went for the F smash in the wrong direction a little bit too early.
Unfortunately for Nico, the limit blade beam is not going to connect there, but good get-up attack here. I mean, Broken just trying to find a way in, but honestly, these jump away cross slashes have been working out for Nico extremely well. You can see that he's always positioning, always just kind of taking a second to run back. And honestly, Broken just cannot get in. Nice nair down. Let's see what the edge guard's going to be. Using the focus, but I think really Nico has caught on to it for sure.
Yeah, see, he did this exact same focus pattern 3 times in a row. Last time, however, Broken had to get away. Nice one down tilt into the Shoryuken. That is going to take the stock because of that extra bit of rage. On top of that, FD, very, very low ceiling.
Okay, there's the Tatsumaki. And now, honestly, Broken has the opportunity to get in, but at 135, you can do a lot. But unfortunately, Nico going to just find the jump on the back air. This is what Nico has been doing super well all day, just reading player habits. And this goes to show, once again, one of the best players in Texas we have right here playing at CECC South. Goes to show what it takes to just be this kind of classic esports star here for Smash.
Okay, I love the shield. Trying to go for follow-ups there, but Broken will get none of them. A nice nair into a big combo for the crescent kick. A lot of damage now. Nico might be at kill percent here. I think Broken needs to play around this limit a little bit because he's at kill percent as well. These souped-up attacks are very scary.
Nico having limit. This is so scary. It's 1 stock left, going for it all. And now here it is, Nico going to be able to find the run-up grab, going all the way off there for the cross slash, but it's actually not going to be enough. Broken flying a little bit too low. That's going to be Nico holding on to the stocks, and that's super important going in further into this crew battle. We got 1 player left.
Dude, that was so close, though. Like, oh my gosh. If Broken recovered right there, there's a very, very realistic chance that he got 1 down tilt and got Shoryuken out of that and possibly won that game. But as it stands now, Nico will remain standing. They have only lost 2 stocks. They have taken 6 thus far, and they only have 3 more left to go through. But even if they can't go through all of them, they've secured their team a very hefty lead in this situation.
Right, for sure. I totally agree with you. And now we will be seeing Trace, I believe, unless Upside Down, whose tag was spelt upside down, will be joining us for today. But I do think it is going to be Trace on the Steve versus 1 Nico Shulkstock. But then, honestly, Uh, our friends over in it's Houston. Our friends in Houston. I'll get Texas geography by the end of this stream, I promise. Our friends over in Houston still have 2 players to go, and the selection that they can pick from is massive. It's just who wants to fight the Steve at that point.
Pretty much. And if I know anything about the Smash community, there's probably going to be very few takers when it comes to that. But
you got to learn this
regardless,
matchup at this point.
You do.
I think, unfortunately, for a lot of people, just like at every major, I've always said this as the resident zoner main. Round 1 of pools is all of the zoners trying to ruin your bracket run. That is what zoners are there for. You have to learn how to fight them. You got to learn how to fight against Samus and Zelda. And now you especially have to learn how to fight against Steve. I mean, you can see the top players now adapting, right? I mean, we've seen players like D-Dog at the Ludwig Invitational, steal away games, but we've also seen players like Zamba absolutely decimate Akala. Like, it is imperative that you know this matchup at this point. So you can't be afraid of Steve for too much longer. For as long as Steve is not going to get banned, that is another day that you need to be playing against this character.
Definitely. I mean, again, these hard matchup checks characters, I mean, we've seen it before. We saw Palutena running the meta for the first couple of weeks and months. Rob really came to fruition for a while. Then there was Min. Joker was a big thing for about 1.5 years plus. And then on top of that, now we're sitting with Steve and Kazuya, who are like the big question marks when it comes to the meta of this game. And, rather than complain about it, you just got to work around it. And if there's anyone who I think could do that, it is probably Nico. And on top of that, I feel like he has a pretty favorable matchup here as well against Steve. He's got a big sword. He can break those blocks with ease. So it's going to come down to how he plays around them against Trace here, who is waiting patiently for his opportunity to do some spelunking.
Yeah. All right, well, it is 1 stock of Cloud versus 3 stocks of Steve. This is for, of course, the win as well if Nico is able to manage it all. So far, looking good in terms of Nico percentage. But once again, one of the things that I really liked about Trace's play yesterday is how they litter the battlefield with blocks, making a lot of combos sometimes a little bit harder to do because there's just a block in the way. I mean, Nico now has limit, which could be very good, but Trace getting a lot of the aerials that Steve needs to get that necessary percent.
Yeah, Trace actually in a really good position right now. They're going to tank one of those limit blade beams to the face, and Nico's going to catch that high recovery. They're going to mix it up there with the Elytra. However, they will get ledge trumped, but they're going to make it back again. Use the minecart to stall a little bit, goes high with the Elytra, but gets crossed up, and Nico was perfectly ready for it with that up smash. It will catch, and now he's going to break the crafting table so that Trace actually needs to use a little bit more resources or wait for it to respawn.
Yeah, that's something that's extremely important as well. Look at Trace's material bar too, only dealing with the wood tools right now, and that's not going to be enough to cheese away a Nico stock, at least just yet. Nico's still at 83. This is a very comfortable percent for Cloud versus, a Steve that isn't kind of like juiced up quite yet. But the iron is going to come out now. That's very important here. And now Nico going to nair down, looking for the back air, but it is just going to be Trace. I think if Trace is doing one thing right, it's anticipating Nico's jump reads and then punishing for that. So good stuff on Trace now, but Nico's charged up with limit.
Yeah, and everyone's like, oh my god, Steve, he just has so many options. He's so hard to deal with. What do you really have to do? But Nico's actually epitomizing how to play against Steve really well. There are 3 big points of interest that you need to keep in mind, Lyric. 1, play around the blocks well. If you overcommit to jumping over the blocks, he's very good at punishing you with those anti-airs. 2, don't let him mine. And 3, if you let him mine, just don't get hit. Like, it's really that simple.
Simply do not get hit.
Yeah.
Built the
blocked.
guard.
Hey, perfect timing for Trace, though. At 120% on that second stock, the net swing, had that edge guard not worked, could have been catastrophic for this University of Texas Austin team. However, Trace is going to remain stalwart in the face of Nico. And the 2 aces from Houston have been expunged, and you just have Trace waiting for whichever 2 competitors University of Houston feels like bringing in.
They sent in the Steve. What if they sent in Ulrich? And they were like, yo.
Oh, no. Dude.
My Steve is better than your Steve. That would be nuts.
I do love Steve Dittos. Not because they're good matches, but because they are funny.
This is my disapproving nod.
Well, I'm sorry. I've had to watch the matchup probably more than you have.
Oh, I've watched it
It's
plenty.
Stockholm Syndrome, honestly.
Or do you send it to Ganon for the funny?
You
I
know what,
think-
for the funny, I could see. Actually, Ganon might not do too badly against Steve.
Today,
Call me crazy, but he could probably deal with blocks pretty well. The mobility and the heavyweight nature means he's gonna get comboed a lot, but he can deal with blocks.
Yeah, it's also the fact that Trace was able to hold on to that second stock really, really well too, because you do not want to be last stock here. At least you have a better chance of taking out a player with 2 stocks like Nico did. But
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see here. I mean, it's so close. Also, why did one of you guys leave the arena? You guys shouldn't have left.
Well, I mean, I think so. I'm not sure if this is exactly the situation at UH, but some people might be on campus, some people might be at home for the weekend or something, and playing from their home switches. That could be it.
We shall see. The UT gamers has me weak. I'm telling you, a college definitely bought that Switch and like set it up, and it was like, "What's the username?" And it's like UT gamers.
That or the team is just kind of funny, which is likely.
Yeah, Smash players have one joke, and it's gaming.
Yeah, actually, that's fair.
Name another funny joke.
I was gonna say unless you're Max Ketchum, but he's literally
That's
the one.
literally his
I know.
joke. He literally made that joke.
I was gonna say, but shout out to Max.
Who do you
I
think?
got nothing.
Listen, so do I. And we're just
So
here.
do they.
So do they. So does the chat. The chat doesn't even know.
Yeah, also because they're on a delay, so they can't hear us right now.
It
as we're
depends.
talking. But they will hear us in about a couple minutes.
You know what, high key? I heard that Hero does pretty well versus Steve.
I heard the same thing. Haven't seen it yet.
It's because the stage 2 of the side special Zapple actually goes through blocks.
Yes.
It like goes through it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen the character use as Yoshi.
Not Beastly's Yoshi. Let's
Well,
see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I need a name because we haven't seen a Yoshi from Houston yet. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering if this Yoshi.
Oh no! Oh wait, the chat's on delay. We don't know. Kevin,
It's Nico twice.
Nico, but again. To be fair, Yoshi and Cloud are the same character. You got a projectile.
Nico-
You got good airspeed.
Nico
Good
too.
combos.
All right.
Nico,
How do you
Nico
feel about
Jr.
Yoshi, Steve? Since we're seeing it.
I can see it. I mean, Yoshi's kind of heavy. You got a good double jump with the armor. You have excellent air speed. Really, really good. I think Yoshi might have the highest airspeed in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he does.
I mean, like we talked about yesterday, we're still just trying to figure out. Like what beats Steve. So I'm kind of curious if it's airspeed now that beats Steve, right? So, for example, like with high jumps like Falco, does that beat Steve? But so far, I mean, Trey's still holding it down really well, has a really nice material bar. Could use, of course, a couple more like redstones and gold, but still, I mean, has the diamond ready. And even if you get another one, that insurance diamond can carry you really far. Trey's doing a really good job of being the stronghold.
I'm really happy you started using the term insurance diamond. It's one of my
Using that
favorites.
too. I've been using that for a long time, so.
Well, you laughed at it the first time I said it. Made me think. Anyway, I appreciate the fact that he actually was like, you know what? I'm close to getting my second diamond. Let me just go ahead and start using my diamond tools here, just so I can get a little bit of extra chip damage in for all my hits.
Yeah.
That, and I think his pickaxe broke, but it's not here nor there.
All right. Oh, get kind of caught up. Going to be able to find the there. Can't find the up smash because Yoshi double jump armor. Yeah, I can definitely see how this isn't too bad, but Empowered Minecart is going to send Yoshi off here. Now it's all about Trace. How do you want to get this stock? Like I said, the material bar is not matching up with all of the Empowered Minecarts that you really want. The bounce off the wall, but it's not going to be enough. Can't find the back air either. Trace still just sending out minecarts, mining away, going to be able to find redstone, but you need a little bit more gold, and there it is. finds it, but it's not the hit of the minecart, it's the hit of the forward air.
Interesting call to refresh diamonds. Your tools weren't even broken. I guess he recognized that he was pretty close in the rotation to the new diamond, but still, I mean, way to be proactive in your option selection and nice usage of the anvil to catch the overextensive egg.
For the back air and the up air here will find the back air. And now that's going to be Houston on game point right now. It is a best of 3, but it's all up to Trace here. You got to get through 6 stocks, and honestly, if it's going to be one character that does it, it is going to be Steve. So let's see how it's going to happen.
Oh, Steve can absolutely do this, Lyric. I mean, the character has some explosive combos. The thing is, I think Yoshi just kind of doesn't get hit by them too much. Now, that first little up tilt string was actually able to happen because of Yoshi's weight and some pretty poor DI from whichever player is on this Yoshi. Now, whenever you're getting hit by up tilt, you always want to DI forward, even if you look like you can fall to the back, because it sends up and forward.
All right, looking for it, but once more, just going to be kind of hanging out here now. Luckily for our friend on the Yoshi has a high jump, so getting swooped up by minecart isn't going to be the end of it. But now Trace still mining away here, going to pull up the crafting table. We'll have time to get the diamond tool, but honestly, Yoshi stacking up a little bit more rage here. This is very possible.
Absolutely is. However, this lead is starting to wane a little bit, Lyric. 108% on their second stock. And I'd like to remind you that Trace started with 2. It is an even game. Actually, maybe a little bit in Trace's favor, despite the percentage lead for this Yoshi, because diamond tools are here and a very good material bar on top of that.
Yeah, honestly, Houston really needed that stock too. So let's see. Trace, though, playing so aggressive right now. Great get-up attack too. Will drop the crafting table and refreshing the diamond over and over. I mean, the consistency points have been fantastic from our friend Trace here. Gonna be able to find the fair. The Yoshi just needs to get back to the stage. TNT.
Oh no. Okay, but he
so
can go
smart.
over it.
No, I love that though. That's so smart. Saying, you know what? You're stuck between a TNT and wall. Like, that's insane.
Oh, he's gonna go for the spike? Oh no, he double jump over and threw it, but it is Steve. He can make it back, but he got dragged down. Can he make it? He doesn't have any iron. He can't reverse that jump, and Houston is gonna steal one.
Oh my goodness. All right, Houston.
What a way to end that.
Yeah, that's a way to end the first games.
Wow.
That's the way to end the first games. That was crazy. That offstage interaction was kind of nuts.
Man, that's crazy. I hate to see it end like that. I'm gonna be honest. Drag down down air is not a move I've ever seen used ever.
I liked watching how quickly they were playing though around the edge.
For sure.
That was kind of intense, and then just the buffered air dodge came out, and you were like, all right, well, that's it. All right, set number 2, or it's hard to say game number 2 because it's a series of games, but it's game number 2 in the set. It is best of 3. That is going to be points for Houston. MVP Nico, of course, coming out taking.
No, that's Radish King.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. MVP was Radish King for being.
He led. He did the hard work. He jumped into the unknown for his team.
Here's the question: do you send Radish King first again? I actually disagree with sending in. Yeah, I was about to say I disagree with sending in Radish King first.
Look, it is Radish King, and Radish King's awesome, and he's amazing. But actually, going the other way, do you bring in Rusky Nerd first, or do you just try to keep him as a Nico counterpick?
It's a great question.
I know it is. That's why I asked it.
Laird, you're just so smart. Has anyone told you that today?
No, nobody ever.
No? Not
say it
one
again,
person
please.
ever?
Say it again, please.
Laird, you are so smart.
Lyric complimented me on stream, guys. I have video evidence now. Maybe she doesn't hate me.
Listen, I don't hate anybody. I'm just firm with the way I speak, so everyone thinks I hate them. I'm just a firm person, and I'm okay with that. You know what I mean?
That's a good idea, to be honest. I should do that more often.
You
should too.
You speak with firmness, and then you sound more confident. So, work for me.
Duly noted.
We talked about Houston.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Austin.
Okay.
I think Austin starts with Broken. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
I think Ruski can be a good anchor.
I think
I
Ruski could be a good anchor. Yeah, I
think
agree.
Ruski's in this wrong spot. I actually think Ruski could be a very good anchor. High key.
Yeah. Well, Ruski has been a good anchor on a number of occasions. Hasn't been able to pull much out, but has gotten incredibly close despite needing to take insurmountable stocks. I mean, whenever he had to play against Nico last time, beat him. Not last set, but yesterday. So, does have the tricks to do it and did keep Nico on the ropes for quite a minute today. If they just got like one more strong hit in, they were able to probably take that stock away and it would have been a little bit more manageable for their team. But I think you either keep him as anchor or you bring him in exclusively as a Nico counterpick because I don't think anyone manages around Nico as well as he does.
I didn't think that Nico broken game was really close, Laird. Did you?
What, you didn't think the Nico broken was very close?
I don't think it was close at all.
No.
I think Nico really had his number on a lot of the jumps from ledge and all of that stuff. So honestly, I think if you start broken, you can start Nico, and I think Nico would be a really good starter because I think Radish King will finish what Nico started. The opposite, like I love Radish King. I just think starting the Luigi,
he's a closer.
He is a closer.
Yeah.
But I think closing the Ness is a smarter decision. I think Ruski would be a really good close.
Right. No, Ruski's a good closer. What about Gallon though? I feel like Gallon wouldn't be too bad of an anchor. You lead broken. You keep Gallon as an anchor, and you have Ruski float around in case they bring out Nico. I could see that formation as well, and then you bring in whoever else you want to have stick around, like Trace. You can bring them in as a counter pick, maybe to deal with Radish whenever you go in. So you can either play a bit of a man on type of style where you have specific players counter multiple opponents, or you just try to go with a set formation and then see what sticks.
Right.
In any case, I definitely think they have the tools to get it done, but I think they just need to hold on to stocks a bit longer.
It's true. UT Arlington just waiting in the wings, just saying, who will we have to face? I mean, they had an amazing showing yesterday. Really.
Yes.
I mean, I'm now a believer in Curry for sure. Incineroar. Army Ollie, we knew. Davey was a joy to talk to yesterday in the interview. And of course, seeing Beastly on the Nest too. So honestly, those four guys are just probably looking at this crew battle kind of like, shaking their hands together like, let's see how this one's going to go. But regardless, once again, it is going to be a best of one. So, or a best of three single elimination. So there's no run backs either.
Yeah. But if Houston wins,
to
your credit, if Houston wins, it's a best of one right now.
It's true.
They already got that first set.
It's true. All right. Waiting for everybody to get back in the arena.
Yeah. Broken will be the lead coming in, and he will be going to Pokemon Stadium too.
I love when I'm right, man. It doesn't happen
cathartic.
too often. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it feels really good.
Oh, shut up. You're smarter than me. You said I was smart. Come on. And then whoever is coming in from Houston has their work cut out for them because Broken, scary lead, yeah?
Scary lead.
Yes.
I wonder if the Yoshi's going to say, who was the Yoshi?
Yeah, who was the Yoshi? Chat, please.
Chat.
I don't know.
So who didn't we see yesterday?
We didn't see Yoshi yesterday. The Yoshi... Wait, no, the Yoshi's Fizzle?
Is the Yoshi Fizzle?
Yeah. This is the guy. Puffers.
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 All right, starting the Young Link here. Thoughts?
I like it. Young Link's a pretty consistent character. I will say, decent matchup. Dude, why do they keep doing this?
Layer?
Okay. Anyway, pretty consistent matchup check. I think if you don't know how to deal with these projectiles, you are in a rough spot. And on top of that, you got to be ready for not just the projectiles, but the combos out of said projectiles. So your DI is going to be important. Not getting hit by bombs, not getting hit by boomerangs. All those shenanigans is going to be imperative going forward. And again, Broken playing a character who kind of struggles on the approach whenever there's a lot of projectiles coming away. And no character in the game, Lyric, and I don't think you'll disagree with me, throws more projectiles than Mr. Youngling.
Yeah. I had to think about that. and I think you're making a jab at a local player that I have in my region, and
I'm not.
You. Oh, I was.
I'm just saying the character throws a lot of projectiles. What do you want from me?
I'm just saying that you made a very funny reference to a local player in our region, and I laughed. And even if
Pondmaster is exempt from this conversation.
oh, you said it, not me. Regardless, no. It is going to be almost starting it out. I think the Young Link is a much better opener here because you get to control the tempo of the match. Like, look at this. We're playing a game of hopscotch over this bomb in the center stage here, as Broken is just chasing around Puffles at this point.
Right, and again, those fire arrows are so good at just popping your opponent up in the air. Just like, you gotta jump for a second here, and it gives me time to not only approach, but also throw out another projectile, maybe, perhaps. And I don't exactly like the punishes on the forward air, but hey, you're gonna go for that one. A drag down into down tilt into up air. A lot of damage in that little sequence there, Lyric. Oh, like, looking for more, too. Puffles hitting their stride right now.
I think Broken is also going to be doing a good job potentially with using focus on the way down. I think that's something that Shoto players do all the time, but you gotta watch your shield, Puffles. This is one angry Ken. Down tilt up air, it's the side hitbox though, so it won't be enough. Using the bomb though to break the focus on the way down, and now honestly Puffles playing extremely well, controlling the tempo of the match, but now it's all about how you want to get this first stock, and it will be the forward air.
I do want to hazard Puffles about one little habit they have. Oh, that bomb being there was excellent, but then again, it might not matter. It did matter, though. Not for very long. I'm not able to get too much extra credit, but I want to hazard Puffles about one thing. They're doing a lot of rolling through on Ken. And, against most of the cast, if the opponent is not quite ready for that option, it's a good option. But against Ken, if you roll, you're going to get caught because my man's got auto turnaround.
It's very true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, it's just something you gotta keep in mind whenever you're going against one of these characters. You just, like, oh, roll through, not an amazing idea because even if they don't read me, they still hit me.
Hey, I mean, Broken still just trying to chase Puffles down. At this point, definitely looking a little bit harder, though. Puffles constantly throwing himself into the corner, but doing it safely, right? Knows exactly how to disengage and get out, because being in the corners versus Shotos is extremely terrifying, but it is just all the Puffles show. Good catch, though, by Broken. That's kind of what you need to do at this point to get back into it, right? You kind of have to work your way around the projectiles, trying to get right up into Puffles' face, saying, you know what, man, I'm tired of you throwing stuff at me, all right? Going to find the Shoryuken, great reversal by Broken.
Yeah, and you see, that's the one thing that Ken Shoryuken has over Ryu's. Ryu's is a lot stronger on the base hit, but Ken's being multiple hitboxes has the strong hitbox at the top, so you're able to get extensions and just hard reads in the air like that. That crescent kick was a really nice setup there. Like the roundhouse kick for an extra extension there too. Ken hanging on to this first stock for a while. We have Rage Ken online soon, and that's absolutely terrifying, Lyric, especially with that Nair into roundhouse. Oh my gosh, a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage indeed. Let's see what's going to happen. Broken still just having a good time with it. Gonna be able to find Shoryuken, and that's gonna be Broken reversaling. The Longhorns going to take the lead in the beginning of the second game with Broken up front. Looks like I was a little bit right about Broken going up front. That is definitely what they needed.
We already acknowledged how right you are, Lyric. You don't need to acknowledge it again. You're fine. All right. So yeah, Broken though, excellent lead. To your credit, Lyric. I think that was a really good prediction and bringing him in. Excellent play. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rusky Nerd might be the anchor, having Gallon floating around in there as well as Trace. I think, as a whole, the more I think about how they position themselves, very formidable Austin team here. Obviously you got some very, very big game changers on favor of the University of Houston, with Nico and Radish King. We keep saying their names. Let it sink in. They're good. On top of that, they have an immense depth of roster, but just the four that we've seen come in from Austin, if they pair together well and they take more stocks than they lose, they're going to come out in very good positions, I think.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Now, who do you send out? Broken's on the table. Do you send out Nico? Do you send out Radish King? Do you send out the Steve?
You send in great, honestly.
You send in great. You send in
great.
Absolutely. Sometimes I feel like you just spin the wheel and you're just like, all right, this person's going in. All right.
Hey man, if they can't predict your next move, you're already winning. This is why I go for Samus Jab 2 sometimes.
Layered quotes. Samus Jab 2. Oh.
What a move, right?
What a move. I went from commentating like all of these like dynamic characters to like commentating like niche characters like Meta Knight yesterday, and I'm like, ah.
Oh God, he hits me once and I'm dead.
Yep. Bonk really thinks that Meta Knight is the reason why Big D has made it so far, because Big D has not fought one Meta Knight, and he thinks that the matchup's completely free.
I mean, I don't blame him, but has he played against Big D ever?
He said that he would absolutely demolish Big D with Meta Knight.
Big D. Big D beat Tweak. How long has it been since Aaron beat Tweak?
Aaron has not been to Jersey in a long time.
Point stands.
Point stands.
All right. Great! Yes! Yes! Tell me how right I am, Lyric. Tell me how right I am.
You're right. You were right. No, I'm giving this to you. I don't know.
Okay, no, I'm back. Let's do this. All right. I'm excited for Great to be in here, and honestly, Lyric, I do think it's a good pick because, you know, Ken, if they corner Great, are going to be in a very good position, honestly. But I will say, I think the big thing you got to keep in mind is that Sonic's a whiff punish character with some very good mobility.
I feel like Houston is playing a mind game on Broken. I feel like, who can we send out that doesn't approach a lot? Let's just get him tired. There's a mental strategy, I think, going into this. It's going to be great, though, starting out here for Houston now. It is going to be Broken still. I mean, holding on to these two stocks, and you kind of have to, right? I mean, as the opener, you want to get as far as possible, and already has done an excellent job of getting 3 stocks, but how many more can you get?
Right. I mean, that's up to Great to determine. If Great just plays out of his mind, he can probably go through this without losing any. You need to take 2, though, and 2 off of Broken, player who's had a lot of Wi-Fi experience and a lot of Wi-Fi Sonics potentially to have to go through, might be a little bit more ready for this matchup than we might expect, Lyric.
Okay, gets the little cross chop of the up air to make it right back safely. Broken, though, going to shield. Great parry, though, coming out from Great. All right, looking for it, but still Broken just jumping over Sonic, saying, you know what? Yeah, no, we don't need to make this complicated. We could just, you know, figure it out. Going to air dodge all the way back to the spray. I like that. The movement from Sonic, while yes, a lot of people do not like this character because of how Sonic can be played, I do think this character is semi-enjoyable.
Oh, for sure. Especially if you have someone who actually knows how to play the character well. Like, Great obviously does. And again, he's not just spin dashing. He's not just doing 1 or 2 things. He's got some really good neutral B mix-ups. He's got some falling up air follow-ups. Excellent coverage in the corner. My gosh, these jumping back airs and these F smashes are perfectly timed nearly every time whenever his opponent's in a disadvantageous position like that. So the kid's good. He's really good at extending blast zones too, making his forward airs go deep and push his opponent really close there. But again, it's picking up kills, Lyric. That's always the difficult part of playing Sonic.
Yeah, also versus a character like Ken, who's going to scale a little bit harder off the rage, but it is going to be great finding the back air off of the platform here. And now, honestly, if you're able to hold this stock, even if you lose 1 stock, it's not terrible, but if you're able to hold 3 stocks, make it even again, that's some good stuff. But now Broken, unfortunately, not going to be able to find the closer, so this is go time for Great here, as they're going to be able to stack up about 52% before the resetting. Keeping going. Great is playing great.
Oh, 67% too. Doesn't get the snag on the platform, and yeah, Broken just going to keep going for those raw Shoryukens, because if they hit, they will be taking the stock. Sonic's a light character, and yep, Shoryuken on PS2 with a low ceiling. Yep, that is a match made in heaven, and hey, takes 4, so he is up regardless of how the rest of this match goes.
All right, the back throw is going to be the option here. All you need is 1 edge guard to do it. The spring is going to connect, but Broken going to use the side special to make it back here. Great angle on the kicks here, but now it's all about Broken. How do you get this back? It already has done a fantastic job here bringing out a lead, especially going into the next game, but you know you want to get a little bit more. Spring there actually messing up Great too.
Yeah, I will say one thing, Lyric. This is Rage Ken on PS2.
Yeah.
This is absolutely terrifying. All he needs is 1 hit in this situation. He might take the stock.
Yep, that is very scary. Gonna be able to find the Nair up. Let's see what else is going to happen. Just the dash attack. You know what Great wants? It's gonna be that forward air, and that's gonna be Great, putting a stop on Longhorns' advance forward. Only down by 1 stock now, but great stuff by Great.
Yeah, I will say though, I think the counter pick is brazen enough to just work out. Great, very obviously an unorthodox Sonic, but one who uses that to their advantage in a big way. And Broken wasn't as ready for it as you might expect, and able to take 2 for just 1. That's a good trade if you want my opinion.
I send in Gallon. Send in Gallon.
Yeah, I too send in Gallon.
Send in Gallon now. This would be a good send in Gallon point.
Yeah, Gallon's excellent.
Make Ruski the anchor.
Yeah, I think I think Gallon might be the best player on the roster for Austin in terms of adaptations.
Sure.
Because I think Gallon's just
Ruski has that title, believe it or not. Ruski has been impressing me.
Fair, yeah.
I wasn't aware of Ruski before. Watching today, like I said, I haven't been to Texas too often. I haven't really watched a lot of their scene. I mostly know a lot of the DFW players, but I think Ruski has very much impressed me today, and I think all the jump habits that they were getting, that they were reading, really good stuff. But I do think you send in Gallon here. I think Gallon, and then you send in Trace, and then Ruski, and that's going to be your best shot at going game 3.
For sure, definitely. Now, yeah, you definitely want to keep Ruski in the back for Nico, and you probably want Trace to be the one to contend with the Radish King. Then again,
the Radish King.
The Radish King.
It's
an official title, but I mean, Gallon didn't do too badly against Radish King. I mean, took him to last stock whenever they played, so setting him in here is probably a good idea because realistically, if you beat Great here, you either get the Radish King or Nico.
Right.
And you're prepared for this. You're up already. If you can take this little hedgehog out with a sword in, a very flexible character as well, it's not a bad position. I think you're in a good straight.
Yeah. We shall see though. We shall see. This is going to be a good one. I mean, I think the order of our friends up in Houston is pretty set in stone, right? I mean, you got the first 2 players, you got the Young Link, you got the Sonic, and then it'll probably be Radish King, Nico to close, which I actually think is a better order than what they had with Nico starting out. I've always said that sending out your best player first is a throw, because if they get kind of like dismantled, it's a lot of pressure on the people that may not be as good, that may not, play Smash as much, and you're just like, oh god, like, what are we gonna do without our, our savior Nico? You know what I mean? A couple months ago, there was a Philadelphia versus Pittsburgh crew battle, and Pittsburgh actually sent out their best player, Isomet, first, and then Philly was like, okay. So, it was...
Yeah.
I mean, they sent out Yoda Cage, and Yoda Cage did what Yoda Cage did, but then, the rest of the team was like, help, how do we deal with Bowser Jr.? So it's kind of like the same thing here. You definitely want to keep your best players either for a player-specific matchup or just, let them brew in the corner, as I like to say.
Right. And I was there for that set as well. I saw it, and I, myself being a collegiate Smash player myself, and probably the strongest player on my team. Yeah, I definitely see that. Having your lead guy go out first, and having them lose your stock, or a stock or 2, it definitely makes it more difficult for the rest of the team. Because even if they did their job and they made an even game, if you're at a deficit, you're not in the back anymore. So that puts a lot of pressure on somebody else. But it seems like Rusky Nerd's going to be the one coming in next. Probably keeping Gallon a little bit further in the back alongside Trace. And they're going to be the one who needs to contend with the great Sonic now.
Well, how do you feel about Sonic Ness is the question.
Interesting question. Look, Ness being as stubby as he is, has a difficult time pinning down Sonic with that mobility. But then again, I think up close, because Sonic doesn't need to approach to deal damage, unlike most other long-range characters in this game. I think Ness has the options up close to really deal with them. You have a lot of priority on your aerials, especially that neutral air. It's going to be helpful, but I just feel like Sonic runs circles around Ness, and already 50% on Rusky Nerd.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now, too, is that this can snowball very quickly, but the Longhorns are ahead by a stock, and if Rusky figures this out very quickly, could be very good, but honestly, so far, getting a really nice string across Battlefield. Good spot dodge, though, on the dash attack in. That could have been, really big trouble, potentially seeing a forward air right after, too. And honestly, I'm loving the way that Rusky's trying to move with Great, too, saying, you know what, like, maybe not just, like, standing here and letting him take it, but the follow-up on the platform will not be complete. It is just going to be Rusky finding the back air, though, out of the Sonic spin. It's really good stuff. I want to see a back air so bad.
Yeah, I do, too. Again, Rusky Nerd can hit him. After getting off to a pretty bad start, a 0 to 50 coming in from Great, Rusky Nerds really found their footing here. And you know what, Lyric? I might have said Gallon is probably one of the best adaptive players. And while I still think that is true, Rusky Nerd has definitely gotten my attention, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
Yeah, for sure. There you go. Rusky just trying to read the movement here. The dash attack is going to extend. Rusky looking for the up air to potentially close it out. It's not going to be enough here. Going for side magnet back air, the Ness classic. I watched a lot of Syrup yesterday. He is very good at that. I love that.
Wow.
You know what? Let me just spring. You can just kind of have your hitboxes on that real quick.
Yeah, Sonic doesn't have an amazing out of shield options, Lyric, but the timing on that spring was darn near perfect. I think that play from Great was really heads up, really smart, because when you spring, you hurtbox shift up a little bit, and instead of jumping where you start from the ground. I appreciate that very much, and Rusky Nerd's going to take that one again, giving his team a 2-stock lead at this position.
Yeah, looking really good right now from the Longhorns here. Definitely not a blowout by any means. Ooh, okay. No, we're going to live through it. Honestly.
Sonic can't kill.
Oh, wow. That was really great positioning. Like I said, I mean, Ruski's playing fantastic so far. Looking for the forward air jump. It's not going to be enough. And honestly, Rage Nest is so scary too. Been shot, not going to be enough either. But we're looking for it. We're looking for these back airs, and Rusky is just not giving them over.
Right, Rusky is, they're throwing out hitboxes, but finally are going to get punished there. And Great with an excellent play. Has him up in the sky. That's a really good way to wait out invincibility. Sonics do that a lot. Mega Mans do that a lot. Any move that can interact with your opponent while they are in intangibility is super important. Goes for a PK Rocket. Not going to get it, though. Great. He's going to be out of dodge there. All right, 40%, though. Down tilt to beat the spin dash. Interesting play. I didn't expect that interaction to come that way.
Honestly, sometimes you just got to go for the PK Rocket because the opportunity has presented itself. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of where it is. We're good. Looking for it, look for the back air, but still, honestly, if Great were to get this stock, this would be so key, but Great needs to find another one before bowing out. Here we go, charging up for the full F smash, not going to be enough, not close enough to be angled down, but Rusky still on the verge of extending the lead, doing extremely well, finding a lot of these back airs, looking for it, not going to be enough, so close.
Yeah, it's going in, nice drag down back throw, should be the trick, yeah. The bad DI from Great is going to cost him his stock there. So it is 8-6 remaining in favor of the Longhorns. And Rusky Nerd being in this early, there's kind of good things to come.
Yeah. Really good stuff from Longhorns, bringing it right back. I'm excited to see exactly who's going to come in next. Who do you think? I mean, you talked about how much Ness hates the Buster Sword. Do you think it's Nico Radishkin?
Oh, yeah. It's Nico.
It's Nico. Oh,
yeah. Oh,
okay.
There he is.
Already, hey. He's got.
I just think Nico. I think it's a pride thing as well because he lost yesterday.
I see. I can't even remember yesterday. So
I can. I don't know how I can, but I can.
I know. You guys are joining us today. Laird and I both casted 2 different things after we casted almost 6 hours of crew battles yesterday.
Yeah.
Shout outs to us. Shout outs to us. We did great.
Also, shout out to the Geet who's on production today. Was on production yesterday for CECC South.
Yeah, even longer. Shout outs to Geet who streamed a whole entire who streamed a whole entire Overwatch thing, and we'll be streaming another entire Overwatch thing after Smash. So if you guys are late, you're not hurting us. You're hurting Geet. Stop hurting Geet. Stop hurting your production.
Yeah, your production's the way you get showcased, so make sure you show up on time for them, please.
All right.
And you get to hear us complain about it, so, it evens out.
All right. 2 Ruski stocks, 3 Nico stocks.
Yep.
What's going to happen? We're definitely not going Battlefield.
No, we're not going Battlefield. I imagine that's an insta ban. Nico loves that PS2. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that stage. Town, probably not awful against Nest. The high ceiling is going to help you DI things. But then again, that short blast zone is going to be rough on that back throw. Then again, Cloud at ledge on Town is a nightmare. So I can see that being a possible factor as well. It is the Nico coming in, and the stage pick remains to be seen, but Brewski has their work cut out for them. They only have 2 stocks remaining. But if anyone has done well against Nico, it has been Brewski. They're the only person who's been able to consistently take more than 1 stock off of them.
All right, see how this one's going to go. Nico now coming in potentially clutch. We shall see against Brewski. All right.
Yesu.
PS2. Yep. Brewski got to take 1 stock away. Houston down to their last 2 players. We could potentially be seeing a game 3, or we could be seeing Arlington waiting in the wings. I know some of them are in chat already. So, like we were talking about, I'm so happy that this region as a whole, they're all so nice to each other.
I know.
Saying yesterday to everybody at the local in Tri-State, I was like, why aren't we like this? Like, I was like, we're so nice to each other, and like here in Texas, like here in Tri-State, like everyone hates each other, and I'm like, I'm so sad about that. Regardless, though, Ruski starting out with a beautiful string here. Nico not going to get clipped, but extremely close.
I think whenever the yo-yo's at the ledge, Nico's been going for beefy upbeats to go past the ledge and just get the initial hit of Climb Hazard. Oh my gosh, he missed the ledge. Okay, he needed to use his limit Climb Hazard right there. So a bit of a scary situation, but Ruski Nerd's doing a really good job of playing around Nico. You know, while Houston does have a stock deficit right now, the Longhorns are probably trying desperately to take as many stocks in this situation as they can from Nico, because they realize that this is the biggest deal on their team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that situation earlier with Nico just missing the ledge was absolutely terrifying. And if Nico didn't have a limit, that could have been it for sure. Nico, though, it's absolutely telepathing what he wants right now, and that's going to be that up smash. But going to be able to find the back kind of bait into the F tilt. It's not going to be enough. Ruski going to have to recover here. But now it is going to be the fair off the ledge that's going to at least even things up in terms of space. The limit cross slash, though, not going to be enough to lead into the dash attack.
Baited out on air dodge. That's okay. I think Nico's like, you know what? I'll take it. And he's got a lot of limit right now. He got a little bit of charge there during that animation lyric. And I mean, there's a lot of damage right now. He has limit. Back there should be coming out. It's not going to take the stock just yet. PK Thunder comes out, but he's going to use limit blade beam just to get that extra damage on the board. And you know what? That's a transcendent projectile too. Goes right through the PK Thunder.
Yeah, I really like that coming out from Nico, saying, you know what, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make this back. Let me at least get some chip damage onto you while we're waiting. Back air is going to connect. Nico at 127, so Rage is definitely on the side. Won't be able to live another back throw, though. So you definitely want to keep that in mind here. The dash attack, Nico does not want to drop a stock for the rest of the crew battle. The blade beam is going to hit, going for the down air. Good air drift up, air dodge. You're not living that one, Nico. You're going back. Ruski still holding on.
This is the Ruski zone, as I call it. After a couple of really good performances yesterday, I've seen Ruski from this position take 1 or 2 stocks and make whatever match they're in feel incredibly close. And, you know, right now, yeah, just hiding behind their PK Fires, going in for up airs, trying to get any little bit of starters, but Nico not showing any signs of defense, and already has a lot of limit built up. If they get limit here, their opponent is at kill percentage situation. Oh, okay.
You hate to see it.
That's so sad. If that was just 1 pixel to the right, that PK Rocket was hitting Nico. Probably wouldn't have killed, but it would have been a good 35%. However, since he hit himself on the top of his head, he bounced off the ground, went for another one, but he canceled the animation too early into another PK Thunder, so he was stalled in the air, and from there, it's just an easy up smash to come through with that big Buster Sword. So, still a lead for Austin. It is 5-6 in their favor, but Nico has just hit the building, and you can assume Radish King is in the back as well.
Sending Gallon now? Or do you save Gallon as your
I think you keep Trace Anchor. Or wait, no. That's a big question, because Trace did obviously very well against Nico last time. I mean, he was able to clear out their last stock, but do you trust Gallon to take 2, or do you trust Trace to take 2?
Is who's gonna do better versus Radish King if it gets to that?
Yeah.
I think the Lucina would do well.
I think Lucina would do well. Lucina does edge guard very well. Nico's not incredibly vulnerable off stage, but Cloud is. So it's an option. Steve can definitely play their own kind of match, though. I think Nico was really good at making sure that Trace wasn't mining as much as they wanted to, probably. And they also did a really good job playing around walls because they weren't always breaking them. They were making it look like they were going to break them and then just doing something else. So we'll see. I'm interested, though.
I'm interested as well. It's all pick order that determines this right now. It really is. It's coming down to pick order if we're going to see game 3 or if we're going to see grants. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
We shall see. It is going to be the Steve.
Okay.
As the anchor. That's what he said.
Yeah,
And
I did say Galland would be a good anchor.
we're in a small battlefield. Thoughts?
We are going. Fine stage. It is I think it's a stone stage. No, it's a dirt stage, right? I'm pretty sure it's a dirt stage because no, never mind. Sorry, it is a pickaxe stage because we did see the pickaxe break a couple of times here. So it is a dirt stage, but you don't mind with your shovel.
All right, well, if it's one thing that Nico has definitely learned, it's this matchup, but it is going to be Trace finding the stairway to heaven, getting a nice 68% on Nico, and now saying, you know what, you're at 80, now you can play, but already got iron stacked up too. This is a great start from Trace. The Longhorns have taken a long time to brew for me. Like, I don't think they were playing at their best yesterday, but they're playing so well today.
I know, and they're working around each other incredibly nicely as well. There's the climb hazard to come up from Nico at the ledge. I love the walk away up tilt, goes for an extra hit. However, Nico will be on the punish for that. He's too far. He fast fell and he tried to hit the ledge, but he didn't. So Nico now down to stock. Trace playing well, but also Nico getting a little too over aggressive right now. Probably Houston starting to feel the pressure in this moment, Lyric.
Oh, that's definitely unfortunate. You hate to see SDs in such an important spot in the crew battle. You definitely do not want to leave Radish King with the kind of labor of taking 6 stocks. It's kind of intense too. So now it is going to be Nico finding the up tilt. Can't find the up air, but the anvil will hit. Trace playing fantastic, going for the F smash. It could have done it, but here's Limit. Definitely want to get rid of this stock as soon as possible, and especially because Trace has the diamond layer. This is all falling apart for Nico.
Not going to kill. Yep, going to go for the diamonds right now. I really like it. You got that gold to help out as well. Your minecarts are going to be much more powerful. Trace might just take 2 from Nico without dropping a single one, and it is looking very likely. There's the spike, but then again, this is Steve we're talking about. They can make that back, but no, they smack the bottom side of small battlefield. So Nico is going to take 1 regardless, but then again, this is crunch time. They're going to get a little bit of hit extra damage with that blade beam. We'll go through the block, up tilt coming through. Now that Insurance Diamond was used, Lyric, to try to get a little bit of extra firepower on that last stock. Right now, Trace doesn't have a lot of tools.
Maybe enough for a couple minecarts and a couple anvils, but it looks like Nico does not want to play around anymore. The empowered minecart's going to come through, but there's no goal to get another one. That's really important to point out as well. Nico on the verge of getting Limit. The minecart's going to scoop up. Will find the forward air, and that is going to be the Longhorns at 5. Houston at 3.
Man, Trace played out of their minds that match. That was great. That was really good. I think going to small battlefield was excellent because it's a small enough stage that you can really consistently lock Cloud in at all times. Go for those up tilt strings. Those up tilt strings, by the way, were fluid. They were phenomenal. We haven't seen Trace play exactly that well with those up tilts pretty much for the entirety of the time we've seen them. And just there, the first stock goes up to 68. The second one with those up tilts with the golden went up to about, I think it was like 50, 60%. It was something high like that, but it helped out a lot. But you do see the man in the lobby right now, Lyric. This is Radish King in the building. So I'm going to be honest with you. Radish King needs to take 5 away, and both of these matchups coming up are they're pretty ugly ones.
This one's going to be rough. This is going to be extremely hard for Houston.
Yeah.
Extremely hard for Houston. The question is, does Radish King go Luigi, or do you go the Belmont?
No, you go Luigi.
Question. You know what? Like I said, I'm just trying to get our brains thinking a little bit here.
I mean, what did the Belmonts really do about block? What does Luigi really do
Cry.
about block?
Cry.
Does F tilt break block? I know down tilt does.
I think
But, like-
down smash also breaks block.
What does?
Down smash?
Down smash does, yeah. But like I know the aerials have some weird properties where they just kind of like bounce off of them.
Right.
Kind of like how tethers do. It's interesting. I think actually, would returning boomerang go through that? I think it
Good
would.
question. Let me
Yeah.
just turn on my copy of Smash to my right and test it right now.
Please, thank you for doing the labbing that I don't have the capabilities of doing right now. But
You think that's in the training mod pack?
doubt it.
Let's see though. Once again, we are down to Radish King. Radish King now needs to take 5 stocks in order
Yeah.
to send this to Grands.
I mean, he needs grabs, but if he gets said grabs, he's in a good position. But these grabs just were not syncing up very well against Gallon earlier. And he's going to be going into Gallon if he gets past Trace, presumably in a worse position than when they played earlier.
Right.
And, while he was able to win that, it was very close. Gallon looked not unstoppable, but pretty consistently good at dealing with Luigi.
Mhm. We shall see. Radish King and Trace still picking their stage. A lot to think about going in.
Yeah, I mean, true. Like, oh, do I go Belmonts? Does Belmonts do better than Luigi does against Steve? I don't know. I'm sure Radish King has a good idea, but then again, does Luigi do as good as the Belmonts do on Lucina as well? That's another thing you gotta consider. It's Radish King. We will be going to Hollow Bastion. I actually do not know what kind of tools that Steve uses on this. I'm pretty sure it's pickaxe though. I think this might be a stone. We'll see
Right.
though.
Who's gonna win, Blocky Friend or a green guy who has 0 to deaths? Let's
I
see.
take. I mean, to be fair, Steve does have 0 to deaths as well.
That's true. That's true.
But this isn't just Luigi. Eric. This is Radish King.
That's true.
It's Radish King. He's a talented player in his own right, but I think Luigi has the grounded speed to really put a lot of pressure on Steve. And actually, I was thinking about it. I think Luigi does have some tools to deal with block. And you want to know what that one tool is?
What?
It's that Zaire. Zaire's going to poke over the blocks and then fall down. So if he's able to corner Trace, he'll have a really good job a really good idea of just, let me just share that. But it doesn't look like he's figured it out yet. Oh, never mind. He has. Okay. You're just waiting.
We're getting there.
But yeah, Trace nearly at diamond tools already, Lyric.
Yeah, this is definitely getting a little bit scary too. But now Radish King has to figure it out. I mean, so far it's going to be a very, very slow neutral here. I like the positioning underneath the platform, saying, you know what, if you jump up to kind of spread the minecart, I'm just going to chill here. But honestly, Radish King getting a really good start, can't find the prop up from the ledge. Honestly, and you got to look at Trace too. Running out of materials, only has the diamond and all the stone. All the iron is gone. That's really important.
Yeah, iron is the key to this matchup, Lyric, or just matchups in general with Steve. The way to deal with Steve is just be like, oh, you don't have any iron. Now is when I can test you. But yeah, there is an insurance diamond in the pocket of Trace at the moment. He has 1 iron. He also has gold. Down smash is going to come through. Good DI from Trace to survive that. Yep, this is a pretty large box of Hollow Bastion. There's a down B. It's not going to be a DI mix-up, though, so he will be able to get back down to the ground. He has a 2nd diamond now. And he's just going to be like, oh, gosh, let me just get some tools here. Elytra going down. Radish King hasn't been hit that much, though, Lyric. He's only at 19.
Yeah, I mean, looking really good, too. Needs one of these tornadoes to kind of whiff off the side. Hollow Bastion is definitely the stage that this can work on. If Radish King makes it out of this game with all 3 stocks, it's going to be a lot closer than what people think.
Yeah. There's that dash attack to come through. It's going to clear the way. Trace is off stage now. Let's jump back here. Okay, nice stuff. But then again, there is gold and an insurance diamond on deck. And right now, I think the goal for Radish King is to just not let you refresh your tools. Keep the pressure alive. Here's the problem, though. Stone is so much harder to break than wood is.
Very true. Okay.
Spike
Oh.
makes that.
Yeah, we save jumps here.
There's
We
another
save
thing,
our
though.
jumps in Texas. Okay,
True.
got it. Trace needs this stock. You need to get rid of this stock. Even if you lose another one, Oh my goodness, Radish King. Even if you lose this stock here, you gotta at least take one. Because Houston can reversal this so easily, but
He's
the air
alive.
Luigi's airspeed, am I right, Laird?
It's not good. Oh, he might be dead there. If he side beat out of a jump. Oh, he tags it! Oh, he didn't have an extra jump though. Radish King couldn't make that. And now Trace with a full bar of util ready to be used at any given moment. But there's a rising forward there to chop him. Trace now stuck in the corner. He is pinned here. He gets scared. Luigi walk up B.
Ouch.
Well, it will be 2 stocks to 3 going into the next match. Radish King is not done yet, though.
No, this is bigger than Radish King. The Radish King has ascended to the Radish Emperor, Laird. Like, Radish King, if he's able to beat Gallon, this is new. This is insane.
It's over if he beats Gallon, by the way.
Well, Trace was playing so well. It was just the materials were just not lining up exactly, right? Like, there should never be a point where a Steve is just like, all right, la-di-da, let me just throw out all my materials, because then essentially you have nothing left to work with if all of your iron is gone, if you have no diamond. Like, stone and wood are placements are just how do I describe this? They're just kind of fluff in your material bar. They're the fluff that you put down so you can go mine. You need the iron, you need the gold, you need the redstone, and you need the diamond. And honestly, not at one point during that match did Trace have the time and have the resources to go and do just that.
Right, yeah. I mean, and that just really goes to show that Radish King knows how to play around the character and the walls very effectively. I mean, not as effectively as you would like, because he got hit by 1 or 2 mine carts and put himself in pretty precarious situations. Like, that first stock was lost because he did get hit by a mine cart. But then again, did a good job of avoiding the area or the anvils. Did a good job of avoiding, for the most part, the mine carts. Didn't get hit by too many strong ones where Steve's in the cart, and those are good for about 30% each. So I think he did his job and he did it well. And on top of that, he did a good job of playing around the walls. He broke a couple and made Trace think, oh gosh, what's he gonna do? And just mixed up his option afterwards. Broke the bottom block, ran through it once. Broke the bottom block, jumped over Zared another time. It's how you mix up playing around blocks, where you can actually use it as your own weapon if your opponent just doesn't know how to mind game you with it.
And now it is up to one Lucina, Gallon. We said earlier that Gallon would be a really good anchor for this team. Now we have to wonder if it's actually going to come to fruition and where we're going to go to. That one's going to be kind of an interesting one. I think a Battlefield wouldn't be terrible. Got the platforms to mess up some of the Luigi combos, but you know exactly what Radish King's game plan is. We want to see some 0 to deaths on that side.
Yes, you do. And the best way to do those are flat stages. Then again, really polished Luigi mains like Radish King probably have, those figured out on platforms. I'm just saying it's a lot easier to get those on an FD or on a Town and City or on a Kalos where they have more open stages, because if Luigi just hits you for 1 or 2 extra percentage, you might be able to tech on platforms. But no surprise here, Gallon is coming in on the Lucy, and the counter pick that remains to be seen. If I had to guess though, I think Lyric, I think you're right on that. Probably Battlefield is going to be the pick, but it will be Smashville.
I'm sad. I feel like this is a great Luigi stage.
I think so too.
This is a wonderful Luigi stage. All right, here we go.
They did both play here at the start of the last set, though.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So I think that might be why Lucy, aka Gallon, wanted to run back. I don't know. We'll see. But there's a grab down there. There. Nice DI in. So Gallon didn't get hit by the follow-up. But then again, a couple follow-ups coming out for Radish King. If you're Radish King, you need to get the stock and you need to get it early as possible, Lily.
Yes, I super agree here. There's so much on the line for Gallon, and I'm sure there's so much on the line here for Radish King too. There's probably a lot of pressure coming in from both sides as well. Going in for the cyclone.
Oh, nothing! The landing!
Wow.
That windbox was insane, and the attempt at the uppie, I really like it, but the windbox just kind of messed it up a little bit. So Radish King now has to recover. Gallon at the ledge, though, they have done some pretty interesting stuff to Radish King at the ledge, but that shield is a little worse for wear, and Radish King's going to stall as much as they can because that shield needs to recover. Still in the lead, though, a very big one here for Mr. Gallon.
Can number 3 in Houston do it all, Laird? That is the question right now. Radish King is just constantly trying to figure it out. The Dolphin Flash go onto the stage.
Misfire.
The misfire. I don't know if Radish King ever wants that. Ooh, gonna be able to recover, though. You have to be able to punish some of these nairs on shield.
You do, and it's so hard to do so because you can fade back in the middle of them, but there's an up tilt. Man, he's just not going for really big punishes on these landing upbeats. I mean, he was able to get one after the windbox shifting. However, looks for a spike. Not going to get it. Looks for the F smash. Still not going to get that either, but down tilt because Gallon was holding on to the ledge for too long. Reverse up air. Not going to hit the back air follow up. The upbeat's going to poke through the ledge. Right now, trying to find a way in. The forward air, the quick option, is going to do the trick, but there's a nice grab. Up throw might be able to do it. It does on that platform. This is the final stock of Houston this set. If Gallon is able to take just one more, we will be going to a third set, folks.
This is so intense indeed. Gallon, though, stuck on the ledge right now. Gonna be able to find the down smash. It's not going to be enough. Radish King going to keep trying to drop the plunger. It will not be enough. Going for the down smash again. Only gets a couple hits of the side B, though, Laird. This is important. The up smash. Last stock.
Even game here. It all comes down to this, Lyric. A whiffed grab is going to be the thing to start off for Gallon. And there's a connection with Radish King. He gets a couple nairs, gets more, 73%, 78 on the extension with that Zare. Excellent. And now Gallon's in the corner, rising down B. Gets some extra damage on the board. 100% nearly on Gallon. Radish King with an explosive start here, but some consistent neutral might be able to help Gallon out. Okay, up tilt. The nair's going to break. Air dodge through the down B.
Oh my god, Laird. Things are getting so close. Gallon definitely does have the advantage. The up smash, though, it's not going to be enough. There it is, but doesn't launch, unfortunately, for Radish King. Air, not going to be enough.
That's no jump, though.
Close. Going for the ledge trump? Oh my goodness, what are you doing?
Radish King is at the ledge, but the rising forward air is going to connect. He has some distance. Dash attack should do it. Yes, it will. And Radish King, with the skin of his teeth still in his possession, is going to chip that one out with a dash attack to kill off stage at 150%. And that will be Houston taking it over University of Texas Austin. Oh my gosh. Last stock, high percentage. The amount of stress that I think Radish King is feeling at this moment is
or the amount of relief. The amount of relief, too.
It's palpable, man. And yeah, the team definitely popped off for him. He's getting hugged by everybody right now. And I would love to see that war room right now because everyone is having a very, very good time.
All right. What an exciting semis. Believe it or not, we still have one set to go, and that's going to be the grand finals. We have the grand finals for today, which could go either way.
Yes,
I've always liked to said that somebody who's been playing a little bit longer, right? I mean, our friends from Houston have already been warming up all day, so it's now time for Arlington to step into the ring here. And Laird, you and I both said that Arlington was both of our favorites to win. Do you still feel that way after watching what Houston has up their sleeve?
Oh, no, I said Dallas was my favorite team. I'm going to be honest with you. I was dead wrong. But after watching Houston play, I'm on the side of Houston. Arlington is great. They have a very deep roster with some very talented picks, but I think Houston, they have the clutch factor that they need. And it's no surprise they were able to win their pool yesterday in a very, very dominating fashion. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to say the least. But, these are both of the top seeds going into this final bracket today. So it's no surprise that they're meeting each other here in the finals. But before we get into that and a little bit more speculation going forward, we're going to run it to a quick little break, but don't go nowhere. The best is yet to come, folks. We got University of Arlington versus University of Houston coming up when we return.
A really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then it just, go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So is there anything else that you want the world to know about you or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, just try to find a balance in life and try to find who you are truly and follow that passion. Because just for reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, something I wanted to do, and I'm really glad that I did it. And I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
I'm a player here at Indian River State College. We're located in the state of Florida, and this is our first year, so we're coming in. This is our first semester, which is really exciting, just to kind of build a legacy and really start this program strong. And that's the whole goal behind this, is just to expand in the future and make other people or future students excited to come here after what we've done. For us, we're very excited to compete against Bruton Parker and the Texas teams. I think those are definitely the better competition within this tournament. But yeah, I mean, overall, the whole competition should be very, very good, and we're excited to play any team. Yeah, for the event overall, it's very good. But assuming we make it to LAN and we qualify for that national spot. I believe the experience that Seabass and I have, him being a professional player, playing at DreamHacks and WGN in the past, and myself being able to coach at RLCS Worlds and compete at a bunch of local LANs, I think that gives us a lot of experience as far as competing in front of people and for, something big. So as far as that goes, I think we're very confident. Even our third Taco statue hasn't been to a LAN before. He's got a good mindset, and I think just feeding off of our energy that me and Seabass have and our experience, it'll be very good, and it'll just be natural. It's been very good. So for us, we recently qualified for CRL Fall, which was definitely a tough task considering we were seated relatively low. So we had to play against some pretty good teams, and overall, CRL's been great. Competing against the teams from Florida and Battle for Florida have been amazing, and then even on top of that with CECC South, there's been some great competition there. So overall, we've been putting ourselves to the test, and I think we've been doing very well. I think the one story that comes to mind is the first time we arrived. Right, this is the first time we all met each other. We got picked up from the airport, and we were driving to the dorms, and as we were making that hour-long drive from the airport, we almost ran out of gas, and we passed a gas station on accident. So it got a little crazy, and it is definitely a good bonding moment to start off the year. But overall, I mean, it's been nothing but good memories here with the boys.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him.
Come on. Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing interviewing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the CECC South 2022 Regional Playoff. I'm Laird, she's Lyric. We have ourselves a big match coming up. We have UTA, University of Texas at Arlington, going up against University of Houston. 2 teams are all that we have left, Lyric, and one of these actually will be the ones who advance into championships and probably have berths elsewhere. But that big trophy is going to be a big deal for whichever one of these teams win.
Absolutely. Before we jump into the set, though, we just wanted to make sure you all knew that you can do more for yourself and your future. Soldiers in the Army National Guard can serve part-time while getting their degree or working full-time. Accelerate your path and visit nationalguard.com. The next greatest generation is now, and we'd like to thank everybody for their service, of course, if you are serving as well. You guys caught me at a really bad time. I was chewing a little bit of pistachios right before the set got started because I'm a little hungry. But
wrong stream, Lyric. Wrong stream.
I know. You know what I'm even hungrier for? I'm even hungrier for this set. I want to jump right into it. I don't even want to give analysis at all. Arlington's my favorite to win it. Houston is your favorite to win it. We're completely biased. Where is the other team? I thought they were here.
I was informed that they were here. This is heartbreaking to say the least. Dude, we came in hot and heavy on that intro. We did it quick. We're like, okay, let's get into this. No one's here.
Yeah, Geet was like, they're here. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Let's just jump right in. And
yeah, unfortunately. I think the streamers for one of the teams are here, but not the entire rest of the team. Wait, they left the lobby apparent. Guys, stop stalling, please. I just want to watch you guys play. Even to a Smash player to not want to play the game that they play.
Oh. I asked everybody at the local last night, who actually likes Smash, like Ultimate, and nobody raised their hand.
Yeah, I feel like we're one of the only esports who actually just doesn't like our game at all. Always a million things to complain about. Always.
There's a socio-emotional connection that people have with Smash, where even if they hate the game so much, they just can't. They can't let go.
Yeah. Like, at some point, you gotta wonder when you need, a third-party influence to try to help you a little bit. Make sure you take care of the mentality, folks. So, I don't know who the leads could be for these teams. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, we gotta talk about leads a little bit.
Oh, actually, we do have the leads figured out thanks to Mr. Geet. So it's gonna be Davey and Snook coming in first.
We haven't seen Snook today.
No, we also haven't seen Davey today.
You know what I mean. Laird, I'm in this with you, okay?
I'm in this with you too. I'm just saying.
No fighting your go-caster.
Well, I'm not blaming you at all. I'm just stating facts. They don't need to be. Okay. Hey, Lyric, what do you think the stage pick's going to be? I think PS2.
I also think PS2.
Jeez, that's crazy.
All right, here we go. We are waiting. Y'all are icing each other out. Like
Dude,
I said, you guys all need to apologize to Geet in the chat.
Please.
Please.
Also, Ollie, can you start threatening people again, please? I think we need it.
Oh, true. Ollie threatening people was definitely hype. That was
Ollie
fun.
threatening people was the highlight of my day so far, except for King, obviously.
Honestly, Laird, I know you're gonna be really sad to hear this. I see us going to last stock game 3.
Oh no, the horror! I get to do more of my job that I enjoy. Lyric, I'm gonna be honest with you, and everyone in the viewing public as well. I freaking love my job. I just want to give a quick shout out to Esports U for streaming this, and for you for being here, for Geet for running production, and just being here is awesome. I love getting to do my job for a couple hours a day. It's the only thing I look forward to anymore. No, not that one.
Wow, they're in the arena.
Oh my god, it's about time. All right, so it's gonna be Davey Snooki. Start the match, please. All right. Anyway, so Steve versus Hero. We're finally getting to see this one today. Let's discuss this, Lyric. Who do you think comes out on top of this? You said before that Hero's a decent counterpick to Steve. You still hold that?
Yes, I still hold that. The Zapple or side special charged up twice. It is going to be kind of the key to victory here, but it's all about if Snook actually knows that. You know what I mean? It's all going to be up to Snook to understand this, because if I'm Davey, I'm like, all right, let me be the hero that we need and get ahead as much as possible. Going all the way up the stairway to heaven.
Wow.
Great start from Davey.
I like that he got a triple tap on that last dirt block he got. He had the initial placement of it into the up tilt, then he got a jump, land on it up tilt, and then he got a jump back air for some extra damage. That's really good knowledge of when the blocks expire, but I really do appreciate the Snook's going for these buffs. However, they're all for naught unless you get these hits coming out, Lyric.
Yeah, totally agree with you there too. I'm going to have bounce, though. Bounce is really important in this matchup. Going for the charge all the way, but unfortunately, Davey just missed space a little bit on the reverse F smash there. So now bounce once again coming into play with the minecart. So important.
Never mind, Lyric. I think Hero might be the counterpick that everyone's been looking for.
It's not just Hero, it's bounce. It's
true.
If you have bounce, it'll work out for you, but if you don't have bounce, it's really intense.
Right, but then on top of that, like, you got a big sword that's really good at dealing with blocks. And another thing, Lyric, you can counter camp Steve if you have enough MP. I mean, you see Snook going for these buffs, and whenever he does get in and use them, they're very effective.
Counter camping is the one term I never knew I needed until now. Counter camping.
Counter camping, yeah.
I like that. All right, let's see. Back throw is going to be the option. This first stock being a little bit pesky coming out from both sides, though. But as all hero mains do, they all pull zoom right exactly when they need it. No, bounce minecart to the face.
Yes, so there is an algorithm, if I'm not mistaken, for when bounce gets active. I think, or not bounce, zoom. I think the lower you are, the more likely you are to get zoom, and being in the air, I think helps that as well. So, yeah, that's probably why we see it so frequently whenever people are in that position.
What are these setups that Davey is really going for here? Like, just setting up the blocks just like that, and then, having, like, a little bit of the minecart and just being completely comfortable. It goes to show. It just goes to show complete control over this character, too.
Oh, speaking of complete control over this game. Davey getting that diamond back air. Kaboom does not go through those, unfortunately. And, Stairway to Heaven for 51% here at this time. And, yeah, bounce is active now, so there will not be a lot of minecarts coming out as an option to approach. However, they will be just mix up in the air.
Snook needs a stock. This would be horrible for Houston as a start if you have to send in another player that has to deal with 3 stocks of Steve. But let's see, forward throw is going to be the option from Snook. Going for the bang, will get propped up by the minecart. Position for the F smash. It's not going to be enough. Heroes grab sucks, but not enough materials to get out the iron. So it is going.
He dead?
The stock
No way.
lost, but Davey's still going to hold on.
Okay, yeah, whenever you have Accelerado active, not only do you have, lighter, faster movement speed, higher jumps, you're also much lighter. So you might lose stocks in just random weird positions, but Davey actually used their materials, their gold, to get an extra bit of tools here. So their mining will be much faster, so will their attacks are better frame data in general. However, the damage will not be quite exactly what you want it to be. There's a bounce coming in as well. Looking for a couple more buffs, and it will be the Psych Up to come in. If he gets a smash attack, this might be the stock here, especially with this rage.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely something that you want to get rid of as fast as possible. Davey, once again, not having the best materials bar to work with right now. All stone. Can the up throw do it? It will not. Not enough rage, but we shall see.
Back here? That's a hitbox.
That's a hitbox.
Man, Minecraft Steve, he's on some other stuff today. Look how quick he built that house. Can we hire this man? Someone contract this guy. He's good at what he does. Also, we're having a bit of delay on the Discord, but it looks like Hero is clapping ridiculously fast right now, which is absolutely hilarious to me. He's going like, but
All right.
Davey with a very good showing here. Excellent lead here. Only loses one stock.
What do you do now? The hero has shown that not effective just quite yet. Maybe not the right matchup.
Maybe not the right matchup.
So do you send in big guns now, or do you wait?
Excuse me, I almost choked on something. Well, you do have a deep roster, so if you don't know exactly how to deal with Steve, you can just throw somebody at the wall and see what sticks. I do appreciate the Snook pick being brought in. They did their job pretty well, but they only took one, and yeah, Steve's just a really difficult matchup. Now, the thing is, matchup checks are only good if you know the matchup yourself.
Right.
So even if it's like a +2, +3, if you're not great at it, you're not necessarily just going to win for free every time, especially if your opponent has a lot more work on it than you do. But I think it seems like it's not a mastery of the matchup from Snook, but they have an idea of how to play it. It's just they need to go for... I think they just ran out of MP too much, honestly. I just think they starved themselves with their resources.
So who do you send in next?
Oh, yeah, that was the original question you asked.
Yeah, that was the original question. Do you send in the Steve Ditto?
I want to see Disguised Oak, actually.
Is this the Yoshi?
No, that was the... Wait, is this the Yoshi?
Is this the rogue Yoshi that we have no idea who they were?
It might be. It's probably Fizzle, if I had to guess.
I want to say it's Fizzle. We have the power.
Yeah, it is Fizzle.
Yes, it is Fizzle.
Okay, Fizzle is the Yoshi.
Yoshi player. So they're sending in Fizzle. Thoughts?
Yoshi got good airspeed. Then again, I don't think Fizzle did particularly anything groundbreaking last time against Trace, but I mean they came in at the end when Trace was already down a stock, so we'll see if they can actually finish this one off. But I think it's doable. I just don't think it's an amazing option. I don't think there's anything better though, if you want my opinion. So yeah, I think it works.
All right, Davey does not have to drop a. I thought Davey 3 stocks.
No, he lost one.
Oh, he lost one. All right. We're going
two, but he did lose one.
All right. Well, it's up to Fizzle here on the Yoshi. Let's get everything started here. Going back to PS2, which I think is a great choice for Steve. But now Fizzle has to figure out a way in. Obviously, so far, Davey, the MVP, taking out 3 stocks. But can you take out more?
Well, hey. You might need to focus on that a little bit harder right now, but a nice mash of the side B out of the egg, and that's going to result in about 52% being taken because of the initial minecart as well as the follow-up afterwards when Fizzle was already in end lag. So right now, very good position for Fizzle. They do have the percentage lead by nearly a factor of 2 times. However, there is an insurance diamond on deck as well as a gold. So if I'm Davey, I'm trying to figure out, it's an interesting formation, but...
Yeah, it works. It's so effective, though, because there's multiple layers, yeah. Okay, here we go. Honestly, I mean, yeah, that was weird. Davey is like the engineer right now, just showing us a bunch of stuff with Steve that I haven't seen, or like very like new designs of like creating blocks. Going for the roller coaster. I love that one. You send it forward, send it back. Yes, well, while Davey did not give us their year or major in our little spreadsheet about player facts, they do like sushi. So, I mean, you know, that's probably why they like layering things up so much. I love sushi too.
I also do. What's your favorite roll?
Shrimp tempura. You can never go wrong with the shrimp tempura roll. Or a
good.
volcano roll.
Ooh, yeah, those are great.
Spicy sushi rolls are fantastic. Regardless.
I had an Alaskan king crab roll once, and I was like, ooh, yes.
Right, gets the dash attack here. Davey still on the second stock here. First stocks from both players, I feel like this entire time have not been coming off easy. It is going to be Davey finding it here.
Nice!
Ooh,
Excellent play there with the command grab. See, giving Steve a bit of his own medicine there with the egg lay into the spike off stage. Very, very reminiscent of how Steve will try to go for a spike with their forward air after they hit you in their minecart.
Okay, here we go. Tries to go for the follow-up, but there's the get-up attack here. Here we go. I mean, Davey doing such a good job so far. Looking for the back air, but honestly, playing safe is the way to go. Look at that material bar. So healthy right now with a ton of iron to work with.
Yep. But then again, just getting a little bit of tools here. And those eggs, while they are forcing him to stop mining every now and then, it doesn't really matter because he's got gold. So he's getting materials a lot quicker than you would expect otherwise. And there is the diamond. The diamond is here. All he needs to do is build up a wall and just be like, oh, let me get my diamonds. And, man's best friend, these diamonds. Oh, I love the bait. I love that. He set up the crafting table to make it look like he was going to go make those diamonds. And then was just like, oh, let me just use my minecart. Boom, you're taking 50.
Okay. Looking for it. The back air will connect. Honestly, if Fizzle loses this stock and takes out Davey, this is still very catastrophic. Going to be down to 7 stocks to what will be 9. Which is going to be a lot in this crew battle, knowing exactly who's coming up next. The anvil won't work. Looking for the diamond back air won't be enough, but it's getting so close.
Yeah, the really scary thing right now is that he's got a full material bar. He doesn't really need or want for anything at this moment, so he doesn't need to mine. He's just probably doing it out of habit, and that's going to allow Fizzle to take a lot of extra space here. But again, you got like 7 or 8 iron. You don't need any more.
Ooh, can't find the second one.
Shield break! Shield break! Shield break. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sayonara.
Oh my goodness, Davey bringing Houston down to, to 7 stocks. Could be 6 very soon. Fizzle needs to get this one last one off. You have to figure out how to get rid of this, Steve. Honestly, it's so doable for Davey too, as we're stacked on about 57% already layered.
Yep, I love that air dodge though to fade away through the forward air. Oh, a nice usage of the late hit of minecart into the up air. A lot of damage right now. Very, very even game, but then again, there is a lot of iron, and there are also a lot of percentages on Davey. That up smash is going to connect out of the no usage of that anvil. Float is going to be catastrophic for Davey. First player of Arlington will fall. And it is going to be Fizzle taking that one.
All right, we will see how this one is going to go too. Honestly, good on Fizzle to get the Steve out of there. The Steve was doing some catastrophic damage already.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Steve's just so difficult to play against. I'm just gonna be real. He's a good player, or a good character, and Davey's a good player.
Do you send in the Incineroar next?
I would love that, actually.
I think the Incineroar next would be hype. Personally.
It would be hype. I mean, you could counter so many eggs.
You could
get
counter
revenge.
eggs. That's exactly what I was thinking. You counter eggs, and
Yoshi always loves to swing out a shield. You can counter that as well. Right. And if they're in shield, you can just mix up and go for the side B.
Right, I agree.
Plus a kill power.
True.
Incineroar is like a sleeper high tier. I'm gonna say it. He's just slow. And he's got bad recovery. But that's really it. Those are the only things holding him back.
Layered, I don't know how I feel about that one. I'll be real. I still think he's above mid tier for sure for how hard he hits, but he has some glaring flaws. Glaring flaws.
Yeah.
They're sending in the Ness. You know,
Beastly.
Beastly also does play Yoshi, so this makes sense.
I like Beastly. Good player.
My significant other really likes talking to Beastly, so I think they've met. I think they've talked. So when I was telling him yesterday, I was like, "Oh yeah, Beastly." He was like, "Oh, Beastly's good," and I was like, "Oh, cool. You know him." I was like, "Okay."
They're sick. Cool. I don't know any of these players. Get Joel on the mic, high key.
I know, like, not personally a lot of them. I know personally not a lot of them, but I knew names, like, coming in. I knew
Yeah, I'm
Phenom.
aware of Army Ollie.
Yeah.
And
I knew Beastly Phenom. I knew Nico. I knew, what's it called? I knew Broken. I knew Taylor Halo coming in.
Yeah. I've heard of Davey, but yeah, that's about it. But hey, I will say though that Beastly is number 5 in Dallas. So that's a
Beastly Radish King like matchup.
What?
I would like to see the Beastly Radish King setup.
That would be hype.
Also, I would like to see who do I want to see? Looking at the list, I want to see Army Nico, if that's possible.
Army Nico would be sick. Actually, wait, no, I don't think Army would like that very much.
All right, we got people.
We do have people. Beastly's here. Fizzle's here. Ness, Yoshi. So Yoshi's got some stuff on Ness. Better airspeed, disjoint hitboxes. But Beastly on the Ness, he's got some stuff too. Such as Nair out of shield.
Right.
But Yoshi has one as well.
Let's see though, Fizzle gonna have to drop 2. This one's a brutal one. Gotta think about it, Laird. I think this one's going extremely quickly. We're already down to 9 and 7.
We are already, and this started probably like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
15.
Shout out to the players being ready. Woo!
Yeah. Well, I mean, once they were ready, it went fast. But you know, it took them a minute to get in here. Not gonna name names, but Houston.
Remember, Arlington also had to go use the team bonding bathroom break.
Oh no, that was Houston.
Oh, was that Houston?
Yeah.
Honestly, they all could have.
I agree. Yeah, Houston or Arlington might have, but they just might not have been as open about it. Anyway, speaking of being open right now, a lot of damage coming out onto Fizzle. Beastly doing quite a lot there, opening up with these combos and the backer, the nice catch. And it's kind of rough for Houston because they had to go into one really good nest into another, one of which is actually like yard.
That's true. Like for the up smash, not going to be able to find it. Psy Magnet drags down up air, but Yoshi double jump armor, the devil that it is, ruining Beastly's combo here. Still has a chance to get a stock. Honestly, Beastly not going for the back throw just yet, but honestly turned around. They definitely want the back air. The Nair, though, going to send off. Looking for it. Oh, no.
No jump. And Beastly is going to take that one.
Womp womp for sure.
All
right. 9-6. Who goes in first? Radish King or Nico?
Radish King. Wait, no, Nico. You keep your best player in the back. That's all I'm saying.
Radish King is my favorite player.
Radish King's my new favorite player on Earth.
Yeah. I want to go back down. I want to go back down to Texas to hang out specifically with Radish King. They were very nice yesterday.
I want to do that. I also want to get sushi with Davey.
I want to get sushi with everyone.
Just Davey. Actually, Radish King can come if he wants to, but just Davey. I know he likes it. I know he'll appreciate it.
So, what is it with Smashers and Korean barbecue? Is the real question.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I mean, it's good. I love Korean barbecue. I do love me some of that, but I don't know why it's like a thing.
It's so good, though.
I mean, to be fair, people probably wonder why we go to PJ's.
If you guys don't know, after every Thursday tournament, when we had Thursday tournaments, we went to a little pub called PJ's. Oh my goodness, it's
great.
The best food. They have loaded tater tots, and let me tell you, it's exactly it is exactly what it said. It's loaded up.
Yeah, they were so good.
Loaded, man.
They had the famous fries as well.
Oh, the famous fries are so good, which is really just fries doused in Old Bay. Like we're saying it like it's some type of new creation. It's really just fries with a lot of Old Bay on them.
But anywhere that has fries with Old Bay on them is a good place to go.
Not chat bullying Skeleton.
Don't bully Skeleton.
Skeleton has been through enough on Twitter, man. Leave him alone.
Poor
Kazuya. Hashtag protect Kazuya players.
Please. They deserve it. Steve players don't, but Kazuya players.
Nico.
Nico. Oh, that's what I'm saying, dude. He agrees with me. Keep your best player in the back. So Raj King, strapped up. He's ready to go. Next after Nico, if we need another player, because this is Nico we're talking about. Nico can just kind of run over people if he is in the right headspace, but hasn't seen much dominance out of him since early yesterday.
Nico was tired. He said it in the chat that waking up to fighting Ness and Steve was not his favorite thing to do at 9 a.m. and I can't blame him.
True, I can concur.
I know, babe.
I'm just thinking about Aaron right now.
Why are you thinking about someone who's not even in this crew battle?
Well, because just for one reason, we talked about the famous fries, and the F-Yaf fries, the famous Yaf fries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we got our man Nico coming into play. He's got to take 3 since Beastly did a very good job of staving off Fizzle on the Yoshi, not losing a single one. So this is UT Arlington up 9-6. That's not their logo, by the way. That is Austin's logo. So we're going to try to cycle that out in a moment. But Houston is down regardless. They do have their 2 best players coming up to bat right now.
Yeah, this is very interesting because obviously Nico really good, Beastly really good too, and I'm sure they've played before in tournament as well. So now Nico has to bring it back, essentially 3-stocking Beastly to make this completely even. And so far, going to find 2 climb hazards here, which is a good start, but finds the fair down, is ready to go, but has to burn the limit. The down air, though. Fantastic stuff.
Only 40% onto Nico at the moment. Oh, he's going to look for more. Go for those golf swings quite frequently. And you know what? I don't blame him. That is a very long move, very disjointed. Has a lot of good combo potential. But man, I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot of back air out of this one.
Yeah, I completely agree. Nair, though, going to come out. Beastly in great position right now. Trying to read where Nico is going with a lot of these aerials, but it's just not enough.
Ooh, what a grab. Down air spike! And he's going to use the climb hazard to get right back. Excellent play there from Nico. It's another spike for him. Very nearly evening up this loss that he has right now.
So, you know what's interesting, Laird? This goes to show how big Texas is.
True.
So, Beastly and Nico, while being 2 ranked players in their respective regions, have never played. Not once, according to PG stats.
Yeah, Texas do be kind of large sometimes. I agree. So, yeah, that's big. Wait, isn't Beastly... He's here in Dallas, I think, right?
Right, but they've never played?
That's crazy, because, I'm pretty sure Nico is, Dallas-Fort Wayne area. Or he
Very
used to be at some point.
but a great comeback that Beastly's doing right now on Nico. 2 stocks to 1, and on advantage here for the edge guard, but the get-up attack, so pesky. The weak hit back air is not going to be enough. Lining up for it again, but honestly, it's all Beastly right now. Trying to just get Nico out of the air, but Nico just wants to get this over with. Just says, get this Ness out of my face.
Dude, he's had a whole day swatting Nesses, and I don't know how happy he is about it. But gonna look for the spike here, not going to get it. Tries to get something back air. Not gonna go for that one. Back air. Oh, catches the roll and the jump with that limit blade beam. Nico with an excellent catch there. Only drops 1. So this detriment that he found his team at. More manageable at this point.
It really goes to show how big Texas is, because they actually have never played before in tournament at all. That was the first time that they've ever played, but great stuff from Nico. Good stuff coming out of the gate. I just think that's so crazy when you really think about it. It's like, really? You two have never played?
I know.
Nico only losing, what, 1 stock there?
Yeah.
All right.
Almost 2, though. Almost 2, though. Beastly did a really good job of trying to mitigate that.
Yeah.
But that's only 2 on the day for Beastly. 2 to his 3.
Do you send an army at this point?
Army? I would suggest not, because Olimar Cloud sounds... it sounds like a really rough matchup.
So then do you send in Phenom? Or Curry?
Or Smoke?
Or Smoke. This is hard.
This
is actually a really hard
tough.
decision.
Yeah. To be fair, we haven't even seen all these players.
Curry. They're sending in the Incineroar.
Yes. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. No,
Revenge off of Blade Beam, revenge off of Clem Hazard, if it's possible.
Well, yeah. Think about revenge off of Clem Hazard off stage.
Oh. Spooky. Now
It's not gonna kill, but I mean, it's helpful.
We shall see. You know what's kind of crazy? Just looking at Curry's placements. So, Curry actually went to Lost Tech City, got 33rd out of 418. That's pretty good for Incineroar.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have been saying that, but like, you know, on top of Curry with that good run, you've got players like Mystery Soul and the PNW who's made a lot of deep runs at like Port Priority and I think Main Stage they made a good run at. It was either Main Stage or Genesis. It was one of the two. And then you got SkyJ, who's been presumably the best Incin player in the world. Made a big run at I think VCA. It was either VCA or Wanted a couple months ago, breaking into the top 8. And on top of that, you know, they've been making headway all across the world, especially in their home region of Mexico. You know, not difficult to not stretch the imagination to say that Curry could be doing something similar, especially with the 33rd at a very stacked tournament just like that one.
Yeah. Army Ollie too, just to like point out placements, got 25th at Lost Tech City too. So that's also pretty good for Olimar when you really think about it.
These are good players. Good players. I just love Smash Bros, guys.
Geet hates Smash Bros after today.
Geet is never going to run production for Smash ever again.
Geet never wants to run Smash ever again.
Dude, I am so done with this. Players not showing up on time. Players not being able. Oh, nightmare.
Nightmare indeed.
Could you imagine how behind schedule we'd be if we had to play that first set too? By the way, we're still behind schedule, and we started on time today. Smash just runs long, man. I'm gonna be honest.
What is taking so long? Get in there, Curry.
We know who you're playing, Curry. Look, he might be a little camera shy. He needs to give himself a pep talk. I respect that.
Not the camera shy.
I used to be camera shy.
You?
Yes.
All right.
Trust me, pep talks, I needed to give them to myself. Sometimes I still do.
All right, all right.
Nico peaked. Chat, never change. I love all of you guys. Like, actually some legitimately good chirps in Twitch chat today.
I actually think chat is so far behind. Let's see.
They are.
When you guys see this, say hi casters to us and we'll know how far behind you guys are.
Yeah. I'm starting the clock. Actually, let me set a timer. Just so I know how much stream delay there is.
It's Snake! Curry plays Snake!
Snake? Okay, actually, hold up, Lyric. That's not a bad cloud counter pick.
Ooh, I have to crack my vertebrae in my back real quick. Ooh.
Well, while you do that and give the chat some really good ambiance, I'm going to discuss why this is a decent matchup for Snake. Now, Snake is able to break out of a lot of these combos just because Grenade is going to hit through Snake and also hit, Buster Sword's going to hit through Snake and hit these grenades as well. Which means Cloud's going to be taking a lot of damage because of these absurdly large hitboxes. I mean, look at that. He was going to go for a Climb Hazard. He ended up taking 10. And now Curry, with a lot of punishment, already has Nico at 68 with more the down air out of shield and, man, just clouding the ground with these bombs. No pun intended.
Yeah, honestly, grenades have been littering the battlefield, and Nico already at 90%. On this second stock here, has to hold out for as long as possible to save the Radish King at this point. I don't know.
Oh no, he taking that. He is Gonzo Curry in a rough state. Actually, has Nico in a rough state. Give him the grenade, yes.
Yeah, you take it. Now what? Back and forth.
Oh my child, hold down the neutral.
Honestly, the Curry Snake is so impressive. Look how much chip damage. Yeah, that is.
Dude.
Poor Nico at this point just cannot get boots to ground to even find one potential stock here. Going for the back throw is going to be the pick. How do you get around our girl Nikita? Jeez.
She's a dangerous woman.
She's so dangerous.
She's a man eater. Okay.
There you go. All right, Nico.
Excellent back here. Nico's starting to stabilize a little too late, but he is starting.
Oh, if that was up there, I actually think that could have been it.
That C4 was almost it. Yep, gets the grab. Gonna go for the forward throw, get him off stage. There is limit on deck. Forward air into limit would be great. However, the grenade's gonna go off again. Just keep pulling out these frame one grenades. These combos, man, aren't able to come out for Nico.
Yeah, got to think about this too for Radish King coming in. I mean, Curry is going to be locked into Snake as well, so it's just going to be a little bit rough here. The F tilt. Good night, Nico. That's going to be Arlington holding strong at 5 stocks to 3. Curry saying, you know what? Check my Snake out.
That one combo on that second stock was legendary. So, okay, this is the Smashville platform. Actually, let me see how my camera's oriented. Okay, so this is the Smashville platform. He put a grenade here. He had one on the grenade down here, or he had one on the ground down here. All right? He saw Nico trying to run past them. He dash attacks through, hits Nico up from the ground into the grenade, which is right here. And then as he's rolling through the dash attack, use that to pick up the grenade, hold shield, waits for Nico to hit the ground on him, and then there's another grenade that comes out. That's insane. Okay, Chet just said hi, casters. We are, drumroll please, 3 minutes ahead.
What? Yesterday we were like in sync. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we were. Then again, I feel like since this is a little bit higher stakes, having a stream delay is important so that, well, actually,
not in this game. Every other
not in this game, but just for the rest of the broadcast, especially with like Valorant, Overwatch coming up, it's important. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh yeah, Overwatch. Okay, yep, that makes sense.
For Overwatch. Everybody get mad at Overwatch.
Everyone get mad at Overwatch. Actually, Overwatch should be getting mad at us. I'm gonna be honest.
No, Overwatch is so mad at us.
They are mauling right now.
Unless Overwatch got to sleep in a little bit earlier. You know what I mean? Dividing and Sep are probably like, all right, yeah, I get to sleep in.
Dividing and Sep are just like, they want to get in. They want to start casting. But, all right. Characters are picked. We do have Radish King coming into play right now. On the Belmonts. Okay, as I recall, I think
My goat. Thank you, Radish King.
Is actually like a good matchup for Belmonts.
My honest to the heavens goat. Shoutouts to Radish King, knowing that I love Simon Belmont, so going Simon Belmont for me.
My goat. Konami, by the way, for letting both these characters in the game.
Oh, Konami. Oh, Konami. Regardless, though, Curry is going to have to drop a stock, and this is going to be the king of radishes. Can he do it? 5 stocks on the Belmont.
I mean, he's done it before. Not on the Belmonts, but he did it a little bit earlier today against University of Texas, Austin. Not unrealistic to say that he could do it again. And frankly, going for this Belmont counter pick, I think he could do it. Again, the Belmonts, I think, are really good at dealing with these grenades, especially because they have returning boomerang. They got big disjoints. You know, while Cloud has disjoints that actually mess him up against grenades, they have disjoints that are so long that they actually are able to proc grenades without doing anything.
Right.
And also, Axe is really good against Snake, too.
Curry doing an amazing job right now. And now, it's all Radish King. How do you, as Radish King, just find the option for the KO?
You gotta get in, and that's difficult against Snake. Oh, he missed the ledge. He's gonna try to tether. Nice SDI on the initial hit of the mortar. Uh-oh, he's stuck. He's stuck. Hey, you got something on your booty, bro. Nice shield.
Okay, honestly, Curry just, all right. Yep, this is exactly what we needed when we're behind schedule to zone.
I mean, they want to win, to be fair, and I respect it.
Oh yeah, they definitely want to be ahead going into set number 2 as well. That's going to be really important.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this one went to, a set 3. So having that lead is going to give your team a little bit of extra breathing room. Nice bait on the throw. He's waiting for it, but it will not be ignited until now.
Curry gets 1 stock, we're chilling. Ooh, okay.
True, but Radish King would rather be chilling with 3 stocks.
It's true. Now, the question is, oh my god, look at that shield. Curry.
Ooh, C4.
We gotta get some shield stocks back up in there. What was I gonna say? Who do you send in versus the Belmont? Olimar? Army in chat said that he was playing today.
Army
So-
Ollie is an intelligent player. I feel like he might know the matchup. Then again, I don't know how well the Belmonts really do against. Okay, nice up tilt. I don't know how they do
Huge.
against Olimar, because Olimar is like a little bit harder to deal with, I think, than Snake is. I don't know, man.
All right, Curry potentially going to be dropping down at this point. Holy Water not going to be able to stick. Radish King going to be able to find the retreating fair here. We're getting super, super close. Okay.
Ooh.
That was so close.
Oh my gosh, I love how well he's playing around these grenades as well. Very confident in the matchup, clearly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ooh, okay.
Back there. Uh-oh. Oh, he was trying to stick it with the C4, but it fell off.
So
What? The
close.
grenade, where'd that come from?
Curry, if you can find this one last stock, you've done your job extremely well. And if I'm Army, but it is going to be the Radish King giving a axe to the face. That is going to be Houston stabilizing the pain just a little bit. 3 stocks to 2 in this game 1. So close.
Definitely. Now this is why soccer players wear shin splints or shin guards, just in case someone throws an axe at them, so that way their leg doesn't get cut off. and Snake wasn't wearing them today, so that's why he lost that stock there. But yeah, I definitely see why Radish King is opting for the Belmonts as opposed to the Luigi for this particular opponent, and I don't disagree. Obviously, it's done its work. It's done a good job of it. But whoever they bring in next, it's going to be difficult because Belmonts aren't characters you see very often. Luigi, you see him everywhere. But Belmonts, like 1 or 2 online ever, but not too many.
We shall see, though. I mean, it's Army, right?
It is Army.
It is Army. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Purple Pikmins are going to be
massive
good here.
Yeah, this would be massive.
Because they send, I think they clank with whips, and they also send the boomerang back. Actually, regular Pikmin in general do, but purple just clanks with them. I know way too much about this character.
Myron is on your team, so.
That's my boy.
Are you besties with Myron? Are you like, I can call him Robert because I know him?
No, we're not there.
We're not there yet.
He did tell me that he does have Wawa in Florida, so we're close. But Wawa's a thing you share with intimates.
I mean, isn't there Publix down there? I've never had Publix.
I don't know what Publix is. So
it's like Wawa,
maybe.
Florida Wawa.
But they also have Wawa, so.
I didn't have a Wawa in my life until I moved to Pennsylvania. Crazy, right?
It's pretty big there.
New York
Also,
had none of those.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you guys.
I mean, listen, New York City, I could just walk around the block and get a $1 slice at midnight.
I miss New York pizza so much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Midwest pizza is not good. I don't care what anyone says, by the way. Chicago-style pizza ain't all that. Just have lasagna.
Good. I don't think it's the next best thing ever.
No, just have lasagna.
All right, well, it's Army coming in.
Yes, Army Ollie. Bring it in, baby. All right, so last match of the set, regardless of who wins. However, the detriment is in favor of Arlington because they only have to take 2 stocks, whereas Houston, who is the one possessing the detriment, has to take 3.
1 stock down for the King of Radishes, the Radish Emperor, as he's ascended here. But now it's all about Army. How do you want to finish this off and put UT Arlington in the lead here? And honestly, just the idea of throwing Pikmin is the smartest thing you could possibly do. Already has 1 purple lined up, going to throw it out. And look at the lineup here. Blue, white, and purple. That's a great lineup for when you get enough damage. All right, never mind. All right. Just throw it off. Yeah, no. All right, never mind.
So, and this is another thing about this matchup, Lyric, that you're starting to see right now. Belmonts cannot get rid of these Pikmin. They can't. They have very few moves that are able to do that. Nair, which is supposed to hit his whole body, doesn't do that. So these white Pikmin are crucial to avoid if your name is Radish King.
Right. Okay, red stacking on a little bit of damage. It is. Whoa!
Oh, wait. Hold up, folks.
Whoa,
this is Rage Belmont, but this is a very aggressive lineup. There is up throw that can kill. There is purple that can kill. And on top of that, you know, you got red coming in soon that will also kill soon.
Got blue though. Blue ready to go. Forward air
there's no
with
jump.
purple. It's not gonna be. That's gonna be it. Oh my goodness.
He didn't have a
Radish
jump. He
King,
couldn't make it back.
last stock for Houston, set 1. This is so stinking close. Holy Fire though does actually a good job.
Oh,
of,
wait a minute.
Yeah, it's doing a good job of blocking the Pikmin.
Yeah, I just realized something though. If Radish King thought this far ahead, he probably would have gone Richter instead because Richter has aura properties on his down B as opposed to fire. Because red Pikmin are just completely immune to that. There's that jump.
No
that should do it.
way.
Oh, he saved his jump. He's okay. Oh, he's dead. Yeah. Army Ollie with the W there. And that is going to be UT Arlington going up 1-0 in the set count. They are on set point winner. If they win this next match, we're going home and they win. But we got one more of these to get through at the very least, and I think Houston's going to make it a little bit more difficult next time around.
On the lineup.
Yeah.
Who
Simon
do you-
was my first main as well.
Honestly, the Curry Snake also just fantastic stuff. I think
dude.
Curry gets MVP for just shutting down Nico. Just absolutely came in and was like, all right, I know what I need to do. Shut him down. He did.
Yeah. He might have only taken 3 stock. Actually, no, I think we're forgetting about Davey, who took 5, but
Well, that's true. JB also MVP.
yeah,
They're
but
all
then again, Curry was sick and also took 3 stocks off of the 2 most pivotal players on Houston's roster. So I respect it.
Right. I also respect it. We shall see, though, who is going to be coming in first for both sides. We got one for Arlington. Like I said, they were my favorites to win. But honestly, the Radish King on the Belmont, I want to see what the Luigi's going to be doing now. What, Laird?
I think you stay Belmonts.
You stay Belmont.
You stay Belmonts.
Why?
I feel like Belmonts counter most of
Fizzy,
their roster.
Fizzle versus Davy. That's what we're starting with.
Oh,
And I
we're
think that's what we
starting with
started
that now.
again. Starting with it again?
Well, no.
Oh, no.
They
Snook
brought
started
in Fizzle
that.
on a counter pick. They led
Yep.
Puffers. No,
Oh.
Puffles.
No, they led with Snook.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. Laird, you're losing it, man.
To be fair,
Yoshi and the Steve.
In the past 2 days, I have casted for about 11 hours, and so have you. I'm surprised you're holding it together as well.
I'm chilling.
I'm not. I'm in a heightened state of existence at the moment.
Happens.
I'm interested to see why we have Fizzle coming in.
I mean, the Yoshi did do well against the Steve. So
That is true. Did you really predict that the Steve would be coming in again, though? I mean, it seems usually mix up their rosters a bit.
I mean, I think Davey did an awesome job as leader last time, so it just makes sense that we just throw him in again.
Yeah. Sorry, I am currently handling some stuff for the stream.
Oh, that's... honestly, they're just icing us out. We've already talked.
Yeah.
Like, we already know who's coming in. Let's go. PS2 per chat.
And I would go to interact with the chat, but you guys don't
guys
know I
are
want to
3
interact
minutes
with you guys
behind.
yet. Yeah. You're L, not ours.
You're L. True.
That's what you get for watching the stream. An L. No, I'm kidding though. I love you guys. Like, you guys are some of my favorite people. Be good to each other out there. If you do that, I got no problem with you. Lyrics done with me.
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Is today Sunday?
Yes, today is Sunday.
Let's go back to school tomorrow.
Yay!
Okay. Look at the production chat. I love you so much, Geet.
Poor
Thank you
Geet,
for that.
man. Geet's doing his honest best.
Man, Geet's such a good dude. All right, we're starting on Battlefield. Interesting pick for this one. I really kind of like this for Steve a lot, just because like the stage is so condensed and these platforms are so low that you can really easily block up and just hide and get your materials up. And on top of that, platform extensions up wazoo.
Yeah, it's all kind of. I'm interested to see how Davey's gonna be able to do it. I mean, he forms like this little like Waluigi L with like the blocks and the platform, which makes it very safe. But honestly, so far, Fizzle getting the first chunk of percent here, but can't really find much else.
Yeah, and you know, well, I don't know how much of a chunk that is. It's more of like a sliver. But then again, this is a whole chunk stairway to heaven lyric with that iron axe as opposed to a wooden one.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit much here. Fizzle though, on the verge of getting a little bit high up there in terms of percent. Both of them are just jumping at each other a lot. The minecart scoop not going to be enough, but I like how Davey didn't even engage on it. It was just like, yeah, no, that's not going to be enough for me to get anything meaningful. Let me just go and get materials. So smart.
Yeah, and just it's like, all right, let me just keep only center, I'll hold position, and I'll just get materials. Yeah, smart stuff. And now Fading Back has a lot of gold in the pocket and a good chunk of iron as well. But gonna get beat out by that Nair. That Nair is really sick. It's really fast, but that backer is even more sick and it does way more damage and way more knockback. But there's the egg lay off stage. Steve can make that back though.
Into the block wall into a little bit more of style. Davey does not get swayed at all and even finds a way to get some more percentages in there. Good stuff. The tool's broken though. Gonna have to build. Has the insurance diamond to start the stock off fresh. TNT was anticipated. Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh nah! Oh nah!
So
Davey
the reason that worked, Lyric, is because you can actually detonate the pressure plate not just by stepping on it, but by also using a hitbox to detonate that. And what he did is he hit Fizzle from the back with his up tilt because it's so big, and it also hit the button at the same time, detonating the TNT, and he was so low that he didn't get hit, but he hit Fizzle up in the air, so he did get hit. And this presumable counter pick is now looking very, very rough for Houston. Davey, primed for a 3-stack.
Yeah. So good by Davey. Goes to show how much mastery F Smash will do it. What a way to start off the second set here. UT Arlington going up 12-9. No stocks lost.
Yikes. What a lead.
That's your follow-up? Just yikes.
Well, yeah. Houston in a bit of a bind at the moment.
I think you send in Nico, potentially.
I think you send in Nico as well, to be honest with you.
Let's see, let's see. If we see Beetle in the arena, that is Nico.
That is Nico. Beetle, my guy, by the way. Shout out to Beetle. Like, working hard so that we don't have to.
Is my person. So,
true.
As you can tell. Actually, I don't have... While we need to fill again.
What?
My light. While we need to fill again, did you know that the hit gas station food chain Sheets actually sent me this light for my birthday last year?
Who?
Sheets? You've never had Sheets? What? It's like Wawa.
Oh, you mean worse Wawa?
It's not worse. It's better. It's so much better. The food menu is so much more expansive. We'll get into.
Doesn't mean it's good.
It's so much better.
It's not.
So much better. You've never had it. How do you know?
I have had it.
So how did you even?
I thought Sheets was a person or a tag. I didn't know who you were talking about.
Like Sheets sent me this light, which is actually so cool.
Really cool. The only good thing that they've ever produced.
No, I love Sheets. Sheets is so good.
They're not. Okay.
Sheets is the only place on the planet that still has a snack wrap. Okay?
Okay. Lyric.
Yes.
I
don't like sandwiches.
On the way back from Save Point when I was with Turtle Hands, we stopped off. We stopped off at a Sheets just because there were no Wawas in the area. Yeah. I had a burger and I wanted to die.
Ew. Why would you have a burger?
I don't. Their menu's so expansive, though.
It is expansive, but I would never get a burger from there.
I got a burger from Wawa. That's pretty good.
All right, waiting on the next player to come in. 12-9. This is explosive. Good start from Davey for sure.
Yeah. Hey, do they have Wawa in Texas? Let me check.
No. Do they have Wawa in Texas?
No.
No, they don't. What is the Texas equivalent of Wawa? Buc-ee's. They have Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's. They do have Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
My roommate last year was from San Antonio. He loves Buc-ee's so much. Oh, Casey's, I guess. Okay. He said Buc-ee's is more than just like a gas station. It's an experience.
Whoa.
What?
Is it really more? Is it an experience?
That's what he told me. I haven't been to one personally, but I've heard good things. Yo, anyone from Texas? Well, you're all from Texas. Also, by the way, the last match just ended on stream, and we're still here waiting, by the way, guys. So
3 minutes.
We feel your pain. When you catch us here, I'm sorry that you had to wait that long. But yeah, to tell us a little more about Buc-ee's, please, because I'm interested.
In 3 minutes, tell us more about Buc-ee's.
Yeah, please. I will look at the chat in 3 minutes. Hang on, let me send an alarm.
Set the alarm for 3 minutes.
I'm not going to. Yeah, Houston clearly taking their time on this counter pick, and I don't blame them. Still a very scary person to contend with. Lyric, look at the chat right now. The Twitch chat.
Poor chat learns how long this wait is.
Yeah. Stank badge is like, oh no.
Well, fun fact of the day. Did you know that there's a Twitch streamer currently playing God of War, a whole playthrough exclusively on a dance pad?
Send the link, please.
I'll send you the link.
Thank you. I'll have it on the background while we're waiting for the next match to start.
Working.
I'm kidding.
Well, I sent you the video
thanks.
anyway, so that's cool.
Oh, there's a video.
Cool.
Oh.
It's cool.
Oh no, you sent me a Jake Lucky tweet.
What's wrong with that guy?
No, actually, I don't have any issues with him. I'm aware of him, though, is the thing.
Somebody? Oh, never mind. I thought somebody joined. Somebody's not even in the arena.
Oh wait,
God.
she's cosplaying as well. That's sick.
Yeah, that's cool.
She is live at the moment.
No, we're not gonna do that. Where are they?
They're probably watching that stream.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't blame them. This is an interesting concept for stream. Oh my gosh, yo, I just got a B-dubs ad.
Yeah?
Yeah. Ooh, you know, that's where I'm gonna have lunch today. Planning out my day with all this extra time I have.
We got
I can do
one
my
in the
taxes right
arena.
now.
We got one.
We've had one. Oh, hang on. There's an update in chat. Snook. Finally, Snook is coming in. Okay.
All right, Stuck's coming back in. Can you get the run back?
Whoa, why is there a big snake guy in God of War?
I don't know.
That's so cool. This game's wild. I need to play this game with a dance pad.
Let's see.
Snook, where are you?
Buc-ee's is an experience, yes. All right, now we're talking about
Okay,
Buc-ee's.
all right, Kaven. All right. Hit me with it.
We've talked.
Oh, I hope you hit me with it 3 minutes ago.
We've
No.
talked about a whole God of War experience.
And now we're learning about the Buc-ee's experience. Thanks, Noah. I hope your diabetes heals soon. I just keep swimming. Yeah, thanks, Geet. We're in the trenches. Guys, we're still in the trenches, by the way. Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
Oh my god!
Finally!
Okay, Layered, I know we get paid by hour, but this is not how I wanted to get paid
I didn't
by
want it to go this way.
This is not what I meant by, okay, I'll get paid by hour.
Oh, that's so good. All right.
Hey, this was the opener last time, and Davey didn't lose his stock.
True. Davey didn't lose a stock. He didn't lose one against the counter pick either. So. Oh my gosh! All right, back to Battlefield. Reach Out to the Truth is playing. Banger song, by the way.
True.
I love Persona music.
For a second, I was like, "Is that Persona?" And then I was like, "Wait, it's Persona 4."
Yeah. Well, it's still Persona.
Ooh, Davey
gosh.
going all the way up there.
Oh my god!
71.
What? Okay, and the block broke Lyric right before the final hit of the up smash came out. So instead of going up, he fell, and got hit by the spike of the forward air. That's crazy.
Okay,
Davey's
down throw.
godlike.
Yeah, Davey is moving at this point. Psyched up though, and bounce. It goes for the sizz too. Honestly, the kaboom might have been better. Yeah, you can't be dropping. You can't be dropping stuff while bounce is active. Ooh!
Oh, he whacked him. He top deck whacked him. Ah, he got him. No way, Lyric.
Goodness, what is going on, Larry?
It sure is.
Funny. Whoa! Did you see that?
No.
Falls off the block and just Davey, the scientist. Oh my goodness, what an insane trip so far.
Yeah, but also didn't take off that block, so a nice ping pong combo from Snook. Essentially, that wall can be a doubles partner if you position your attacks correctly.
Could also work against you as well. Oh, empowered mind.
Just like that.
Enough, yeah. Wow. Semi-blessed commentator moment. Oh, uses whoosh. Get out of there. Smart.
I like it. Honestly, Hero Up out of Shield's one of his most slept on options, IMO. Did I just say IMO? In my opinion.
IMO, yeah, you said IMO on commentary.
In my IMO. I'm gonna
In my IMO.
I will get attacked on the quote retweets later.
Okay. Looking for the back air, can't find anything. Jab, jab, jab. Oh, bounce is not active. This up throw.
No, it is Battlefield. Oh, yeah, it's Battlefield.
Wow.
Psych up and oomph Lyric. This is the god loadout. Oh, he dashed into that smash back. Okay.
Yeah, good night. Still, Arlington losing only one stock so far. Houston down to 8 stocks. This is so rough. Whoa!
Oh.
Acceleratal into the full charge neutral.
Acceleratal?
Yeah, acceleratal.
I've never heard anyone pronounce it as that. That's sick.
Have you ever heard anybody that has played Dragon Quest 11? That's how they pronounce it in Dragon Quest.
Acceleratal? Okay. I'm going to start doing that now and make people...
Because it's not Acceleratal because there's not double T's. It's only one T. Everyone always says Acceleratal, but it's Acceleratal.
I thought you were a computer science major.
I wasn't.
Oh.
I was a social work major, fun fact.
Oh, how about that?
I got into game dev. And then F Smash Davey still on the verge of doing what they did in the game one, just pulling ahead so much.
Oh, no.
That is so sad.
No MP. If you get him off stage, he's dead. But then again, he gets a little bit of extra back because he hit your shield. Fun fact, hero hitting shield actually gives him MP.
Yeah. Going for the up smash there. We got Steve with Rage now. This is super big bounce, though. This is important.
Nice
Good tech. Yeah.
Might be out of habit, but didn't get punished for it. Nair back air is going to do a lot of damage. Oh, he's got the setup, but then again, there is a bounce active, so he's not able to capitalize on a forward air. Not going to kill just yet. Side B into the up B, makes it back. Yes, yes. Side up is here. Oh, no tech. Yep, sorry. That is a super tight window to hit Lyric. And Davey with a... Gosh.
Who is going to stop Davey? It has to be Nico.
Yep.
Nico has to come in right now.
Okay, chat. The match is over. Oh my god, and it just started for them. That was almost exactly 3 minutes.
That's how you can tell.
Yeah. I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Yeah.
What's your idea?
You'll see. Anyway,
No,
good stuff there.
Break. You're an absolute madman.
Come on, like it's gonna be 5 minutes.
No. Absolutely not, Laird.
Okay, all right, but Davey in a good position right now.
11 stocks to 6. That's kind of nuts.
Wait, actually? Okay, so I just tuned into the other stream again, and I'm not gonna lie. She's a lot more fluid with it than I expected.
Who?
Miss Mika, the one who's been doing the
So
God of
random
War
out
dance
of
pad
nowhere.
challenge.
That was so out of nowhere.
I just wanted to give the folks an update if they're interested.
If they're interested.
Yeah, it's a really cool idea for a playthrough.
I suppose.
Yeah. Anyway, we have Nico locked in. He's coming in. It will be Pokemon Stadium 2. Has to take 2 stocks off of this Davy Menace.
Yes. And then I guess you send in. Who took out? Oh, you send in the Cloud again, or no? Send in Snake. Snake.
Oh, true. I'm gonna cough real quick. All right, I'm done with that. Sweet. Anyway, so let me think. Nico, Steve, it's doable. It's doable for Davey, to be honest, because like Davey's been playing well. He can turtle really well behind these blocks. Yeah, a lot of good optimizations that can be had here for both sides.
Very true.
And obviously, Cloud's fast enough to really get behind those walls quickly enough.
All right. Waiting for it.
There's a new copy pasta in the chat. Spam this rock for Davey 3 stock.
I like that.
Pretty cool.
Right, the Byleth, the Nico.
What?
Yep, it's here.
Okay. Actually, you know what would be even more legendary? If Nico had a Robin.
Oh, that'd be sick.
And you know why?
Nico Robin, yeah.
Yeah, you can be Nico Robin. I don't watch any One Piece.
What? You don't
No.
watch Peach Fiction?
I've been told that's what it is. But
It is.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Davey going for Iron Tools to start off here. Again, it's a very aggressive play, and I think it helps a lot, especially since mining is slower on the stage since it is a stone stage. You have to use a pickaxe. So, frankly, I quite agree with it. On top of that, it is Nico. You want to have as much tools and access to them as early as possible.
Right. Davey, though, already getting started. Even a one-stock loss on the Houston side would be absolutely massive. Sort of the creator, though, into the Arid Bar. Looking really good so far. Coming out from Nico. Going to be able to at least get something started here. But the edge guarding here on Byleth is so good that you have to be careful, even if you're Steve.
Yeah, this is one of the best players in the country right now in Nico, and he's got Davey in his face, but Davey not taking no blows for granted. Obviously, doing a good job mining, but also with a lot of really good setups at the ledge. That was excellent. That was such a good checkmate situation. Double block up so that you can't jump. On top of that, you also have access to the anvil because it'll fall down. If he shields it, it'll break his shield, so that's a big deal. On top of that, rolls covered with a smash attack, and man, finishes it up with a blind spot back air. What a sick play there from Davey.
Davey honestly playing out of their mind right now. What, 7 stocks taken at this point? This is great stuff. Will pull the diamond. That's really important. It also goes to show once more, I'm just looking up the stats right now. Davey and Nico have never played before either.
Interesting. So yeah, a completely fresh set for them as well. And again, Steve is a matchup that Nico's had to deal with a number of times today, and they're pretty good at it. But again, Davies is something else entirely.
Yeah, all the tricks too, but it is going to be just the F-tilt that'll get rid of Davey's second stock. If Davey gets one more stock, it's absolutely a massive blow to Houston. And
yeah,
it'll be up to Radish King to take off 9 stocks with only 3. But Nico could potentially do it as well. I mean, so far, though, Davey just running away with the lead.
Yep, and looking for the F smash angled down and might have grabbed it at the ledge, but Davey with a nice roll behind, looking to take one more. There are Iron Tools active here, Lyric. Oh, I love the blind spot on the forward air. It's not going to get hit, though. There's the up B, looks for the follow-up back air, not going to do the trick. Back air on the platform, though, pretty much putting him in the same situation as before. No iron for Davey, but the rapid jab gets locked in too early, and there's the F smash for Davey. Davey has now taken 8 stocks from Houston.
Yeah. For sure, Davey, just MVP right now of Arlington. Honestly, if you take 9 stocks, that's so godlike. The rest of your team is probably so happy, too. So here we go, looking for the scrapping too.
Statistically, if you take 9 stocks, Lyric, you have lost 1 stock for each of your stocks.
Yeah.
Or sorry, you've taken 3 stocks for each of your stocks lost. That's a really big way to be positive.
Right. Nico, though, has to go into the corner, has to figure out something new. F smash, no iron, though, but going to pull the diamond. This is danger zone for sure.
It definitely is. And Nico right now with some rage to help him out. Not going to get the strong spot of that back air, though. Maybe has them lapped in percentages, but there is no iron to their name. Reads the roll back. Dash attack off the nair. Will not kill. Nice usage of the jump to avoid. The Amir down air is going to come out, but it will miss as well. Grabbing the ledge just in time. Nice tech off the wall. Comes in swinging with that jab.
No iron at all, Laird. That's really important. No mine carts out of situations. No time to mine. Going to pull a little bit there. Has gold.
Nice bait.
Mine cart. Davey!
Davey! What a play there from Davey. Excellent. That is 9 for Davey with a chance to take a little bit more. And before we get into the next match, we are going to take a little bit of a break. Houston need some time to deliberate and see what they need to do next. Because when we return, presumably it will be Radish King needing to take 11 stocks if he wants his team to win this. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing. But I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. I can't play Minecraft. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content. https://twitter.com/Septilins. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way. Because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
Hi guys, we're back. It is show time, actually crunch time here for
crunch
Houston.
time.
Yeah, you need to take 10 stocks with your 3 if your name is Radish King. And you know, he is royalty. He can do it. He is on the Belmonts, and I think the Belmonts can do it, but Lyric, it will not be easy.
No, it will not be easy at all here. And now it's up to one Radish King with 3 stocks on a Belmont to defeat Davey and what will be the rest of UT Arlington at this point too. Honestly, Davey, if you get 1 stock here, I mean, you've already done your job thrice. But now, if you get another one, it's just cherry on top. Radish King, I wish you the best of luck, friend. As now you are in danger zone.
No way.
Jump, Davey. Going to be able to gimp Radish King on the Richter. Unfortunate.
Lyric, this is how Liberty dies.
Is this how Liberty dies?
With thunderous applause, man.
The entire Houston team? Okay, no, we had
he saved his jump. He's a talented enough player to save his jump. And I guess he did hear what I said, and he did switch to the Richter. So that in case Army Ollie comes in, he has a little bit of a better time against the Pikmin.
They're gonna get scooped up. Going to just pull stone, and even just conserving resources here. Up airs. Okay, great DI by Radish King, but it does not seem to matter here. Looking for it to Davey 115. Can you get one more on the way out?
Can he? I don't know, because this onslaught from Radish King at the ledge is looking very good. Some weird hurtbox shifting at the ledge is going to allow him to live. He used the whip hold in Smash Bros. And actually did something with it. That was sick.
That's the first documented on stream ever that we've seen the whip hold actually do something.
True. Trying to get any semblance of... All right, he gets one. Takes it. Yep, excellent. Oh, he does. Okay, he gets a little bit more room. He's going to wall up here. Move up a little bit, actually, so that he didn't get hit by the axe. He has access to Diamond. Does he go for the mining? No, not yet. TNT's up there. Breaks him. Tries to pop that shield. Not going to do it just yet, though. Radish King still remains stalwart. Right down. No follow-up.
So unfortunate. The minecart's going to hit air dot out. So is Diamond here. Looking for it. Holy Cross. Nice.
Holy Cross. F-Tilt should do it. Okay. Radish King maintains 2 stocks and still has a Herculean task of taking 9 right now.
Shout out to Davey. Davey MVP. Absolutely. Taking down 10 stocks in finals. 10.
Dude.
With just 3. With just 3.
I don't know. I love my man Radish King. He's excellent. He's very good at the game. And Richter's a really cool character that not a lot of people know how to play against. So I am not certain as to whether he has the chops to do this.
Yeah.
I don't even know if MK Leo could do this. There's a lot.
How dare you? Don't ever sleep on the GOAT.
He is the GOAT for a reason, I will say. But again, man, it's different.
Let's see. This is so scary. So scary.
I'm just, man. Who comes in us? Not Snake. Incineroar?
Army?
Army.
Is it Army? I don't know.
Army. Give me Army. Curry. It is Curry. So presumably Incineroar. Because I don't think Snake does so hot against Belmonts.
True. Waiting, man.
Always waiting with us today, isn't it, Lyric?
Actually, it's Radish King, the one picking stage. Taking a little long down there.
It's a Houston thing. Does time just not move as quickly in Houston or something? Sephiroth?
Who is Sephiroth?
Who is it?
It's Curry! Curry also plays Sephiroth.
I told you it was Curry.
I won't talk to you anymore after this block.
That's fine. We're never gonna see each other again. Rash King's gonna SD1. Hey, so I got a long sword. I got long whip. You know.
Yeah.
That's kind of the game we got here.
Jeez. Curry already just absolutely doing what Sephiroth does best. And I love that from Seth too. You can poke into the side of the stage, wait for Belmont to be done with the flowchart of edge guards here. And now just get everything started. Has the side special on. Only 2 orbs though. Won't be too detrimental. Radish now off stage. Sephiroth, Masamune, man. Just hits from downtown and around.
Always crits too.
Yep.
Not in this game, but you know, in the
Yep.
FF7.
Come on, man. That's
I know the
that's
lore.
Sephiroth for you.
Yep, true. Always gets the broken stuff, this guy. But I want to talk about the usage of these shadow orbs, or shadow flares coming in from Curry. They've been really effective as a zoning game. They've been going past the whip. Whip doesn't connect with them, so he's doing a good job of like sticking 1 or 2 on Radish King and just forcing the tempo in his favor. Because it's having shadow orbs, shadow flares on you is like, it's interesting for the sole reason of, oh, now you have to play at my tempo or you're gonna get hit by these things that do 8% each.
Right. Okay, back air, not going to be enough here. Blade dash up to the ledge. Yeah, it's the stick. Ooh! Sephiroth
Okay.
though. 8 stocks to go. Belmont 2. Is it possible?
It is always possible, Lyric. Until Xander Mobus says game, it is possible.
That's true. Ooh, looking for it. Not going to be able to find it, though. Finds the forward air. Ooh! So close. Oh, no.
This is tournament stock for not only Radish King, but also the University of Houston. Their hopes live and die with this young man.
This is so scary.
It is. There's the blade dash to reverse the position of the stage. F-tilt's going to come through. Radish King, you know, he's starting to bring this back a little bit. Wing will be active here soon, Lyric.
Yeah, for sure. Wing will be active. It's also the fact that it's just positioning too. Going for the down air. Looking for it. Finds the F-tilt. Going all the way off there.
Where is it?
That's
And
going to be T. Arlington taking it over Houston. And they will be our Super Smash Bros. Winners of the CECC South. Congratulations to them. We'll be getting an interview with them, but what a great showing from Davey.
Davey, obvious MVP of the entire set. First set takes 5. Second set takes... I need to do some math. 9? Was it? No, 10. Yeah. Took 1 off of my man. So that, I mean, 15 on the day for your 6. Excellent ratio. Some players don't even finish a season with that good of a ratio. So
That's true.
excellent. He did this in 1 set. So excellent stuff there to our guy. And that is going to do it for the set. But if you guys want more info on our winners, stay tuned. We got a hard-hitting interview coming up. And this will probably be a loud one because of how hyped those teams definitely need to be. So don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Your character?
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my God! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it.
So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place? That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
1st place? That's very doable.
1st place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never play Smash 4? No. Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do we think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here. And this is going to be probably the most fun part of the day for us here. We get to interview the MVP, probably of the entire CECC South Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament. This is David Tran, representing the University of Texas, Arlington. How you doing, brother?
I feel good. I'm happy to have won.
Oh, you didn't just win. You went 15 for 6, my brother.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. Davey, what was going through your head as you were absolutely demolishing the other team today?
Honestly, I was just having fun. You know, when you play Steve, you're just always having a good time doing whatever you want.
Yep, that's
respect. Yeah. That is how you play the character.
And also, it was also just retribution for yesterday when I took one stock, and I needed to prove myself. You know, like I'm worth more than that.
So are you active in your scene?
Am I what?
Are you active like in your competitive scene?
I'm pretty active. Yeah, you would say that.
So your stats say Pokemon trainer. Is this Steve new?
The Steve is about I would say like a year old at this point.
Okay.
Pokemon trainer is not really my main anymore. I don't really have a main at this point. When I go to a tournament, I just pick whoever feels fun that day. And today was Steve Day.
My kind of guy. I respect that, Davey. Now, talk us through. Obviously, you said that you were motivated going into today after taking only one yesterday. Do you think that even that showed itself, I guess, in your play style at all? I mean, obviously it did, but what were you thinking? Were you like, dude, I need to destroy these guys? Or were you like, okay, I need to do this well? Or what were you feeling?
I just wanted to play to where we win. I didn't care if I destroyed them. I didn't care. I just wanted to put the team in a good position. I want to take at least 3 stocks every time, and that's all I really wanted. I went a little overboard. I'm not gonna lie, but hey, it worked out.
Hey man, overboard's always good in crew battles.
Yeah.
Gotta be. All right, Davey.
So,
I mean, you're speaking for the rest of your team right now. Any shout outs you would like to give? Any, closing remarks, at least? Any smack talk you'd like to say on behalf of your team before we cut it to Overwatch?
Yeah, this time I'm gonna do a little smack talk right now. I'm gonna call out UTD. We were supposed to play round 2. Y'all DQ'd. Come on, man.
It wasn't UTD. UTD.
Oh,
UTD.
They both DQ'd.
Really?
Yeah, SAGU and UTD both DQ'd.
So wait. UTD would have DQ'd yesterday, and then
they did. Yeah, they did, and then SAGU DQ'd this morning.
Oh, dude, and I know, like Arlington and the Dallas area is like
we're really tight. I'm friends with all of them, and I would have loved to play with them again because we've been a historic rivalry in the collegiate crews for a long time, but we hadn't played in years. So this would have been the first time in years we would have played, and they decided to DQ. So
unfortunate.
Shame on y'all for that.
Yeah,
all right. Not the shame on y'all.
But in a more positive light, how's your team feeling right now after your victory? What's next for you guys?
Next we go to nationals.
Yay!
We're chilling right now, and we get the money, which is awesome. I love money.
Yes, sir.
Don't we all, brother? Well, anything you would like to say for yourself to close out, Davey?
No. I'll just leave it at that.
Simple.
Dude, I respect the living hell out of you. Congratulations for an excellent run today. Congratulations to you and the rest of your team, as well as your coaching staff and your program as a whole. We wish you all the best at Nationals.
Thank you.
Have a good night, my friend. All right. And that is going to seal us out. The CECC South has concluded. Your champions are the University of Texas in Arlington. And boy, what a win they have. But if you guys are still hungry for a little bit more esports action today in the CECC South, don't fret, because on our mainstream esports U, we have Valorant going on, as well as afterwards, after we're done with this Smash Brothers section, we have Overwatch 2 coming up on this stream. So don't go nowhere. But for Lyric and for everyone else here at Esports U, as well as the CECC, I'm Laird. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a great rest of your day. Stay safe. Take care.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I didn't think anyone was gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
What are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
My name is Aaron Capico. I am the head coach and esports manager for Blinn College. We are located in Brenham and Bryan, Texas. We've been a program for going on 3 years now. We're super excited to compete in the CECC. We've qualified in 2 different titles, both and Valorant, and both teams are super excited to get. Yeah, so I think we're always excited to face good competition. There's a lot of it for sure. In our groups for Valorant, I think our biggest test or the best team outside of us in our group is probably Winthrop. So we're definitely excited to see them. They have a few players that some of our players are aware of and have seen from the Tier 2 scene, as well as several players in Overwatch are excited about our group. Our group's extremely strong. I mean, 3 very highly rated teams, highly respected teams. I believe our group has UTD, Kennesaw State, and Converse, which are all 3 phenomenal teams. So it's going to be a super strong group and a good challenge for our Overwatch team to get started. They're excited. They just want to get out and compete. They don't really care kind of what the circumstances are, who they're playing, whatever it may be. They're just looking to go out and be as competitive as possible. And that's one of my favorite things about them. I know that they're very excited to get started and hopefully continue our success that we've had to start the year and kind of build on that and continue to improve as a team and start facing better and better competition. I mean, we've competed in a number of competitions. Outside of the 2 titles that have qualified, we have 3 other titles that we competed in: Smash Bros, Rocket League, League of Legends. So we've had a ton of competition already this year. All of our teams have been fairly successful, I'd say. We're always looking to improve, and there's still things to work on and get better at for sure. But overall, our teams looked really, really strong this season, and we're super happy with the progress that we've made from where we started about 3 years ago to where we are now. We're super excited about that and super excited to kind of continue to build. And our Valorant team has been ranked in the top 5 now by the Collegiate Valorant Hub, so definitely a strong team there, as well as taking down some opponents in the top 5 from those rankings, and a lot of success there, as well as just success in ECC. We're currently 3-1 in that competition, and gearing up for CVAL coming in a couple weeks as well. So just a lot of competition there, as well as Overwatch has started the year off undefeated in NACE play for their Varsity Premier Division, currently 2-0. And just excited to see kind of what the future looks like and what the rest of this semester, rest of this year is going to look like for us. We're excited as a program, and I think it's going to be something really fun. Really, we're going to have a really strong season across the board. I would say our Valorant team is 5 Tier 2 players who all have high-level LAN experience and have played a lot in the amateur scene. That's an interesting storyline. Not to mention our Overwatch team that brings back, last year Overwatch was 6, now it's 5. But 4 of the 5 players on our starting roster are returning players, so a lot of experience with our Overwatch roster, and I know they're very excited about getting a second year and another year to kind of improve as a team and grow as a group. as well as they're welcoming in our new freshmen with open arms and helping them develop and get ready, get up to speed, get ready to play as quickly as possible. I think that overall for us as a program, we're moving into our biggest year ever. I think that the support from administration and from the school side of things has raised exponentially, which is pretty evident by the building out of our new facility. That's over $1 million for this facility, not to mention our Brennan facility, which is about another $500,000 easily spent. So the investment by the school has been phenomenal, and we're super excited to kind of show what we can do with what the school's invested in us, and kind of get out to some more events and start attending more events. Coming up right after CECC, we'll be attending the Campus Clutch Regional Finals for Texas in Dallas. So we're super excited about that, and to hopefully get to compete in that event as well on a national stage. It's something that we're super excited about. It's the start to a lot of great progress that we've made, and we're seeing a lot of really good results from where we started the program from basically scratch. There was nothing previous before myself and my assistant coach got here, and now we've built out something really great. We're expanding to have another full-time position, as well as more scholarships to offer, and those kind of things that are really great for us to offer as a program and for us to continue to build on.
So my name is Scott. I'm general manager here at Esports UCF, based in the University of Central Florida. We are located obviously in Florida. We've been a UCF sport club for about going on 3 years now. I was actually one of the founding officers for our club over here at UCF. And you know, we competed last year in CECC, and we're excited to compete again. Right now we got the teams qualified for Overwatch, Rocket League, and Valorant, so super excited to see how they do. For Valorant in particular, looking forward to seeing how our team stacks up against TAMU and Winthrop. These heavy hitters on Twitter have been ranked really high, and our team got put 6th in the nation, so we really want to see how we stack up against the best of the best in Valorant. Yeah, so our teams, for the most part, are completely new. Our Rocket League team in Valorant have some of the same players, just a new name. Our Academy team from last year basically completely promoted to our main roster, so we're really excited to see their growth and see them continue to grow. Our Valorant team, has been dominating competition that they've been in. They just qualified for the Red Bull Campus Clutch LAN event as well. So we're really excited with how they've been progressing. Our Overwatch 2 team qualified, even though they got formed a week prior. Our tryouts ended that Sunday before CECC qualifiers. So we were really excited to see them actually be able to qualify and make it to the next stage in the event. Not really exciting story, sort of. My club president, Carson, was explaining a story that the Valorant team had the last time at CECC, where they were up till the wee hours of the morning. One of the academy, or our main team players came and helped the academy team, and they were up so late. They had the VODs on the TV, and one of them had like a tablet with strats, and they were trying to like figure out what to do for the next day, and it was fun to see. Also made sure they got to bed on time.
My name's Andrew. I'm the esports coordinator at the University of South Florida. We're located in Tampa, Florida, and we've been a program for about 3 years now. And we're excited to be competing in Super Smash Brothers for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Yeah, of course. Anytime we get to play another school in Florida, I think that's always a great kind of in-state rivalry. In the past, we've had really great matches, like an Overwatch against Kennesaw. So I know we always kind of see if they're in the tournament anywhere. But for Super Smash Brothers, this is really one of the first times that they've competed in a large event. So I'm interested to see maybe what new rivalries start happening, or maybe, if there are really any close matches to keep an eye on. Yeah, so competition for us is still a lot of league play. So we participate in ECAC as well as NACE. We actually have 10 esport clubs. Each club is a different title, and I kind of just help oversee and advise all of those different clubs. Each one of our clubs has anywhere from 2 to 3, sometimes even 4 teams. So all in all, at USF, we have about 30 different teams competing at any given time. So our weeks are a little bit hectic, but we had really great numbers for our tryouts this year, which allowed us to create a lot of different teams. So most of that is taking place virtually, obviously, but we also have some LAN opportunities. We're hosting a Battle for Florida tournament here in Florida, which is for Rocket League and League of Legends. So trying to continue to start getting those in-person opportunities, but most of our competitive play is online. Yeah, I think for me, a storyline that I'm curious to see is, like I said, our Super Smash Brothers team. This is kind of the first real competition that they've competed in. They play a lot of locals. They play a lot of just against each other. But this is really the first time that they've played other schools, and for them to be able to qualify for CECC would be huge. And I'd be interested just to see how they handle it, see how they handle kind of people watching and the pressure, and hopefully they do well. And I know that they'll make everybody proud.
Yeah, of course. My name is Adam Stanley. I am Director of Esports at Bruton Parker College. We are in South Georgia. We've been a program for about 3 years now. We're just making our way into the competitive world of collegiate esports. Yeah, absolutely. There are 2 teams that we've got our eye on. We've got UT Arlington, which they're a historic program.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC South 2022 Overwatch 2 edition. Still Septilence and Dividing here on the mic, and we have a phenomenal couple of series for you. We start with 8 teams. They all get to play one another. It's great. It's a whole lot of fun. The bracket kicks off. We immediately go from 8 to 4, and Dividing, we are already down to that 4.
It is 4 incredibly strong teams here in the CECC semifinals. I do want to plug my own project here because it is pertinent, right? The Overwatch Collegiate Ranking Associations earlier on in the month, they sent out our first ever Overwatch Collegiate Ranking, our top 20 teams in North America Collegiate. 3 of those top 20 teams are present in this top 4. We have number 5 UT Dallas, number 13 Converse, number 18 Kennesaw State, and then a team that is really surprised in this South qualifier, Florida, rounding out those 4. So we've got some really high-level Overwatch coming at you in this region, and we're starting off with a bit of a rematch of a matchup we saw yesterday between the UT Dallas Comets and the Kennesaw State Owls. So it's going to be interesting to see a potential revenge game for Kennesaw, who got 3-0'd yesterday.
Yeah, and we can take a look at these rosters as well. There are going to be some familiar, well, not faces, but some familiar names, as UTD making their reappearance here on stream from yesterday. They're going to be coming out. The expectation statistically is for them to win this, as they've beaten Kennesaw in a 3-0 once already. We jump over to my friends at Kennesaw, and we can see what they're ready to bring to the table as well. Unfortunately, no headshots from them, but the names very familiar at this part. And we've got to say, Kennesaw, we talked a lot about it at the end of their series against UTD in particular. It always felt like 10% away. It always felt so just barely out of reach. So hopefully Kennesaw used all of yesterday. They were able to watch some VODs, get a little bit of recollection of what they want to bring to the table today, and can execute that again to at least give us something beyond a 3-0. We have yet to see something that wasn't a 3-0.
Come on, guys. I'd really love to get a little bit of a longer series today, especially since we are limited to just these 3 series of semifinals and the finals. We got a little bit more time on the docket today, so let's see if we can make these matches last a little bit longer. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think Kennesaw, they had multiple opportunities throughout their match with UTD where they had the advantage over UTD early on in a fight, but they just couldn't quite finish it off, right? UTD did a great job of sticking around in a fight, keeping themselves active and on the objective, and stopping Kennesaw from making progress. Just enough time for either there to be a huge individual play from a carry potential player like Petal, or for the rest of their team to come back and go back in as 5. Kennesaw just needs to figure out how to go in for the kill and really finish off the Comets.
Yeah, and I'm excited because we're not going to be starting on Lijiang Tower. Like I mentioned, Lijiang Tower, I love it. I love it every day. But we are going to go back to Oasis, which I believe we only saw once yesterday. It went all the way to the third and final stage, if I'm not mistaken. And it brought a lot of pressure to these teams because it's not a map they ran 7 series in a row. It's a map they're still familiar with, but it can often call for different choices and team compositions. In UT Dallas, the doors haven't opened yet, but they're already teasing some pretty weird plays here.
We will see if they stick with it here. I would be kind of surprised to see Petal lock in the Junkrat to start off, but there is some potential here for some interesting longer range comps here on City Center. You have that big pillar in the center of the map that is really easy to kite around, but at the end of the day, I think both teams are locking in what has been established as kind of the meta so far in Overwatch 2. It's a Sojourn, Genji, Zarya compositions.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. And Sojourn, Petal, arguably the most consistent Sojourn we saw yesterday. So to see it come out from UT Dallas makes a whole lot of sense. Kennesaw's Kesen goes down in the HP, but does not go down in their entirety. Still standing, a 5v5. And I love what Kennesaw is doing here. They focused out the Sojourn. If they're able to find this Elam, it could be colossal. Both DPS go down for UT Dallas, and Kennesaw can snatch back a round victory here, or at least a round lead as they go to kick things off, put that first point down. And this is already a different story than we saw yesterday. Kennesaw, much, much more dominant than what we were given yesterday.
Yeah, such a good fight there from Kennesaw because they understood, they saw Petal going around for a sneaky flank on that Sojourn. That slide and jump combo allows you to reach some pretty unorthodox spots on the map, but Clash saw it coming, was able to win the up-close 1v1 against a Sojourn player. Not as much of an advantage for the Genji as you would think. And now they get to go into this next fight with the Amplification Matrix ready from Campsky.
The Amp Matrix from Campsky should be enough to scare off UT Dallas for a bit, and I love what Dallas has done there. They've rotated around the far side, made it a little harder for Kennesaw to respond with 2 of them already down, the DPS line missing. It's going to be a tough fight for the turnaround. That's the Portal Combat, 2Fish finds Savior, and unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit late. There it is. I talked about the lethality that Petal brings to the table on this Sojourn, and there's no better example of that than a 3-piece.
It's just so precise. When Petal is allowed to just walk around the map shooting with no one really contesting him, he's almost unstoppable. It's just the experience that he brings to the table, and now UT Dallas, they're looking to build on their lead here and try to establish dominance in this map.
UT Dallas, we've seen them lose, part of a point before. We've seen them lose a full point before, and we've also seen them come back from a rough start many, many times, arguably more than any other team here this weekend. They lose the first fight, and then they go to not lose another one the entirety of that combat, the entirety of that series, excuse me. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep that pattern alive. Kashir goes deep, and that's Clash that pulls a play to their own. They pull him at the exact same time. It looks like Kashir's is going to be just a little bit more effective. Jukebox with the cleanup. Clash finds a bit of free damage, but unfortunately, gonna get surrounded and collapsed on. That is a complete and total team kill from UT Dallas.
That is a tough one to swallow for Kennesaw. Both Genjis pull out the blades at the same time, but Kashir was just in a slightly better position to be able to follow up on it. Clash dashed in, and the entirety of UT Dallas had pushed up so far that there wasn't really that many targets for the Genji to go after. This time around, though, we have dueling grabs and dueling overclocks, and Kesen takes out Jukebox as the grab comes out. That is so huge.
Yeah, I mean, that grab overclock, something I thought we were going to see a lot more of yesterday, but instead it was, they were used kind of individually instead of as a duo. It's really easy. It makes the enemy team fish in a barrel for a lethal ability like that overclock from Sojourn. Kennesaw using it to its highest capability and going to be able to flip the point as well. However, they cannot afford to make a single mistake from here on out if they want to win this point.
And they don't have a ton to work with. They do have the beat, which is a really nice defensive ability, but really nothing when it comes to offensive abilities like this overclock.
Yep, and the overclock coming out from UT Dallas. Now Petal putting 2 down, the DPS missing. That Baptiste not far behind. And as we talked about, a single mistake could not be made. And instead, UT Dallas immediately going to force a mistake on the side of Kennesaw. This should be enough to win the fight. And even if it doesn't, Kennesaw has to win this with not even close to an ultimate on the board.
2Fish is trying to get around to get an extra contest up. You got another 7 seconds to try and get anyone on the point to contest, but they're doing a fantastic job, UTD, of keeping Kennesaw at bay. We do get a touch from the Lucio. Overtime is ticking.
Overtime has begun. The Immortality Field already gone. The Lucio critical condition has to get out of the engagement. It has to leave this poor Baptiste on his lonesome. Kashir goes in quick. The right click just so unbelievably strong. Part of the reason Genji's going to get nerfed, but that nerf has not come to fruition yet. UT Dallas, they're going to take advantage of it. as fast as they can. We need a 5K from Clash to seal it, but with another team kill, UT Dallas puts themselves up 1-0 on Oasis.
Some encouraging signs there for Kennesaw on that first
Absolutely.
map. They came away with some very nicely planned fights where they understood what UT Dallas was going for and played well to counter it. That being said, it felt like UT Dallas often got more value out of their ultimates than Kennesaw did. I think Kennesaw was using their ultimates more reactively instead of proactively most of the time, trying to cancel out ultimates that UT Dallas uses first, letting the Comet set the tempo, and that really is not how you're going to win a game against these UT Dallas Comets. As now we head to University, the most closed in of the 3 maps. We'll see if that causes any changes in the comps. No, it will not. We're still going with those Sojourns, and Sojourn is actually surprisingly effective at short and mid-range anyway, so it's still not a bad pick.
Very true. It might make the railgun a little bit harder to use from a distance, but the good news is it works just as effectively up close. So maybe it forces Petal and Kezin to play a little more close a little more close combat than they choose to do. Clash with that first blood once again. Jukebox goes down. Losing the tank should be the nail in the coffin, but Savior finds Clash. The immortality field on the side of Kennesaw is gone. But UT Dallas, they are going to be smart enough to keep that back pedal moving, hold that S button, and wait for their tank to reconverge. Savior, though, I love this, preventing as much percent as possible. This may even be an opportunity for Dallas to turn things around. Pedal finds Camsky, all that healing gone, that immortality gone, and oh, there's another one. That tank is gone. We talk about Sojourn, how she can be very effective, and with a talented player like Pedal behind the wheel, she is going to work perfectly on Oasis here.
It's both the character and the player, right?
Absolutely.
Sojourn is a fantastic hero, effective at all distances, and Petal is a player that can take advantage of all of it. You saw just when UT Dallas needed someone to pop off, Petal was ready for it, and now UT Dallas are going to have the amplification matrix from Tinspire up in a moment to keep holding on to this point.
And speaking of the devil, and he shall appear, that amplification matrix comes out quick from Tinspire. It's one of those ultimates where even if you don't find eliminations with it, it usually creates a lot of space. But when you do find eliminations with it, it can be all the sweeter. Kashir traded for 2 fish, the Lucio speed boost, missing for Kennesaw. They've got to move in, notably slower than they'd like to. Into the counter amp from Camsky is a genius play here. Should open the door for Kennesaw to at least get their feet on the point. But the question is, can they flip it out from underneath UT Dallas, who currently is retreating to Swan? That'll be Kennesaw for their first point cap here on second point Oasis.
I loved that from Kennesaw. You saw the amplification matrix come out early from Tinspire. They bent, but they did not break. Just took out the line of sight until they were able to go back in with their own. But here comes the blade from Kashir.
Kashir finds the blade as the Baptiste has already gone down, so no immortality field to keep the team alive. Kennesaw, they want to hold on to what they've got, try to re-engage the next fight with these ultimates, but 21% to their 40. I mean, that's not particularly bad. There's absolutely signs of life from Kennesaw at the moment. They have to walk face first into a grab overclock combo, though, from UT Dallas, and that might be the scariest thing about this next engagement.
I wonder if Kennesaw knows that Savior isn't quite ready with that beat yet. I don't think, yeah, they do actually. That's why Clash goes in so early and does manage to take down Tinspire before going down himself.
Yeah, Juke commits the grab to catching Clash out there. Wanted to completely negate that blade. It's a 1-1 trade, one that I think can work out pretty well in favor of UT Dallas. With that Baptiste missing, that should have been Kennesaw's green light. Unfortunately, Kezin gets sent back to that spawn room and things start to fall apart a little bit. More Kennesaw, immortality gone, overclock gone. The time is soon to be gone. They've got 25 seconds left to recontest this point, or they're going to have to give UT Dallas map number 1 in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, but here comes the grab from Prototype R along with that overclock. The beat is out from Savior to keep them up for now, and that might be just enough. The overshield was too much for the railgun to melt through, and Jukebox Kashir, they are melting down player after player from the side of Kennesaw with only 3 seconds left on the clock. It is an emergency doom for Prototype R. They're not going to get there. UT Dallas start off the finals Sunday strong with a 2-0 victory.
The semifinals, a 2-0 Oasis win in map 1 is colossal because these, just as every series we had yesterday, is a best of 5. So they've won 1, they've just got to win 2 more. Up next will be Hybrid, and then we will, no, that's not correct.
Sorry, yeah,
Up
Escort.
Next will be Escort, and then we will go into Push. My apologies on that one. But I know this is going to be a tough uphill climb for Kennesaw. We knew that coming in. We see it now. They show signs of life, but UT Dallas, and I think in particular, their, oh my goodness, their ultimate rotation was very impactful, very effective, and they never, like you said, were reactive. They played proactive. They controlled the pace and the momentum of the entire game, and unfortunately, Kennesaw just could not react fast enough.
It is so tough to keep up with a team that is as talented and as synergized as UTD Comets are. They added a couple new players to their roster last season over the offseason, but for the most part, this is the same group that had so much success in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship last year, in places like the Star League. Like, this is a team that has established themselves as true contenders, and they have only gotten stronger as they have continued to play together and continue learning how to play around each other. And because of that, you saw how UTD were able to not just take fights quickly, but also take losses very quickly. It's not like Kennesaw, it's not like it was a wipe. Kennesaw took several fights, but UTD Comets were able to bounce back extremely quickly, take recontests, go back in with their own ultimates, I think a lot faster than Kennesaw were expecting. Usually after you win a fight, you have a minute to catch your breath before you go in for the next one. There was no chance for the Owls to catch their breath after a lot of the fight wins that they got, and that is why we saw so many times that Kennesaw take a fight and then Comets just swing the pendulum back in their favor really fast.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited because we've gotten confirmation on what our next map is going to be. It's going to be an escort map, and one I believe we only saw a single time yesterday in our first series, Circuit Royale, a very fun map, one of the newest in the game, of course, with the release of Overwatch 2. That map followed suit, and UT Dallas, they're going to be trying to stall Kennesaw out here. I mean, we had the curse of the full holds yesterday. Is that story going to be rewritten today?
I'm scared. I'm scared for Kennesaw here because you have willingly opted to play against Petal's Widowmaker, which we saw on Circuit Royale yesterday was lights out against, I believe it was UT Arlington we saw against them, maybe? I might be wrong on that, but whoever it was, they got shut out by the Widowmaker, as well as Kashir on the Sojourn. A little bit of an off player, usually playing those projectile characters, but is very much proficient on the hit scan as well, and hitting those railgun shots. So there's going to be a lot of pressure here on Kezin and Clash to try and equalize here on an extremely talented DPS duo from the Comets.
Yeah, there's Zenyatta being subbed in for UT Dallas as well. Doi1 making an appearance. Kennesaw bringing out the Junkrat, which I think I would like to see on defense, but on attack, okay, we're going for the up and over on the Widowmaker. This actually does make a little bit more sense, but you've got one shot to land it, and if you miss, you're out of there. Unfortunately, can't find anybody. Might be able to live to tell the tale. Deep into the back line, has to just constantly hold on to that left click, takes the mortality field out of the equation, but it's actually the help of Kezin that seals the deal on that MO field. Honestly, that gets Kennesaw a lot of space. The damage that Clash created immediately kind of scared UT Dallas backwards, but at the same time, we're back to that conundrum of now you're in the perfect spot for Petal to pick you off one by one. Well, if they even round this corner, that is.
Yeah, they got to get around the corner. I will say that while the Junkrat play didn't get any kills, it did force UT Dallas off of the high ground and give Kennesaw a lot of space to work with, which is why they're able to get to this U-turn with basically nothing at all. But now here comes the resistance from UT Dallas. And while it was an interesting play from Kennesaw, unfortunately, you're going to have to get Clash back over to that Genji and get back to square one as UT Dallas. Yeah, UT Dallas... Okay, yeah, it's not the Genji yet. It's still going to be the double sniper here for Kennesaw, which, you know, you're back to the same problem that I talked about before, where Petal and Kashir are just so incredibly good. And now that they are going to be able to get back onto those high grounds, they don't have to worry about a Junkrat falling from the sky anymore.
Absolutely. They don't have to worry about looking up as much, but they do have to look out for those dynamites, a surprisingly effective ability. Let's see if Clash can land one. Almost gives their life for it, but farms quite a bit of damage on the side of UT Dallas. That amplification matrix from Tinspire scaring off Kennesaw. They're terrified to peek this corner, especially knowing, you know, the amp matrix is up. Petal is somewhere in the back lines, and Kashir is always right around that next corner. Amp Matrix coming out from Camsky in a bit of a rough spot, I'm not going to lie. It looks like it's going to work out well, though. Doi1 goes down. Kashir might be able to find some action. Immortality goes out. Gravitic Flux from Prototype, but Kashir still farming these eliminations 2-3 at a time. Two Fish finds Tinspire and Kennesaw. Well, they may be able to equalize the fight. They haven't been able to win it, and that card doesn't move until you full-blown won it.
Yeah, both of the UT Dallas. I mean, you gotta, right? You know that this is your opportunity to take point A. I feel like you honestly do. Against a team like UT Dallas, you know that the Transcendence is coming up from Doi. You need to keep your feet on the gas. You need to make sure that you can take point A and get that much-needed time extension here with only 90 seconds left on the clock. This is currently Kennesaw's best chance, using all of their ultimates here, keeping UT Dallas on the back foot. They're out of their own ultimates.
no.
They just got to win these 1v1s.
They got to win these 1v1s, and an upfront Widowmaker is not the way to do it. Kesen gets caught out by a majority of UT Dallas, and with only 75 seconds left, Kennesaw getting to the point we saw, I don't remember which team it was, we saw somebody reach that exact point yesterday, and they weren't able to break it. Kashir dismissing a good chunk of Kennesaw. Two Fish finds an exit frag, but the damage has already been done against them. 60 seconds, the cart this far away. I think they've got really one more good push, and then they're just going to have to start panicking.
Yeah, one more really good try here for Kennesaw. The silver lining here is you force the Comets to use most of their ultimates in that last fight. Tinspire's probably going to get up to that amplification matrix, so that's all you got to worry about. And you do have a Bob from Clash. Well placed, that can be as effective in the backline as a Tracer, especially since you really only have the Sigma Shield to try and play around.
And here he comes, everybody's favorite aim Bob making an appearance, and it hardly matters. Kennesaw deleted from this Mortal Coil. Bob puts down a 2-piece, but he needs to find 3 more for it to be worth it. A complete and total team kill, 20 seconds left on the clock. I assume an attempt at recontest is possible for Kennesaw, but actually touching cart and then actually living afterwards are the 2 objectives here.
I mean, you got the gravitic flux. The second you touch, you're going to get flung up into the air and slammed back down, and that puts you in fantastic line of sight for Kashir and the overclock. So with no ultimates other than the amplification makes it for Kennesaw, this is going to be a tough one to win.
Here comes that gravitic flux, a good chunk of Kennesaw going up like clay pigeons, coming down like a bag of rocks, and unfortunately the accretion not able to find purchase. Right now a 1-1 trade out. Camsky commits that Am Matrix Clash, finding a 2-piece. Is this Kennesaw's Overwatch factor finally kicking in? Clash with the 3. There's only 2 left standing, and one of them isn't even on the cart. Oh, that poor Zenyatta gonna get bullied right off. It is Clash with a 4K. Only 1 left to take down, and Pedal on Widow. You can't recontest. They're going to have to give it up and backpedal. Kennesaw breaking through this first point in their final moments of this offense.
That was so clutch from Clash the Ash player. Oh my goodness, a 4K taking every final blow other than Pedal, who was sitting on the high ground. And now, of course, your time gets even more difficult as you enter probably the most difficult offensive choke point to get through in the game.
Holy cow, Prototype are with a full commit, forces out Trank. The Widow's already found 3 in the back line. I mean, you're trading 2 for 1 on the ultimates here, which isn't the end of the world, but your team got wiped out in their entirety. Kennesaw, they've got nothing, almost another Bob, almost a Blade, but almost simply ain't gonna cut it.
I feel like you take that, though, getting the Transcendence out from Joey very quick. That means that Kesen now doesn't have to worry about that when you go in for this Blade that's coming up. The only ultimate that UT Dallas has is the Infrasight, and while Pedal is a fantastic shot, that isn't going to give you immediate offense like a Blade would.
Right, absolutely. Here comes Bob into the back line once again. Can he create the chaos that Kennesaw needs to succeed? It's a 1-1 trade if you count the Bob going down, but Bob for a tank, that's a pretty darn good trade. 2 Fish deep into the fathoms, the chasm of UT Dallas's defensive line, and finds a double elimination with the help of Clash, both DPS, and now the Zenyatta down and out. Supportal combat if I have ever seen it.
You know, usually it would be the Genji making those moves on the back line while the Lucio is back on cart, but hey, whatever works, as Kennesaw is now pushing through towards the end of point B. They're going to be able to get set up here on this choke point right at the spawn point of UT Dallas, and even though they are coming up on a couple of ultimates, I think, especially with the Blade now, they just got to reset. They got to move for a C hold here, as Kennesaw, I mean, they didn't have a ton of time on point B. They only barely made it past that first checkpoint, and they played point B, I gotta say, fantastically to get themselves 2 full minutes to try and finish the map here. An impressive attack for Kennesaw so far.
No doubt about it. Kennesaw has kind of given us the Dorado special from yesterday, where teams were finally able to break through that first point and actually show us the rest of the map. Clash on the Ash has worked out unbelievably well so far. Halfway to another Bob. They've got 90 seconds to full charge it, and Bob has been kind of the linchpin of fight wins for Kennesaw. They lose this one, it's not the end of the world. They've got some great distance. They're going to have a lot of ultimates going into the next fight, but you know, this is also a really terrifying situation because it's a lot of long corridors, and that's all Pedal needs to succeed.
Pedal has been in such a fantastic position the entire map, and while Kennesaw has done a really good job so far of trying to limit that Widowmaker's ability, it only gets more and more difficult as the spawn point gets closer and closer for UT Dallas.
Spawn point is closer indeed. And Petal already finds Prototype, takes him down quick, and Two Fish on the Zenyatta. Not the first Zenyatta we've seen, but the first Two Fish Zenyatta we've seen. And we know how aggressive this support player loves to be. Maybe there's a correlation between the two, but I don't know. There's really not a lot of healing on either side right now. It's going to come down to those headshots, that long distance damage. Who's able to find those collapses a little bit faster?
Ooh, Kashir burning, taken out before you can get back to a healer, and that is the opening that Kennesaw need. They're going to be able to push this cart past what looks like the final. Yeah, that was a nice shot from Two Fish. Probably past the final little corner here, and potentially have a fight to finish the map here. It's going to be an overtime, if at all, but you do have the Bob, you do have the Amp Matrix as well. Oh, but you don't have a Zenyatta. That's huge. Two Fish was close to the Transcendence.
And Two Fish was a pivotal player in every single team fight win we've seen so far for Kennesaw. Kessin gets the tie up here. Bob already down and out of the equation. Maybe pop the Amp Matrix because it's now or never. Amp Matrix makes its appearance, and with that Infrasight online, there are no secrets on the side of Kennesaw. Oh, Petal finds Clash. That's a 3v5 currently in favor of UT Dallas. The mobility from Zenyatta, some of the worst in the game, considering the fact he has none, so it's going to take him quite a while to return. Kessin read like a children's book by Kashir, and Two Fish puts Petal back in his place, sends him to the spawn room. Flash on the Tracer, nobody's on the card. Kennesaw needs to push up right here, right now, but Kashir will not miss a shot right now. The Transcendent trying to keep anybody alive, but poor Two Fish, the sole survivor. I've got to say it though, Kennesaw, they've got to be proud. What a push out of what was a very difficult series to turn around.
Especially after getting so close to getting full held here at Circuit Royale. It would be, I would go so far as to say it might have been a back-breaking loss for Kennesaw to take to get full held by UT Dallas on an escort map for the second time in a row. But not only do you take point A, you take point B, you get within one fight of finishing the map, you have given yourself every opportunity in the world to hold UT Dallas here and take a map win for yourself. Now, will it be easy? Absolutely not. You're still playing against Petal, you're still playing against Kashir and Jukebox, and these players can pop off at a moment's notice and make these individual plays that make you hurt, which is why, once again, so much pressure on Kessin, so much pressure on Clash, on Two Fish, even on the Zenyatta to keep getting those picks that we've been seeing from him so far in this series. But I think Kennesaw put themselves in a pretty solid position to maybe pull off an upset and get a map win off of UT Dallas here.
I just really quickly want to say during these remaining 30 seconds, and then we can talk about the team comp UT Dallas is teasing, but Two Fish might be, this weekend, the most consistent support I've seen in the kill feed. And it's not like damaging the team. We're not seeing like a DPS Moira. We are seeing a very strong, well-rounded support player in the form of Two Fish that is really giving Kennesaw, like I said earlier, kind of the go button to every fight is Two Fish taking someone down. The Zenyatta, the Lucio, being that frontliner that the team needs. And it is working so well for Kennesaw. Will it work better on the defense, though? That is the question. UT Dallas, that tricky team comp out the door. They're going to go right back to that tried and true. And this is, other than Ash versus Sojourn, this is a full-blown mirror matchup.
Yeah, we're going back, of course, to that Ash from Clash, so you can tell that you're maybe not as comfortable on the Sojourn there.
I prefer it, honestly.
Yeah, you do get a lot of pressure with those dynamites, and hey, if you're able to pick off Jukebox like that, the dynamites, you get the tank burning, you force them backwards, and you take them out. That is a beautiful start for Kennesaw. However, Prototype R has been taken out as well, and that tank is going to be a lot longer to get back into the fight. Jukebox is already basically here.
Yeah, that was a massive mistake. Prototype got a little too greedy, wanted that Sojourn Elim, did not look at the rest of UT Dallas, and they capitalized off the back of that moment. Kessin takes out Petal, completes kind of the long-range fight, gets to make Kennesaw a little more comfortable, but even so, without the tank, they can't do a darn tootin' thing. Kessin goes down to Jukebox. Kashir taken out by Clash, so maybe Kennesaw can recontest. Sigma finally returning to the fray. Both these Sigmas have not had the easiest run so far in the second half. Clash taking out the Zenyatta, getting a taste of blood here. And can we see the action from Kennesaw, or will UT Dallas dominate even faster? Oh, Two Fish takes out their counterpart in the form of that Zenyatta. Cam Sky, critical HP, has to use the Immortality Field to keep the team and themselves alive. And now there's one from Tin Spire. All damage officially permanent. No Immortality Fields, no second chances. It is a now or never fight for Kennesaw, and it's looking like it might be right now. Prototype R finds Tin Spire, and they get to stall UT Dallas just a little bit longer. That little bit goes a long way.
That is a fantastic stall from Kennesaw, and that's what I started out the night by saying that's the mark of a great team. Kennesaw was down early in the fight. They backed up. They kept contesting the objective. They kept themselves in the fight until someone could come up with a play. And now with both support ultimates available, Kennesaw are in a really good spot to keep holding.
Whoa, the whole squad up from Kennesaw, but they're all going to be able to make it back down onto the ground. Sights coming out, no secrets from anybody. A great trick shot from both Widows now. Jukebox is down, and it is Ken's immediately dismissing any damage UT Dallas can bring to the table. You simply cannot move forward around this corner without a tank. No matter how hard UT Dallas is going to try, it's going to be a tough one to win until that Sigma gets back to the fray. 100 seconds left.
Yeah, you do end up using both support ultimates there, and UT Dallas are ready with a Transcendence and an Ant Matrix of their own. So it's going to be a tough one for Kennesaw to continue to hold here. That being said, if this Gravity Flux is huge, and that was a huge shot from Clash coming up massive for the Owls.
We've got a 2-1 trade in favor of Kennesaw right now, but going up against a hit scam like the Sojourner 2, watch as you go up, it's often difficult to find your footing back on the ground. If Kashir goes down, this might be the fight Kennesaw can feel comfortable winning, but with those support ultimates still in their back pocket, it can be an easy fight to re-engage. I assume Transcendence will come out to cancel that, and indeed, it will. Prototype has to give up on that ultimate. Kennesaw, they have to win this one high and dry, not an ultimate in sight.
It's gonna be tough here for Kennesaw to continue to hold, especially with an amplification matrix in their face. That being said, Jukebox is under a lot of pressure. Kamsky goes down, and that was a nice shot from Kazim, but that's gotta be it. You have basically no healing right now for the Owls.
Yeah, we're looking at a great shot from Kazim, but like you said, that's one of those too little, too late scenarios, unfortunately. We've got to say, though, only 3 minutes on the clock. UT Dallas, they were only able to cap 30 seconds faster than what Kennesaw brought out. Kennesaw was in overtime. UT Dallas, I think it was 28 seconds left on the clock. Things were very tough, but I mean, UT Dallas, they've got 3 minutes now.
This is going to be pivotal here because Kennesaw, after getting held at point A for a long time, made it through point B fairly quickly, fairly easily. If UT Dallas can do the same thing, they're going to be in a really good spot to try and go up 2-0 in the series. The question is if Kennesaw is going to be able to repel this aggressive push from the Comets and get control of those high grounds again.
That's one way to do it here, dividing, but they do the double support commit again, but at that point they have to. Transcendence used perfectly, gets that Gravitic Flux completely null and void, and Matrix creates the necessary space. Kashir goes in deep, perhaps a little bit too. I love using the deflect to get rid of the immortality field. 2 birds with 1 stone, if I've ever seen it. And Clash, critical HP, 70 to the Bob. Is this going to be a moment where Kennesaw can truly kind of stall, or is UT Dallas going to find an opening? Pick the trade immediately from Kezin. We are in that 4v4 matchup once again. The accretion caught by Jukebox, and Kezin coming to life in a critical moment. No DPS available for UT Dallas. Zenyatta is going to get a little bit scared there. Ew, it's the Baptiste that bites the bullet early. Kennesaw, they have fully stalled out. Zenyatta says Zenyatta to living in this engagement, and Petal finds that counter kill too little, too late. Kennesaw, they have stalled out once again. 100 seconds left on the clock.
Got a little bit too aggressive there, I think, from Kezin, though. You're going to be able to get back fairly quickly, but now you don't have that Widowmaker on the high ground, putting constant pressure onto the back line of UT Dallas anymore, which is going to allow them to push back up.
Oh my goodness, an incredible performance. Kennesaw, they went out to fight high and dry. Petal just doing Petal things, starting to get warmed up all over again. Kezin's trick shot is completely negated from this equation, and UT Dallas, they've got that blade. Transcendence nowhere in sight for Kennesaw. Yeah. The blade is going to be the win condition for Dallas, or they're going to get stalled out by Kennesaw right here on second point, Circuit Royale.
The trick shot is cool from Petal, but it seems like UT Dallas, has been pretty much at a standstill for most of this attack. This cart is still at the middle of the hill, and even though they have the blade, they have both support ultimates. Here's a nice thing, though. Kamsky did not see that coming.
I didn't even see that coming, and I watched him sneak up. What a play. Tinspire with the 2-piece. We don't even need the blade. Transcendence comes out from Joy to counteract that Bob, and it looks like UT Dallas, they don't have to throw out everything with the kitchen sink. They're still going to have that blade in their back pocket. That was a massive
There's an opportunity here.
Kennesaw should recontest. I wonder if they're gonna choose to do so.
They definitely have the opportunity to do so if they want to, and they're going to be coming back with both support ultimates coming up in just a moment from Kamsky and 2Fish. If you get that up quickly, for 2Fish particularly, you're going to be able to counter out the blade that Kashir's going to bring out. Or maybe the Gravitic Flux whiffs. He gets Jukebox 6-0.
Oh, 2Fish comes in quick, takes on the opponent, counters Zenyatta, and brings Transcendence to the fight. With only 5 seconds left on the clock, if Kennesaw can win this, they can take the map. Kashir pulls blade too little, too late for Transcendence to do much of anything. Widowmaker goes down. Baptiste not far behind, and in a critical moment of their own. UT Dallas might be able to come to life. Petal in particular dismissing this team, showing them what UT Dallas is all about. They're going to be able to cap that third point. 90 seconds remain here. Kennesaw so close they can taste it, but still no ultimates in their pocket for this next fight.
Scary, scary for UT Dallas. Just barely manages to take the win in that fight. A nice patience from Kashir. Make sure you don't pull out the blade until the Transcendence goes away. And oh no, Kashir finds Kezin on the side. That's going to give UT Dallas so much space here, as now you don't have a Widow on the other side to apply pressure. Kashir's just poking on the side here. Look at all of the attention that he has. While that happens, the cart just continues to move forward.
The cart made it all the way up and around this massive, this impactful corner, one that teams often struggle to get. Is UT Dallas going to get it for free simply because Kashir is near and Kennesaw can't let their guard down? They know that Genji is in the back line and they've got to play it safe. Prototype going to get the Gravitic Flux. There's no longer a Transcendence on the side of UT Dallas, but there is an Immo Field. There's an Immortality Grenade, and there's nothing to save Clash from Petal's headshot once again. 5v4 in favor of UT Dallas. 30 seconds remain. It's Two-Fish up close and personal. Puts the metal to the pedal and takes that Widowmaker out of the equation. Immediately, Two-Fish puts Kennesaw back on top. An incredible spawn advantage, the damage advantage. And Kashir cannot find his purchase in the back line. Gravitic Flux comes out. Baptiste is not there to save the team. It's Two-Fish with a two-piece to seal the deal for Kennesaw. It's a 5v3 in favor of Kennesaw. Can they do it? Can they put UT Dallas down for the first time this weekend? It's truly looking like that's going to happen right here, right now, and it does. Kennesaw ties up the series 1-1.
My goodness, we weren't sure if it was going to happen, and obviously I got hacked out back to the Great Dimension again, of course.
It was too good.
It was too good. My goodness, you have to put it up to Two-Fish there. The Zenyatta coming up with two massive picks right when they needed it on the side of Kennesaw. Oh my goodness, and Kennesaw is going to be able to take a map off of the Comets for the first time this weekend. We are guaranteed on stream to go to a 4-map series.
Right now.
It was such a close map too. It was so good, and so many times Kennesaw in places where they had potentially advantages in fights but weren't able to put that finishing blow onto the Comets. They were able to find that extra gear on Circuit Royale. A lot of it had to do with Two-Fish. I also have to give a shout out to Clash on that Ashe pick. Came up huge on so many different occasions here. But now, as we go into push, you will have to play into the map pick of the Comets. I think for potentially the first time this weekend, they get to pick the map where they are most comfortable, which is a scary sight considering the talent that's on this roster.
It's a scary sight considering the talent on the roster, but at the same time, I don't want to say lucked out. Kennesaw may be in a good position because next up is Push. Everybody is as familiar with Push as everybody else because it's the new map type. Nobody's had that extra time to play it, and we're getting that good old-fashioned run back. New Queen Street, if you joined us yesterday, you know it is a map we saw almost every single time, and we're going to be seeing it again. We get it. It's the comfort one. It's the oldest Push map, which is weird because it sounds like an oxymoron, but it's the oldest Push map in the game, and we know we saw it a dozen times yesterday. UTD is very good at this map. This is the first time we saw UTD, I think, really establish a certified dominance. This is the one map where it wasn't even close yesterday. They just stormed through and through.
And what's really good about New Queen Street is that it gives them a really good opportunity, the Comets, to try and force a meta mirror matchup, right? You can go back to, there's no weird tricks that are probably going to show up on New Queen Street. Generally, the most played comp and the most comfortable comp for most of the teams is the Zarya, is the Genji Sojourn, is the Baptiste Lucio. When it comes to that mirror matchup, I think UT Dallas is extremely confident in their ability to win. I think they showed that on Oasis. They showed that yesterday. As long as they can force Kennesaw into a situation where you're both playing the same thing and you have a lot of faith in the individual skills of your players, I think you are in a fantastic spot to try and swing the momentum back in your favor. That being said, UT Dallas is, of course, facing the prospect of losing a map for the first time this weekend, so we'll see if that affects their mentals at all, because now they have to get right back into this. And it looks like we're dropping right in the start of the first fight here.
We're dropping in and Petal's dropping out, dividing. That is a huge pick for Kennesaw to find the value they need to take that first push. We talk about the importance of fight number 1 and fight number done, the last fight in the map, and getting these early meters can be the game-winning meters. We've seen it happen what feels like hundreds of times. In reality, I think it's been 7 or 8, but this first fight is so unbelievably crucial. Kennesaw, they take it in troves.
Kazin feeling themselves right now after such a strong performance on Circuit Royale. That's going to make those railgun shots even stronger. And as they push forward, trying to get as much meterage as possible out here, Clash is already 65% to the blade.
65, 75% of the blade now, just racking that up early, well before we're going to see a beat from Savior. Oh, but it's Cam Sky going down in fight number 2. That could flip this for UT Dallas. They're on a bit of a downhill slope the first time they've been there in a long time. Savior finds Clash. Jukebox takes out Prototype R, and UT Dallas is here to show Kennesaw we aren't going anywhere. We aren't pulling any punches. We are here to win, and oh my goodness, Petal. Gosh, I wish we could just get like a little Petal cam in the corner. He is always so fun to watch.
His aim is so smooth. It just shows how much experience this player has and how much time he's put into this game. No matter what character is playing, it seems to have the perfect crosshair placement. That being said, Kennesaw's going to be coming back in, I think, with a slight ult advantage here. The big advantage for the Comets is that they have the grab.
The grab, one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, and it looks like Clash is going to show us another impactful ultimate, a 2-piece with that blade, trying to make it a 3 onto Kashir, his counterpart, and it's 2Fish. Shocker, I know. In the kill feed, once again, finding that Genji, securing a lead for Kennesaw. Savior tries to get aggressive, might be able to live to tell the tale, but in the 3v1, the Zarya bubble, not going to be enough. No, will be enough to keep you alive. Amazing. Jukebox just playing a hard defense to keep that Lucio up and running, and that might help UT Dallas still clutch out this fight win.
I think they might just be able to. They do have both support ultimates available if they want it. Petal gets away with just a sliver of health left, and now 2Fish is actually going to commit the beat here. Kennesaw doesn't want to give this up just yet, and now here comes fight part 2 as both teams put in another wave of ultimates.
Oh my goodness, Petal with a 1.5K, making a 2.5K as they find Prototype R on their way out the door. Clash finds Kashir too little, too late. The rest of Kennesaw has bitten the bullet here. Kennesaw's got the numbers advantage in terms of literal meter distance, but right now they're definitely lacking the numbers 2v0. UT Dallas should be able to tie things up, unless 2Fish wants to farm another highlight reel.
Potentially. Kennesaw does need to take a little bit of extra time to get all of their players back, but they are a little bit closer to their spawn than UT Dallas is, which is why you see the Comets back up for a moment. Oh, and what a grab from Prototype R. Kashir is not going to get anything from that.
Kashir doesn't, but the rest of UT Dallas seems to. Oh, Kashir's still able to pick one up in the chaos.
I was wrong. Kashir still got something from that.
Yeah, that might be the fastest team kill we've seen. That was a fight into a fight end in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, well, what happened was all of the attention from Kennesaw was on Kashir, who pulled out the blade early, ends up being the greatest distraction play of all time, because while everyone was trying to melt down the Genji, It's Good got around to the side, Jukebox got around to the side, and got kill after kill.
Oh my goodness, Jukebox deep into the back line. Immortality goes down and out. 2 turns to 3. Clash pulls the blade, but cannot save the support line. 2 more. It's going to be a tied-up match here. And that's going to be Clash taking the lead for Kennesaw. A huge blade. We talk about the impact of that Genji blade, and Clash doing their darndest to prove it to us. You got to get rid of Jukebox, though. This kid's a maniac. They've got to go down, or this fight is never truly won. Savior and Jukebox take out Prototype. Kennesaw, they had the numbers, but unfortunately, they don't have the damage. Oh my goodness, Jukebox dual-handedly with the help of that Lucio, keeping UT Dallas in the lead.
Yeah, and the damage has been done here on this push, right? UT Dallas has the lead now. They're going to be able to get even more meterage out of that one fight, and Kennesaw actually used both of their DPS ults in a fight where they did not win. So they're in a tough spot here with pretty much just the amplification matrix up from Kamsky. That's all you're really working with.
Is it Jukebox's job to save the day for UT Dallas once again, or is it Kezin's job to show UT Dallas no one is strong enough to dodge that railgun? Savior goes down, Lucio falls. It makes it a lot harder for UT Dallas to make it out alive. They can backpedal, sure. The Kennesaw's just going to collapse in on top of them. Flash dashes through Kashir, dashing through the dreams of UT Dallas's hopes of winning this fight. Oh my goodness, Petal finds 2Fish though. Lucio's speed boost no longer on the equation. Everybody at that natural state of speed. Kennesaw, they're stealing a lot of free value here. If they can get the cart any extra meters, they can make the fight worth it. Petal down, Kennesaw still with the numbers advantage. Can they tie things up? 18 meters in one push is a lot to ask against a team like UT Dallas.
It's gonna be tough, especially as you try and push around this corner, and UT Dallas has 4 ultimates available. They can go as aggressive as they want right now. And yeah, I think UT Dallas, they know that, right? They see the Ant Matrix come out, they just back off. So that is one ultimate from UT Dallas that doesn't get any kills. It does, however, get the pot back towards the center of the map. So one trade on each side as both teams look to re-engage.
Re-engagement is immediately canceled out. Oh, both supports gone for Kennesaw. That's got to seal the deal. The grab picked up 2 fish. The rest should fall like dominoes there. And UT Dallas, they're going to get a couple of extra meters here, possibly push us into the 65 to 70 range, depending on how quickly Kennesaw can return to the fight. But as most of them haven't even respawned yet, and they're already getting additional damage, might be 70 meters versus 50.
Yeah, it's looking tougher and tougher for Kennesaw here, especially as time begins to become a factor as we are now more than halfway through this push map. This is going to be a pivotal fight here for Kennesaw with the grab up.
Possibly going to pull the blade from Clash. We've seen kind of a blade off cooldown play style from them, but instead, Kennesaw leans into the overclock. Can they find some value? And it's also the blade! Tinspire cut to pieces before UT Dallas's very eyes. They lose the Zenyatta, or the Zarya. They lose the Baptiste. There's no Zenyatta, what am I saying? And they lose a lot more teammates on the side of UT Dallas. Enough for Kennesaw to restabilize, but this is the hard part of push dividing, is they won that fight. They have to win one more to make that first fight even worth it.
Yeah, exactly, and they invest so much into that first fight to make sure that they can get the bot, back to the middle of the map? Great, right. You were able to take the front spawns away from UT Dallas, but now you have nothing against this blade.
Cam Sky had an immortality field, but you wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, it went away just as quickly as it appeared. Kashir with the wall climb there, a very intelligent play. You want to remove yourself from that Sojourn's line of sight. Try to make it out with your life if you can. And it looks like nobody from Kennesaw is going to have the graces of making it back to spawn alive. They're going to be sent back by force. 77 meters should turn into 80, maybe even 90, depending on the speed in which Kennesaw chooses to recontest. 1 ultimate to their name. Maybe they just give us a hero play here.
Slowly but surely, UT Dallas are taking control of this push map. Kennesaw doing everything they can to try and lessen these blows, but now with a 40-meter lead here for the Comets, Kennesaw need to pull out something huge with 2 minutes 30 on the clock.
They try to pull out something huge, but UT Dallas pulls out the rug from underneath them. 2fish catches a railgun to the dome. Gessen tries to find an equalizer in the form of Kashir, but support for DPS, losing that support, arguably a little bit more crucial, especially when you lose a DPS on top of it. Tinspire has fallen prototype down, and that tank going back to spawn should be the nail in the coffin against Kennesaw here in this fight. UT Dallas, they lose map number 2, and they do not want to lose map number 3. They're here to show us that through and through.
This is a tough one now for Kennesaw with under 2 minutes on the clock. Now UT Dallas is doubling them in meterage, knocking on the door, potentially completing a map if they win this fight here, and they have the tools to do it with the grab and the overclock.
Here comes a grab from Jukebox, who actually falls pretty low in the HP department, but it's Petal with the first blood. Here comes Savior with the beat, possibly a little bit more for show than for value, especially as Clash doesn't even get to use the blade. A phenomenal rotation, but he walks right into the railgun, dashes into it rather. This has got to be it. UT Dallas finds a 2-piece in the form of Tinspire, and they're going to continue falling. UT Dallas has got that dominance back. Losing that map lights a fire underneath them we have never seen before, and they're here to show us why they deserve that spot in Grand Finals. Now they are 1 map away from securing that spot.
And it's not just about how you fight, it's about how you pick yourself back up after a loss. And that is UT Dallas showing that even though they may have taken a bit of damage here on map 2, as they say, it was just a flesh wound. They get themselves back up into the match point scenario, but now back to Kennesaw's map choice, and we head to unfamiliar territory of Hybrid.
Yeah, so we've got 3 choices. Eichenwald, Kings Row, and Midtown. Which means we have 1 choice. Kings Row. I doubt we're going anywhere else. I really would be very surprised. I'd love to see Midtown. I think it's a really good Junkrat map, and even if no one plays Junkrat, I think it's a really fun map. I think it'd be a great choice. Eichenwald as well, as an ex-Rhine player, Eichenwald holds a very special place in my heart. So I've got a personal attachment to all 3 of these, but if I was a betting man dividing, Kings Row feels pretty likely.
It does, honestly. I think you do know, actually. We just got the confirmation, so it's actually Eichenwald instead. I think you feel, especially as Kennesaw, this is only a single elimination bracket, right? You're up against the wall now. You have to win this map in order to keep yourselves alive, or else you're just going to be out with a third place finish. No ticket to the national finals for you. So it's not just about picking a map that you yourself are comfortable with. It's also about picking a map that you think might make UTD maybe a little less comfortable. Play a map that maybe they haven't played as much as Kings Row and Eichenwald. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident with a longer range situation, especially after your performance on the Circuit Royale. So try and go for, I think, the map that of the 3 hybrid maps we have does play itself best towards those long range situations.
Sure. I do think this map can work very well for a Lucio player as well. Not naming any names, of course, but if one Lucio player chose to pop off a little hyper aggressive, we might see some value there. I think this is really interesting because if you are Kennesaw, you know you can go toe-to-toe with UT Dallas on a push map, or not a push map, excuse me, on a payload map. So if you turn Eichenwald into a payload map, you have some really good odds. But capping that first point dividing, that's where this is going to be difficult.
And a little bit of a switch up here for Kennesaw. When you have been playing the Genji before, it has been Clash on the Genji, and Kezin has been on the Sojourn, but you must feel really good about the Ashe after the performance on Circuit Royale, so you're going to have Clash play that character. This time around, it's going to be Kezin on the Genji, so a little bit of a DPS switch up here with Kennesaw. They're putting a lot of eggs into this basket here. We'll see if it pays off, as UT Dallas are going for the tried and true. Nothing really changed here. It's worked for them pretty well so far.
Absolutely. And like you said, Kennesaw kind of relying on that Ashe to do a really good job. And we saw a really good job back on Circuit Royale, so maybe we get a repeat of that. Prototype going up and through the bridge, often the hardest part for a team to break through. But Kennesaw, they're going to storm right through it. They lose the Mortality Field early. Nobody has fallen yet. No immos. All damage officially permanent. And who's going to be able to find that first blood? The first elimination will easily be the most important in a fight like this. And it's Savior that gets sent back to spawn. Lucio speed boost missing. Kennesaw needs to collapse like a falling building on top of this team. Kashir is going to find that melee onto Cam Sky, but Kezin with the immediate answer, a 2-piece to boot. What did I say, dividing? I said they needed to turn it into a payload map, and they have almost immediately been able to do so. Kennesaw back to life.
You send the Comets back to spawn, you put them on the back foot early and set the tempo. Beautifully done from Kennesaw, getting Clash set up on the high ground, having beautiful shots on the Ashe and beautiful sight lines to be able to get them done, and that opens up all the doors for Prototype R and Kezin to go in. Kashir is actually beating Kezin when it comes to the blade charge, but it's not by much right now.
Yeah, definitely not by much. Maybe a couple of pot shots from Kashir have been able to find that ultimate damage. Immortality Field down. Not enough, though, for this team to move forward. That's the second player to be dismissed by Petal, and I think Sojourn has a lot of great value. She can really make herself at home on Eichenwald's second. Kennesaw might have to change their approach. Kezin down, Prototype down, and UT Dallas going for that good old-fashioned full hold they love to show us on usually escort maps, but this time a hybrid.
This is going to be tough now for Kennesaw. Now that you're kind of stuck here in spawn, you really wanted to try and get Clash set up on the high ground on top of the castle. That's going to be basically impossible with how closely UTD are holding right now.
Here comes that overclock, the blade from both sides. Immediately, they both find a support. The grab from Prototype, and somehow still Kashir puts down a 2-piece. However, 2 is not going to answer to the 4 that Kennesaw found, but 2 ultimates just to get out of spawn dividing. It's a tough spot to find yourself in.
It is a tough spot, but now...
4.5 minutes are still on the clock, so...
Yeah, you're still feeling pretty good here for Kennesaw, especially now that we see Clash able to get set up on top of the castle like we were saying before. At least for now, we are going to get some contesting, because you really shouldn't have the Ashe set up there by yourself. Yeah, that one is tough. I don't think you were expecting the entirety of the Comets to run up to the top of the castle, but you can't allow the Ashe to get those positions.
Oh my goodness, Two Fish almost found a 2-person boop, but Baptiste was able to find Purchase on the ground before him. Jukebox trying to make up for what is currently that missing DPS line, and they may be able to do so with the help of Tinspire from the heavens. That high ground advantage puts Kezin down. Cam Sky not long for this world either, and the Comets have reestablished some dominance here on Eichenwald's second. Still 3.5 minutes for Kennesaw to fight back. Are they going to be able to bring UT Dallas down once again?
They have the tools to do so, Septolins. You got both support ultimates ready as well as the Bob to try and use some of that auto aimbot to get yourself some kills onto the backline. UT Dallas are going to be with both support ultimates of their own. So the question is really going to be on those supports to see who can use their ult more effectively. Can't be able to use his at all.
Flash tries to make up for that missing teammate, but unfortunately Bob does not heal. It's not going to be able to help Kennesaw out as they just get collapsed on here in the corridor. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You're going back express to the spawn room here. Didn't even need to pay for the ticket. That's devastating. They drop the beat, they drop the Bob, and they drop enough players to lose that fight entirely.
Yeah, that was ugly for Kennesaw. Kansky getting taken out early is basically, it makes the fight pretty much unwinnable no matter what you put into it. Because Kansky is like 80% of your healing, Lucio isn't going to be able to do that much on his own, even with the beat. But now the silver lining is you didn't get to use that Ant Matrix, which means you have it again.
Here comes Kashir, a great boot from Two Fish, but they have to give their life for the cause. The Blade still finds purchase on 3 more teammates, and Kashir puts a 10-player kill streak on the board. UT Dallas, they've established a true dominance on Eichenwald. Second one we expect from a team of this caliber, and they have burned half of the time bank Kennesaw had.
You start looking at that time bank if you're Kennesaw, the seconds ticking away, and you start to feel the pressure here. You had almost 5 minutes when you unlocked the cart, and now you're down to just 2. Once again, you have a pretty solid opportunity here. Kezin's going to be able to have the Blade in just a moment. You still do have that Ant Matrix from Kansky if you find a good opportunity to use it and not get immediately someone picked off. There's the opening. Tinspire down.
Speaking of getting picked off, Tinspire down pedal. Not long for this Mortal Coil as well. The Genji deep in the backline. Jukebox off the high ground. Two Fish goes in deep to disrupt the attention of UT Dallas. Now onto the cart as well. Savior goes down via Prototype R, and Two Fish too eager to go for more eliminations. Both
Where were you?
Literally next to the castle, wall riding the castle, way too far up with the majority of UT Dallas staring them in the face. Here comes a duo from the side of Dallas that can be lethal. Kezin trying to equalize and possibly able to do so. 2 HP in a dream. One more slash. Could have found Tinspire, but in a world like this, that slash is not going to be for free. That is every ultimate Kennesaw had at the ready. UT Dallas still rocking with that Ant Matrix, and that's just such a good ultimate to stall. This is going to be hard.
So here we go. Kennesaw fans, this might be your last really good chance at a fight here on this attack. Clash is going to be coming up to the overclock in just a moment, but other than that, Kennesaw has nothing else. Can you win these neutral fights where you have no ult or both sides have one ult? Can you find the pickoffs? Can you find the individual plays to try and take out the Comets?
Well, we're dropping in on the side of UT Dallas. We're going to force out every ultimate under the sun here. They pop it. I love the Ant Matrix play there. They're trying to ensure nobody from Kennesaw respawns fast enough to touch cart. They want to prevent
on the cart. Don't look
in
now.
its entirety. Somebody is on the cart, but UT Dallas, they watched that C9 yesterday. They are not going to let that happen to them today. 16 seconds remaining. Kennesaw, I think they give us a sloppy recontest, but we would need pretty much a miracle for Kennesaw to be able to win this fight. No ultimates. They aren't going to be able to touch as a full team. This is going to be very, very difficult, if possible at all. 3 seconds left. The dash in. It's going to be that cart touch from Kezin, I believe, who's able to make it, but the entirety of UT Dallas rotates back. Two Fish off the map. Savior not far behind as well, but both of them get to wall ride back into the fray. Kashir takes out Kezin, and just like that, Kennesaw gets denied entry to the castle here today. UT Dallas, a great stall just shy of that second point. Their series win condition, their possibility of grand finals win condition has been set. They just need to meet the second point of Eichenwald.
The Eichenwald Bridge claims another victim, not directly with a boot kill, but with Kennesaw ending their attack right at the end of that bridge, so close to being able to barge through the castle doors, but instead it is UT Dallas holding on point B for over 5 minutes, I think, being able to really set up on these high grounds, take aggressive fights when they had to, play defensively when they had to. I think they did a really good job of understanding where Kennesaw was at in their ult banks. They knew what Kennesaw's win conditions were, and they were able to play around those win conditions. They were able to nullify those win conditions incredibly often. So here we go. Kennesaw did a fantastic job on Circuit Royale to take a map off of the #1 seeded team in this tournament. They have to come up with a masterful defensive hold here on Eichenwald now in order to keep their series hopes alive and take us to a map 5. Last year's Southeast Regional champions. are on the verge of not being able to get a ticket to the national finals, at least through this event. And it's going to take a pretty good hold here in order to keep those dreams alive here, Septuans. They're going to be sticking, though, with their guns, with the Ashe, with the Kez and Genji to try and put Dallas back to control in a map 5 situation.
The map 5 scenario would be the one we were waiting for. This is the first map 4 we've gotten all weekend. Will we go all the way to that coveted number 5 here in our first semifinal of the day? Kezin immediately takes Tinspire out. A lot of healing off the table. The rest of UT Dallas has to hold S, or they're going to be sent back to the spawn room by force. Kennesaw, a huge over-aggressive start, but it's not over-aggressive if it works out. It's just regular aggressive, and it seems to be going even better. Kashir loses that 1v1 to 2 fish. Here comes Jukebox, a desperate play, full charge, might be able to pick somebody off early, but I love the rotation. The clumping from Kennesaw right now makes it so hard to pick off just one of them.
Kennesaw are doing a really good job of just spamming down the corridor, making it very difficult for UT Dallas to find purchase, which is why they're going around this side room now. It's their best opportunity.
Oh, Kezin finds Tinspire again. UT Dallas, they fall victim to a classic blunder in the form of Kennesaw's DPS line in a closed-out corridor. And all of a sudden, they're still going to be able to turn it around. Prototype has a tie-up here. Kezin finds Kashir in the numbers advantage. Oh, Prototype tries to bump out of there, tries to boost themselves away, but actually takes themselves off of the equation in their entirety. UT Dallas, they've got to play it slow. They got a lot of elims. They're not sure how many people are left standing at this point. That was a very sloppy fight.
They know that a lot of Kennesaw is down, and they know that their spawn point is super close, which is why Kennesaw knows that too. They have to back up and give away 2 ticks before they can recontest.
Recontest comes in quick in favor of Kennesaw, but is immediately answered back by UT Dallas. That dynamite simply not going to be enough, but Juke's tracking is going to be plenty for UT Dallas to cap this first point. Now, I'll be honest, they did it notably slower than Kennesaw, but UT Dallas, they are a momentum-style team. The second you give them the potential to snowball, they are going to take it.
Slightly slower, yes, but still 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock is plenty to get 100 meters on this cart. So it is going to come down to Kennesaw putting a defensive hold here on point B that rivals what UT Dallas did on their defense.
Oh, Kezin finds Savior in a moment of absolute aggression. I love it. Both Lucios are playing like way up in the front line, and they both keep dying for it. It's actually pretty comedic if you think about it, but Clash finding Tinspire not as funny, especially if you're a UT Dallas fan. Kezin gets Kashir out of the equation, and UT Dallas finds themselves being UT Dallas, being held in their own spawn here.
Yeah, this is tough for UT Dallas at the moment, getting their own tricks against them, but here comes the blade to try and break them out.
Oh, this is a tough situation. Bob goes off the map, perhaps crucial error from Clash there. I don't even think there was a boop involved. I think that's a full-blown run from the angle we saw. UT Dallas, they have to commit 2 ultimates to get out of spawn. I was critical of Kennesaw for doing it. I have to be critical of UT Dallas for doing it as well. It's a risk.
But Kennesaw used a lot of ultimates to keep UT Dallas in spawn, right?
Yeah.
They used, I think, 3 ultimates, the grab, the bob, and the beat. 3 very impactful ultimates that didn't get any value, and now as the car continues to make progress, those are tools you might have wanted back, especially with the grab, the overclock, the Ant Matrix up on the other side.
Oh, this might be it here. This might be the beginning of the end. Kennesaw has 3 minutes to stall out UT Dallas, and Petal not going to miss a shot, just playing
it's just too easy.
Point. I mean, it really is. Jukebox into Prototype, 3 minutes. They've got to make it 20 meters, almost exactly. The golden box of victory staring them in the face. A grab, locked and loaded to just prevent them from touching. It might not even be for damage.
How aggressive does Jukebox want to go with this one?
You can't go much further,
If you can get the scout on the which door they're coming out from, you might even just be able to keep them from touching at all.
Kashir, 14 HP in the back line. Camsky gets an elim. Kashir goes down to 2 fish, 2 for 2 trade. Petal still standing, and that's the scariest thing about this. Got to keep an eye on the card. It's a 2-meter differential. Jukebox finds Kezin. The tank v tank scenario. If Jukebox takes down Prototype, it is all over for Kennesaw here today. Kennesaw wants to fight for that fight. Kennesaw wants to fight for that spot in Grand Finals, but UT Dallas says Kennesaw not able to find it. UT Dallas a 3-1 victory to secure a spot in Grand Finals. A phenomenal performance, but Kennesaw unfortunately just cannot clutch it out in those crucial moments.
I got to give a shout out to Kennesaw. They did come out strong today, especially after what was a fairly rough time on the group stage yesterday. I think they went 1-2. They took out UT Arlington. They took a map off of UT Dallas. The closest fight against our #1 seed that we have seen all day. Kennesaw showing why they were very highly regarded going into the season, but at the end of the day, UT Dallas just cannot be denied. And they are now one series away from securing themselves a ticket to the CECC National Finals at the end of the year. They can just taste it, Septilence.
Absolutely. It is within a 3-map grasp at this point. They have gone undefeated the entire weekend in terms of series, not maps anymore, but series, and they are looking to keep that trend continuing. Folks, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break right here. We're going to try to get an interview, I believe, with somebody from UT Dallas. If we can't, then we'll be back with our next series in just a little bit. That's going to be UFO against Converse, the last remaining team we did not get the chance to see yet this weekend. A couple of friends of mine on that team as well, so I'm very excited to see what they're bringing to the table this weekend. But either way, we'll be back with some more CECC Overwatch 2 in just a couple of minutes.
Us being kind of in the eastern side of things, we don't get to play these western schools very much, so UT Arlington is going to be a lot of fun. And then, of course, UT Dallas is going to be a lot of fun as well. They're a very good program as well. What sets them apart, though, is their particular player, Luby, who we believe is one of the top players in the entire West. Yeah, so our program is a little unique in that of our 8 Rocket League scholarshiped players, 6 of them are freshmen. And so our program is pretty new in that regard. The top team of Antics, Melodic, and Soul, they've seen a lot of success. Some of the power rankings have us in the top 15 programs in the country. But yeah, we want to compete, and as much as we can, we want to continue to get better. The unique thing about those guys, those 3 in particular, is that they don't have a really large name. They've not been competing in 6-mans for one reason or another, and so a lot of people don't know who we are. And so this semester has kind of been the coming out party for Bruton Parker and these guys in particular. We want to get our name out there, and these guys are putting in the work to make it happen. Yeah, I think the storyline for us is that we're making a name for ourselves. Beyond all of the competitions and the prize winnings and all those sorts of things, the biggest storyline for us is just the ability to come to a room like this and to hang out with one another. Gaming is, it can be isolating, and there's an epidemic of loneliness. And as a gamer myself, I've experienced it. But a program like this can put each other in the same room. We go and we have team meals, we have team workouts, we have study sessions, we do team events. Like, it's the camaraderie is really what we've found to be really, really important. And so we're having fun, we're enjoying one another, we like each other, and we're trying to do the best we can competitively. But as far as storylines go, yeah, we're all freshmen essentially, and we're trying to get to know one another and do our best.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about. out.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. Bay State on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
My name is Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport-wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't. Not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to...
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC South 2022 Overwatch 2 edition. We just had a phenomenal semifinal in which UTD found themselves victorious over Kennesaw in a 3-1 fashion. Our first map 4 of the weekend, and who knows, Dividing? We might have another one just around the corner. Some friendly faces we know and love. The side of UFO going up against some friendly faces we haven't had the chance to see on stream quite yet. Converse. So I'm very, very excited to jump into this matchup.
Incredibly excited because just like our past semifinal, there is some past history between these two teams. Not yesterday, but going back 2 weeks or so to the open qualifier for the CECC South Invitational. This was actually a match that we saw in bracket in the quarterfinals. University of Florida defeated Converse 3-1 to knock them out before they even had a chance to hit the top 4. So Converse were forced to play this series with a bit of a disadvantage when it came to group seeding, and they get themselves back in a semifinal situation today, living up to their ranked potential, and now have the potential to have a bit of a revenge game against this Florida squad that knocked them out in the last tournament they played.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty large advantage here on the side of Converse, simply due to the fact they've lost this matchup before, and recently at that. They know the exact playstyle, the exact strategies, and they are going, I mean, we've seen UTD on stream a bunch, excuse me, not UTD, we've seen UFO on stream a bunch, so maybe Converse has been watching. Maybe they've been able to pick apart the pieces. I don't know if we've got time to take a look at the rosters while we've got them, because I know this is the first game all weekend. We actually have all 10 headshots, so it'd be very cool to see what all 10 players look like, but if we don't have time for that, we may just have to jump right into the matchup. We'll be starting with Control per the usual, but who cares about that? There's Converse University, my boy Chance right in the middle. It was actually his birthday yesterday, so a huge happy birthday to Chance. Thank you for coming out and playing in CECC on your birthday, dog. We appreciate it.
And you gotta say, there is a lot of really good talent here on Converse.
Absolutely.
Players like Still Kiwi, Orion, Hammer, all of which have high, I wouldn't say tier 2 experience. I don't think any of them have made it to contenders, or at least have gotten very far in contenders, but a lot of really top tier 3 experience. A lot of teams that made it just to the edge of that tier 2 barrier, couldn't quite break through, have really found a new gear here as Converse University. Had their first real test last year as a college, and they did very well.
Undoubtedly so. And speaking of doing very well, and let's say it pretty unconventional ways, the University of Florida, they brought out some really untraditional team comps, some run by Florida, so maybe we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that. I'm really eager to see if Florida can take this unconventional weirdo play style and push it all the way up into grand finals, and if they do make it there, will that work against a team like UTD? There's so many variables, so many possibilities, and that's what this matchup right here is all about, is are we going to get to see that eventuality, or is Converse going to give us an upset?
Something that I have talked about a little bit on this stream is the fact that since Overwatch 2 hasn't been out for very long, a lot of groups decided, hey, let's just try and get really good at one comp and one strategy and run that as much as possible. Instead, we have a situation where Florida, they really tried to widen their playbook I wouldn't have recommended that in most cases, but they have been making it work. And when you do have an expanded playbook like Florida has, it means there's so many more possibilities that you have to think about if you are a team like Converse. However, look at this coming out from Converse. We haven't seen much Reinhardt yet today, but Quicks is going to give it a shot.
And I was just about to hit you with a fun fact dividing. This was going to be the first time we didn't see a Sojourn on either team. And then Garchomp immediately swapped to Sojourn. So a bit of a bummer, but I'm still excited to see it, especially like you said, the Rhine, the May, the Moira. I mean, Converse, they're clearly coming out with an unconventional team comp of their own. It's going to be fascinating to see if they can make it work against the kings of unconvention. UF Orange, they immediately get a lot of momentum here. Oh, poor Quicks, just folded like a lawn chair. Does not have enough shield to stay standing, and when the tank goes down, the rest of the team seems to be pretty soon to follow. Garchomp taken down, still Kiwi, still on Lucio, still gone from this matchup, and UF Orange wins the first fight, and they complete in total team kill fashion.
Reinhardt is able to output a lot of damage when you have the ability to swing freely into the faces of your opponents. Quicks didn't really have that opportunity, had to kind of shield bot a little bit because of all the pressure that Harmony and Weirdo and Tezel were putting onto them. Two massive beams that are going straight into the shield means Quicks does not have that long with a healthy shield online.
Quicks does not have long with that shield, like you said, but maybe they've got a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Hammer is traded out in the blink of an eye, and Chun has the Ant Matrix. She's going to choose to hold on to it, going to pop the grab instead. Weirdo takes out the Lucio. Baptiste finds the Reinhardt, and the rest of Converse is going to fall once again. UFO coming out so unbelievably strong here, but I'm going to be honest, Dividing, I didn't expect anything less.
Absolutely not. Florida came in second place in the open qualifier. They have proven themselves to be a serious contender in this situation, and part of this has been the symmetric play from Harmony, using these teleporters very aggressively and very creatively to pop up in places where you'd never expect.
To pop up in place, like you said, never where you'd expect to find it. Teslo gonna find a two-piece. Immediately, Weirdo takes down Hammer, and UFO looking for a 100-0, which we actually haven't seen in a while. I feel like a lot of the control points have had a lot of back-and-forth gameplay to them, but if UFO can start their first map of the day off this strong, that sends a message. That sends a, hey, we are here to win kind of mentality.
This is going to be a 5 ultimate fight for Converse, though. A full row of check marks coming up in just a moment. UFO Orange are going to have 3 of their own.
5v3, this could be a huge moment for Converse. The Shatter in particular is ultimate where you see teams rely on, gonna force the beat. Here's every ultimate under the sun, the only one, the overclock, not from the side of Converse. UFO has to drop a beat of their own. They're still gonna lose Harmony, so that Photon Barrier has to wait until the next fight. Converse there, throwing it all out with the kitchen sink because this fight is a now or never on point 1 of Oasis. I think they've got this fight in the bag, though, as the final members of UFO get sent back to spawn for the first time this round. Orca!
Taking still Kiwi out. So Converse do win the fight. They keep the 100-0 going. They get to build up a little bit of momentum of their own. I have to say I am a little concerned, though, the fact that Converse only were able to win the fight after they dumped 4 ultimates at once into one fight. They need to be able to win some of these neutral fights as well, where they aren't using as many ultimates to make me feel comfortable about their ability to win this map and this series as a whole. UF Orange do have the grab coming up in just a moment from Weirdo. If you're able to catch out Quicks with that, especially with no beat, that would be huge.
That would be colossal. I mean, it really, truly would. Harmony puts the Photon Barrier in. The team rushes onto site, and that slow field finds the MO field, but it's not going to find much else. Teslo's the one with the first blood. What? What even was that? How did Quicks do that? Oh my, dropped the Hammer on top of Hammer's ice block. How did you even get up there?
I don't even know, man. Some of these interactions are crazy. Oh, that's another one for the montage.
That's a heartbreaker.
Sorry, Quicks, but man, that one really does suck to see. But Converse now, as we move over onto City Center, you do have a bit more space to play around. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep playing this Reinhardt composition. I would say you probably don't have as much of a situation to play those kind of close-range brawl characters, but if we're just going to be bringing out the Orisa as well, yeah, here's a first here, Septilens. I don't think we've seen Orisa v. Orisa yet today, but Quicks and Weirdo are going to give it a shot. I've said before how this character is really good at leveraging their aggression to run over squishier members from the other team. We'll see who's able to get more value.
Yeah, and Quiggs is gonna have to be good on this Orisa because Weirdo has it on lock. First Cassidy we've seen so far this weekend as well from Converse. They're definitely trying to play into those comfort picks instead of those meta picks. Let's see how well it's gonna work out. Quiggs deep into the back line. Arguably one of the strongest Orisa counters in the game is Harmony on that Symmetra with that full charge beam. Hammer takes down Weirdo, no tanks in sight with a small numbers advantage. UFO might be able to snatch away a fight win. It's a messy one though, dividing. Nobody finds a quick dominance. Soon takes out Still Kiwi. Will that be enough? Yes, it has to be, as Hammer also goes down.
I gotta give a shout out to Shun there, putting in so much healing to keep Florida healthy during that fight. Already going to have the ultimate available, the amplification matrix, and is doing a really good job of outpacing Orion. This Moira pick, I don't feel like it has been paying off super well so far for Converse. Having that extra healing and the immortality field has been huge for the Gators.
It has been absolutely colossal through and through. Quick's going to be going with that hyper-aggression once again, trying to pick out the Lucio, but Lucio, probably the sneakiest member of UFO, can get out of that corner just as quickly as you put him there. UFO, I mean, they're just kind of, we're watching the tank separated entirely from the rest of the team. It forces a rotation down and around. Coalescence comes out. Here's a photon barrier. That'll go right through. The Coalescence will go right through the photon barrier. Does not have the block they need. This has been a really back and forth matchup, but Weirdo has decided enough is enough. Takes down a DPS and a support, and the rest of Converse not able to capitalize. UFO halfway done with the second point.
It is tough to get multi-kills with the Terra Surge. You have to charge it up for a pretty long time in order to secure kills with it, and while that's happening, you get the pull-in and you slow them down, but people can still run away from you while it happens. So getting a 2K with it just shows how good Weirdo is on this character to be able to get as much value as possible out of that ultimate. Converse, though, on this recontest, this is their best opportunity yet with 4 ultimates about to come online.
And one of my favorite combos in the game is that Terra Surge with the Blizzard, but it looks like Converse is going to rely a little more on the Blizzard. Teslo's Blade completely null and void out of this fight. Here's a good Terra Surge, but Immortality Field is always going to be better. Orca falls aggressively. Garchomp takes out Harmony, and I think Converse, very similar to Stage 1, is going to cap in the final moments of life that they could bring to this matchup. Garchomp, in particular, putting UFO down.
Yeah, the former off-tank player for Converse converting over to DPS for the moment for this team. A little bit unfamiliar, but has been doing a pretty solid job on this Sojourn so far. Has the overclock ready, and as long as you can melt through the beat coming out from Orca, you're actually in a pretty good spot here if you're a Valkyrie fan.
The beat from Still Kiwi and Orca. Everybody's going to have that pretty aggressive overheal, but is it going to give anybody the opener they need to succeed? An Ant Matrix answer to buy a overcharge here, and Garchomp with what feels like a little bit of luck on their side finds a headshot onto Harmony. Much more skill involved in dismissing Teslo from this Mortal Coil. Weirdo also falls in Converse, throwing it all out with the kitchen sink. To be fair, UF Orange, they're not coming back with anything either.
Yeah, nicely done there from Garchomp with the sliding shot with the overclock to give Converse a man advantage that they needed. Unfortunately, though, okay, that was actually really good. A nice stagger on the Tesla. It buys Converse a little more time. It lets Hammer spam those icicles into the UF Orange comp and get the Blizzard online. That's going to be huge. Even though UF Orange are coming in with the Proton Barrier and the Terra Surge, that Blizzard, one of the few hard CC ultimates in the game that you have as a DPS player, that makes it hugely impactful if it hits a lot of these members, as UF Orange like to stay together. Oh, they dodged it! They dodged it with the teleporter!
The teleporter out was genius. I love the attempt there. Teleporter into Terra Surge, but unfortunately it falls too little, too short. UFO, though, they might be able to flip this around. Photon Barrier up and running. The Blade not far off either. No ultimates in sight except for this Photon Barrier, and Quicks is, in fact, going to be the first player to bite the bullet. Hammer not far behind. Converse fights tooth and nail until the bitter end, but UFO, they are still trying to hold on to that undefeated map series win. It looks like they're going to have it here on Oasis, map number 1, ending in favor of UF Orange.
Dylan's Hammer just got played so hard there. Got baited into using the Blizzard, and again, you see the entire team clumped together as Florida. As a May player, you think, oh, this is beautiful. I have my Blizzard ready. We're going to freeze them all up, take them all down. And then all of a sudden, they all just disappear. Florida have proven throughout this series and throughout yesterday that this Symmetra isn't just a pocket pick. It isn't just like a silly we're playing off meta. This is something that Harmony in particular is extremely comfortable on, and the entire team has used this teleporter as a really solid tool to traverse throughout the map in ways that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And part of that is being able to completely ignore area of effect ultimates like Hammer's Blizzard there. I think if it had landed, if they didn't have the Symmetra and they were caught in there, we would be in a very different situation.
Absolutely. We would be in a notably different situation. The Blizzard Terra Surge, like I mentioned, an ultimate combination that I love to see, but we never saw it come to fruition on the side of Converse. We're going to be going to our escort map up next. I'm trying to see if we can figure out what it is. It is Circuit Royale. So, hey, we got a repeat there. Maybe it'll be a different story. Maybe it'll be a 3-3 overtime. Maybe it'll be a back-to-back full hold. Who knows? But UFO, they are comfortable on just about every map we've seen so far. Will Circuit Royale finally be that map of weakness we've been waiting for?
I am a little interested to see why Converse chose Circuit Royale. Maybe they have a bit of a dive composition that they feel more comfortable on. The reason I say that is because you do have currently two converted players on the DPS right now. Right. You have Garchomp, who mostly played off tank for the team before. You have Hammer, who first got his name and his notoriety off of playing main tank. So it's two tank players that have been converted over the DPS. Not saying they're bad at DPS, but I'm not sure if you have that kind of sniper player, hit scan specialist that you're really looking to counter on the side of UF Orange. I was going to say Zikrinax has kind of been the hit scan player, but they do keep Harmony in, which does show that maybe they are going to try and play a little more up close. Maybe it's a Circuit Royale map situation that we haven't seen quite yet. No, Garchomp and Hammer are both going to go on to the Sojourn and Widowmaker respectively. At least so far, they have 40 seconds to change it. So this is actually putting a lot of faith into your converted DPS players to be able to pop off on these hit scan heroes. So we'll see how it works out against a UF Orange team that are going to be playing right in their face with the Symmetra Genji.
Yeah, right in the face with the Sim Genji could work out very well for UFO. I mean, the Symmetra's been working so far, as I always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it feels like UFO is trying to live that same tale. Playing Sim on defense, though, I think it forces UFO to play either all the way up, touching the spawn door, or up and around that first corner, playing a little further back, maybe giving Converse some wiggle room. And we've seen teams do a lot with just a little bit of wiggle room. We're not going to have the Widow v Widow. We don't even have a Sniper v Sniper. Probably for the first time on Circuit Royale from what we've seen so far. But we do have a hard rush in from UF Orange. Your Mortality Field is already gone. And look at it. It's going to be Harmony v Hammer. Hammer just cannot find the shots, but Harmony finds that projectile damage and might live to tell the tale. Oh no, Orion with a 2-piece sneaks in behind and puts UFO back to their spawn, giving Converse a lot of free room. The Havana hold not going to work quite like they wanted to.
I did like the idea there from UF Orange to try and take advantage of the fact that Converse don't necessarily have a pure hit scan player on their team. Try and get up in the face of that Widowmaker. But, oh my goodness, Orion, that's someone who's still playing on their main role and is fantastic at Zenyatta. You do force Hammer to swap over onto the Cassidy here. Is that the first Cassidy sighting of the day, actually?
Oasis, we had one as well, so this is the second Cassidy sighting. But the first team to play Cassidy is Converse, yes. Orion now able to take out Orca, and Hammer puts on the Immortality Field. Oh my goodness, the roll into the shot onto Harmony, doing a phenomenal job with the help of Quicks. Gets to continue living. My goodness, Dividing, you must have hit a nerve when you said something about no hit scan, because Converse, they're going crazy right now.
Clearly, Hammer feels really good on the Cassidy, and when you're hitting shots on the Revolver, it is very difficult to deny on the point here. Orion with another 2-piece as well. My goodness, Converse proving me wrong every step of the way as they take point A, and once again, they want to be aggressive here on point B. You know UF Orange are going to want to take control of this high ground on the second point as much as possible, so it is up to Converse to try and hold them at this door for as long as possible as the cart makes its slow trek up to the top.
The slow trek to the top, and I've got to say, they're doing it with relative ease right now. We saw some of the greatest teams we've seen so far this weekend struggle on this just a couple of maps ago, and right now Converse making absolute easy work of it. Weirdo finds Garchomp with a just random right click, the high noon, the speed on that, and unfortunately still nobody's able to find the purchase with that bullet. Shun finds one on the form of hammer. Transcendence does have to be popped by Orion, but I'm afraid it's one of those too little too late scenarios. Nobody's going to be there to catch him in time.
Not quite. As UF Orange now, they're going to be able to take purchase on these high grounds. As long as Weirdo doesn't get caught out here, you don't have many movement abilities on this Zarya, so it does come down to your Genji to deflect for you, your DPS to heal you up, and oh, it's actually Orca who gets caught out a little bit too far. So here's an opportunity for Converse with the overclock, with the Amp Matrix, with the grab from Quick coming up in just a moment. They might not even need it in a 3v5 situation.
They truly might not need it in this 3v5. Converse, I mean, I've got to say, maybe Control simply wasn't their map. This feels like a completely different team than what we saw just a minute ago on Oasis. They are 3ing it all the way up into the second point cap. I assume UF Orange is going to recontest. They've got 3 ultimates in their back pocket. To be fair, one of them's Transcendence, but they've got a couple of ults to work with. Now Trank is going to be used as the grab from Twix comes out a little too early. Amp Matrix into what I assume overclock might be. Photon Barrier and the Blade. UFO throwing everything out, and Converse has to almost do the same. It's the ult discipline from Garchomp that has been so important for Converse.
That was a so 1000 IQ play from Harmony there. Places the teleporter right next to Quix. They know that Quix has the grab ready. Quix sees the teleporter, assumes they're going to go through, grabs the teleporter, but it was a fake. UF Orange didn't take it and completely nullified that impactful ultimate from Converse. That is so huge and keeping Converse guessing. That's why this Symmetra is so impactful when Florida plays it.
Teslo and Shun finally bringing UFO back to life. And like you said, the importance of that Symmetra. It's such a high-risk, high-reward scenario, but those small micro-management plays just like that are what can make that Symmetra work. 2:15 on the clock for Converse. They've got the high noon. They've got the overclock. A Transcendence just around the corner. But UF Orange, that teleporter, I think can be really, really impactful on this area of the map.
Ooh, Tesla down early, though, but UF Orange are in a situation where they could hold at this high ground even without their Genji. They're still pretty confident in their ability to spam down at Converse as they try and climb the hill here. They're going to have to play into a Transcendence and an overclock, though, so Converse theoretically have the advantage.
The advantage in favor of Converse, perhaps. The overclock not finding its value, though, from Garchomp. It's making a little bit of distance. It's being a little scary, but if you don't put an Elim down with it, it's just not going to matter, especially when you lose your counter DPS and it's up to Garchomp to try and save the day. Teslo finds Kiwi. That's the fight already down and out. It's going to be the cleanup crew here for the remainder of UF Orange. 80 seconds left on the clock.
Converse maybe have 2 more good fights here if they make them quick. You do have both of your support ultimates available here, which is going to be big, coming up with a Blade from Teslo in just a little bit. Orca coming up with a Transcendence of their own as well, and the Photon Barrier, but nothing up at the moment. If Converse is able to take advantage of that, try and get a fight straight into Tesla's face before that Blade comes online, it might be an opportunity to use their support ultimates aggressively.
Aggressive support ult, something that good teams try to do, but great teams can truly make happen. And it looks like we're going to have a weird style of aggression. Double Transcendence, so a bit of a Transcendence diagram. Harmony takes out
This is so free for Teslo now to use it.
If he chooses to, though, does he need it is the question. Things look a little shaky, but it looks like they're going to hold on to it, back pocket it for this final fight here on the first half of Circuit Royale. If UF Orange wins this one, very similar to what we saw from UTD a couple minutes ago, the win condition will have been set. Now, UTD, they fell a little bit short. They weren't able to make that magic happen. They got forced to a map 4. Will that story try true once again, or can UFO show us that dominance we know and love from them?
It's gonna be so difficult for Converse to play into this one. They're coming up on the Gravitic Flux, but it's not up yet, and you have the Gravitic Surge, you have the Blade, you have the Ant Matrix. I think this is Florida's to win. Oh, but the grab whiffs, it hits no one.
That whiffed grab could spell disaster, but I think the elims are already ending in favor of Converse here. A valiant effort in favor of UF Orange, I'm sorry, against Converse. A valiant effort from Converse indeed in the first half, but it's still possible here.
You know, fair enough, Weirdo. Zoning graph, I get it. You gotta make sure that no one can get on that side of the tower, and by doing so, you force Converse on the other side to open things up for Teslo and Harmony. So I get it. I get the big brain moves that you were going for. Definitely wasn't just a miss. So UF Orange now in a really good situation here. Just 1 point and 80 meters separate them from going up to series point here. Converse have got to pull out something interesting here. I would imagine, since they were forced off of the snipers so early, you might want to give it a try because this map is so good for those sniper characters, especially when you're on the defense, but ooh, this is interesting. It is Junkrat and Cassidy coming up from Converse. We saw Hammer find a lot of success out of that Cassidy up first. Garchomp going to be bringing in a lot of spam damage with the Junkrat. I have to imagine with this kind of situation, Converse will probably want to try and hold a little bit closer, try and put pressure on the Gators very early on in their attack.
The Junkrat, I think very similar to the Symmetra, can be all risk, all reward, or fall a little bit short somewhere in the middle. Maybe it'll work well, but I've got a terrible feeling unless Garchomp tries to go up and over. Like, we talk about that a lot on Circuit Royale. We saw it earlier work pretty well. I don't remember which team it was, unfortunately, but we've seen the Junkrat strategy come through, I believe, from Kennesaw, actually. So maybe Garchomp gives us something similar on the defense, sneaks into the back line, and looks for an elimination. But I don't know. This is a really open map. I think Junkrat's going to struggle to find value.
It is going to be tough, and you know what else it is? It's also free charge for Weirdo. As soon as you see the Junkrat grenades coming at you, that is such easy charge.
Well, speaking of easy charge, Garchomp actually finds some ult charge on Harmony, but it's still going to be a two-piece in favor of UFO. Junkrat can make his ends meet here in the form of a single elimination, but as the rest of his team gets ripped apart, it's simply not going to matter. Numbers advantage currently for UFO, but this corner is a pretty interesting one because I think it allows a team to play with a one-man disadvantage because they're relatively close to spawn.
Relatively close indeed. As UF Orange, they continue to push forward, but these fights have been going so quickly that no ult have really been built up on either side yet. So it is still kind of in a neutral situation. Still Kiwi is the closest, with the Ant Matrix coming up in just a moment.
3 minutes on the clock. The Ant Matrix could be a make or break for still Kiwi, but as Garchomp goes down once again, they have to decide, do we even want to use it if we get it? Okay, and when you lose 3 members of your 5-member team, I think it's a pretty clear call to not use that ultimate, give up this first point, and with what should be somewhere around 5 minutes on the clock, I believe UF Orange has to make it just barely to that second point, and they can call themselves 2-0 on the series. They'll only have to win one more to get their shot against UTD.
Ooh, Garchomp cannot get shut out here. You cannot get staggered out and give UF Orange all of this space. It's actually Hammer who gets taken out early. That is one of your more consistent damage dealers here on Converse, so you really need to have that Cassidy back to try and counter Tesla when they dive in. UF Orange in such a strong situation here. The Photon Barrier already up. The Blade just got finished, and Weirdo is so close to the grab. This might be a one fight and done situation if these ults hit, Septilance.
Tesla really sending it high in the sky, looking for the elimination out of the Sigma, runs into a Junkrat up top and still can't find the purchase. It's actually Garchomp that takes Tesla out of the equation. 4.5 minutes, you've still got to make it about, 47 meters just to take that win by the skin of your teeth. You got 4 minutes to do it. Not bad. You're looking at like 12-something meters per minute. Orion takes out Harmony. The grab from Weirdo, not going to get the value UF Orange is looking for. I got to be honest, UF Orange looking a little bit sloppy in these final engagements.
Quicks needs the die here. You use the grab to separate out the Sigma from the rest of the team, and it still manages to get away. That is so disappointing, but here's another opportunity with the Blade and the Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush, first one we've seen in a while, honestly. Kiriko was much more common yesterday than she was today, and I think that's due to the fact that losing yesterday wasn't nearly as detrimental as losing today. Tesla had the right idea, but the wrong support to try and take down in that moment. It's not going to end well. Garchomp with the tire. Somebody's got to touch as Converse is getting pushed against the wall. They're winning the fight. They have the numbers, but they simply are letting go of the cart in critical moments. Garchomp finds the Immortality Field. The one who threw it went down just a moment to Hammer. And this looks like UF Orange is going to fall back once again. A full minute off the clock.
A minute off the clock, but the cart is right on the edge of that golden box of victory, which means you are significantly in one fight territory here. If you can stagger out the Genji, and you do, that is really good for Converse. Any anytime you can bleed off the clock here is going to be huge at this point in the map. That being said, Weirdo is ready with that grab. Orion still significantly away from the Transcendence, so if you use it quickly and aggressively here, that could be the fight that ends it all. Notably, Quix has swapped over onto the Wrecking Ball to get back to the point faster, which means you don't have an ideal situation on that tank.
Weirdo has another grab, and I've got to say, a very quick one, considering how recently it felt they used the previous. Quix on the Wrecking Ball, gonna get hacked by Harmony. Could be a massive moment, but nobody's there with the immediate follow-up. And there's just an absolute launch of a grab. It looks like it's going to work out well enough. They found an elimination. Poor Bob gets caught out by it as well, and somehow they choose not to take him down, even though he's critical HP. Somebody just look at the man, and still, it finds an Elim onto Weirdo, which very well might win Converse this fight again.
That is so huge. The fact that Bob just barely managed to survive and take the Zarya out of the fight. UF Orange has had several opportunities to finish this map and get themselves to a 2-0 lead. They have not been able to do it. They've allowed Converse to stay in this one. They've allowed them to build up ultimates once again. Now the Transcendence is ready for this EMP that Harmony is built up. If you are able to avoid that as a Zenyatta, you can completely nullify that.
And a Christian out of the Wrecking Ball, but you're caught in the middle of a minefield. He gets moved forward, still able to make it out by the skin of their teeth. Weirdo having a really rough time so far. Orca not faring much better. It looks like Tesla finally pulls the blade. Harmony finds another. This could be the moment UF Orange can turn it around. They are so close. They can taste it, but close does not count in a game like Overwatch. We need a full-blown map win for UFO to remain undefeated. Soon took down Garchomp, a massive spawn advantage in favor of Converse right now. So UF Orange has to turn something around. They've got to keep these eliminations consistent, and as they finally, for the first time in a long time, begin to stabilize. Can this be it? A 3MP. Orion blinks, and he is sent to the afterlife. This poor Baptiste has to throw a Mortality Field to keep
Riptire
on the team alive. Riptire from Garchomp. Can it pick up much of anything? And it looks like, unfortunately, it is too little, too late. The remaining members of UF Orange are going to go find the remaining members of Converse and secure that second map win. Very, very close. But like I said earlier, close. Just not going to cut it. UF Orange up 2-0 on the series.
Converse made them sweat, though. They held on point B for a pretty solid amount of time, taking what was a really big time bank down to only a minute or so. But the Gators, they pull out the win when they need to. They get up to 2-0 on the series. And for the second time in 2 tournaments, Orange are now on the brink of knocking out the Converse Valkyries. They've got to try and turn it around here on this next push map. I guess the question is, where do you go, right? You think probably New Queen Street based on what we've seen before. That being said, we've seen a lot of New Queen Street out of Florida, right? You've seen that Weirdo does like to pull out the Orisa for this map. Are you confident playing into that Orisa pick and play New Queen Street, or do you want to throw something else at the Gators?
I think you avoid New Queen Street because we watched Kennesaw try to run it down on the comfortable map, and they got ran down by UTT. I think we'd get almost an exact matchup of that. New Queen Street has been, I can't say statistically because we don't have statistics ran on it, but to me, it feels like New Queen Street has been the strongest map from UFO this entire weekend. So going up against that, it's like setting up your own coffin and jumping inside for free. So maybe they go for the shakeup. They go for Coliseo, we haven't seen, and then Esperanza, we haven't seen once. So maybe just bringing out something weird, throwing all your hopes into the void and praying the Overwatch gods are looking down on you. That could be the option here. But again, you look at the other side of that argument, the tried and true, do we go with the map we're most comfortable with, even if it's also the map they are most comfortable with? It's both sides of the same coin. It's a very tough call to make.
Yeah. Very tough. And of course, Converse, with their tournament lives on the line here, it is only the winner at the end of the day that gets a ticket to the national finals next year. Next year. We haven't hit 2023 yet, so technically correct. So Converse, it is a reverse sweep or nothing from them, and I really feel like you gotta be thinking about which one of these push maps can you play that best plays into your DPS's strengths, right? I think I will say, Hammer, Garchomp, you proved me wrong. I said, I doubted the DPS line. But they both had really solid moments throughout that map of Circuit Royale. They're not bad DPS. I do think, however, they are fairly limited in their hero pools and in what they can be effective on. So you gotta be conscious of that when you're making this map pick and what map you pick and what can be the most comfortable for the players you have. You just kind of play with what you have and what makes you the most comfortable, which is why we see Coliseo come out from the Valkyries here. So, bit of an unorthodox pick. I don't think we seen Florida play Coliseo.
Yes,
were
once
Coliseo
yesterday,
on the
because
map?
it's when Weirdo busted out Roadhog.
Right,
It's when
it
we
was
saw
the
Roadhog for the first
Roadhog
time.
map. What if we
And it
see a
was quick.
Roadhog battle between Quicks and Weirdo? That would be crazy.
It would be pretty absurd, and after a lot of deliberation, we were sitting here, I kept glancing off to my side monitor to figure out what that next map call was going to be. Coliseo is a risky one. It kind of shows either an extreme confidence in the side of Converse, or Converse didn't watch UFO's game yesterday, because this was possibly the fastest map we saw yesterday. Was UFO
It was.
on push. They won push in completion. They did not win via timer. They pushed the payload, the cart, whatever it's called, all the way to the end of the map, and I think it was a little over 4 minutes. So Converse either has an insane strategy, or like I said, they're throwing it at the wall and hoping it sticks.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what they're going to be throwing at the wall here, as the first team comms will be coming in about 10 seconds. Of course, Coliseo, best known right now for that very long stretch in the middle of the map. It gives you an opportunity as maybe a longer range DPS to just launch shots down that corridor, try and figure something out here. That being said, Converse, I think they do feel more comfortable on those close range brawly kind of compositions. So we'll see if they stick with what they've got here right now. I would be curious to see if Weirdo goes on the Doomfist. I think popular consensus is that Doomfist is actually one of the weakest tanks in Overwatch right now. Yeah, you do a lot better just going on to the tried and true, the Zarya here from UF Orange. You're changing absolutely nothing. Still with the Symmetra comp. Converse, though, going to be sticking with the Reinhardt, sticking with the Junkrat here. Going to be trying to spam out the University of Florida.
Maybe this Junkrat will be able to make some footing here, but if the teleporter goes directly into the center of the team, nobody gets through before it's destroyed. Converse getting a lot better at snapping out of those teleporters, and Garchomp getting a lot better at snapping down on the members of UF Orange. Both DPS already removed from the equation, and Converse kicking off Coliseo very, very strong. This could be their time to strike. This could be their time to take a map, but UF Orange, we've seen them be beaten down to the ground and still come out on top of the fight.
Yeah, really nice play from Garchomp. Identifying the placement from Tesla had wall climbed a little bit too far, went over the side of the Coliseo window and could not get back over before the spam damage came through. So UF Orange now, as they go back into this one, Weirdo is very high charge and is already 60% of the way to a grab. You're able to survive this onslaught.
Oh, Garchomp finds Harmony once again in the onslaught against UF Orange. This Junkrat works so unbelievably well in the first part of this map in particular, because it's one very long corridor, and it makes it really easy to get nade kills on purpose or occasionally on accident. I won't lie, I've done it. Hammer, though, you cannot get Sojourn kills on accident quite as easily. A double headshot railgun takedown of UF Orange guarantees Converse they might reach the first point cap already.
Potentially. I think because it is so compact with the U-turn that I think UF Orange will be able to get for one more fight here before the forward spawns are unlocked here. And they do have the grab ready from Weirdo. Still Kiwi, still about 15% away from the beat. And so that is going to force Converse to back up just a little bit here as UF Orange try and take control.
Coalescence comes out from Orion, and an ultimate that people have been using a lot more for damage than for healing these days, and it's not going to get anybody much, but Converse with popping all 5 ultimates, and this fight is still not as clean as they might be hoping for. The Riptire and the Junkrat removed very aggressively. Hammer finds a couple of kills with that overclock, but a couple ain't going to cut it yet. Tesla goes down. Is that it? Still Kiwi. Finally, some supportal combat like we saw in our last series. Converse with that first point cap guaranteed. Currently going to be up 60 meters to 0. I'm going to say it. UF Orange, they're getting rolled a little bit right now.
Yeah, it does not get much more expensive than that for Converse, but I would say in this particular situation, it's actually worth it because you do get the forward spawns unlocked and you put yourself in a fantastic position for the rest of the map here, having put Florida in such a big hole to dig out of.
Tesla has to pull the blade and then has to play hard defense as the team collapses in on top of him. That was off the map. No, just barely. Somehow somebody was able to make it back. Weirdo does not find the javelin push they wanted, but does find the headshot purchase necessary. Oh, poor Harmony. What good timing on the camera. Certainly no Harmony from Quicks as they take that Symmetra offline. The tank 1v1 might be a 1v none unless Quicks can do something different. Bullet after bullet finding purchase on Reinhardt's hulking frame. Garchomp with that nade kill onto Orca. The Terra Surge finds Orion. Quicks is also gone, and UF Orange is finally beginning that restabilization. How long can they keep it up?
Okay, so this is what we probably expected after seeing Converse use all 5 of their ultimates in the last fight. But again, it is 70 meters to 0 here. UF Orange finally starting to get a little bit on the clock, and that is a nice shatter from Quicks. Found 3 members of the Gators.
3 members of the Gators have been taken down, but it's still going to be a 1-1 trade in the DPS department. Still, Kiwi drops the beat in an attempt to keep the team alive. The photon barrier makes a lot of damage, difficult to find, and still, 4 Quicks can't make it out with their life. Tesla loses the fight to Still Kiwi, and UF Orange, I think they've still got the numbers advantage, especially as Hammer is pushed away from the fight, forces an overclock, trying to get UF Orange to run, but they simply refuse to do so. Weirdo loses the 1v1, Immortality Field down, and it is Hammer all day long. The Hammer has finally come down, and it's not the Reinhardt to bring it.
That is massive from Converse, able to keep UF Orange from getting even 2 meters on this push bot so far. If they can keep the bot on UF Orange's side of the map for the next 5.5 minutes, that is beautiful for them. But UF Orange has swapped over onto a Sombra now, trying to keep things a little bit more up close, try and put pressure onto potentially Orion and Quicks. When Reinhardt is hacked, you don't have that shield anymore. You don't have that safety for the rest of the Valkyries.
Yeah, and you got to remember, the Sombra helped UF Orange snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat back on Circuit Royale, so maybe they try to bring that to the fray once again. 4 Quicks can't even left shift without taking a javelin to the face. Terra Surge just seconds away, but the blade just as close. Orca drops the beat for UF Orange. They're trying to stabilize. Converse has been doing such a good job keeping this team on their edge of their seat, and Hammer taking down Weirdo helps Converse continue that series with 5 minutes left. UF Orange has got to change something up. Hammer, in particular, is keeping UF Orange in their place.
This has been a very strong map here for Converse, and yeah, I think Hammer has been doing tons of work on this Reinhardt, putting in a ton of damage of his own, has another shatter ready, but also has done a really good job of balancing when to swing and when to shield, when to play offensive and when to put up the protection for the rest of the squad.
Quicks puts down Tesla with the shatter, and Garchomp has great positioning here. You just get to play it high in the back line, but that Sombra has his number. Harmony gonna get caught out by that mine once again. Sombra, she's pretty squishy, especially out of invisibility. I mean, that is not what you want to see. Shun takes down Garchomp. Quicks finds Beardo. That desperate Doomfist comes out, and I really don't think it's gonna work. Converse, such a good job on a team comp. We have not seen it all this weekend.
It's been working fantastically for Converse. UF Orange seem a little bit stumped on how to deal with this close range composition right now. That being said, Harmony with the EMP available, Quicks hacked up. This is the opportunity. Oh, but you missed Still Kiwi. You were able to get the beat down.
The beat does go down. Still Kiwi keeps the team alive. Quicks gets hacked out, but I don't know if the hack is what they need to be looking for. Sombra, even with that 40% damage boost, I'm not sure she's doing as much as another DPS could be right now. That EMP went null and void. Garchomp falls. Hammer gets the immediate trade, and when the tank goes missing, Converse gets in charge all over again. 3.5 minutes. They are one good fight away from winning this map out in its entirety and giving UF Orange their first match of the day, of the weekend. Oh my goodness, first map loss of the weekend.
Yeah, at least on stream. I think UF Orange might have lost a couple of maps in an unstreamed match, but it is still a huge fight turner, a huge match turner if Converse is able to get this around. Oh, Quicks gets a shatter canceled. That is huge from Weirdo, who was swapped over onto the Reinhardt to try and take a Rein v Rein situation. You're running it right into Quicks' face now, and this is a bit scary here, going into a mirror with the Reinhardt Warlord, who started off this series and started off this fight in the first place. And UF Orange, they have control of the cart for now, but it is 1.8 meters to 133. This is about as deep a hole as you can be in as far as a push map goes. UF Orange have quite the progress to make here. With 2 minutes 30 on the clock, very little room for error.
Very little room for error indeed. Here comes a Riptire. Even if they get to one elimination in favor of Converse, that can be enough for them to establish a dominant pace. Scratch one. Let's find two, and let's make sure it's both the DPS. Put that Baptiste back in spawn just for the heck of it. That's the play of the game if I've ever seen one. And Converse, with only 130 seconds left on the clock, are looking ripe to win this game and force us to another map 4, our second of the entire weekend.
not quite over yet, but it's getting close to that point here for UF Orange. With only 2 minutes on the clock, they have the Shatter, they have the Photon Barrier, and they have the Amplification Matrix. Converse not up to anything quite yet, close to a few ultimates of their own, but there's the Shatter from Weirdo. Finds 2. If they can finish off Orion, but they can't. They just aren't able to follow up on it like Converse can.
Quicks finds Soon pretty aggressively here. The Shatter online with only 90 seconds left. You've got to decide whether or not you want to use it. Weirdo tries to make the Ryan 1v1 work out, but Quicks is very clearly comfortable on this Reinhardt, and being comfortable on Ryan in Overwatch 2, that is a rare commodity these days. I'm waiting for the spawn. Shatter has the sneak up. Check your corners challenge. Oh no, sneaks in the wrong angle, but still finds 2 with it immediately. Converse in such a good position to win this all off the backs of Quicks and Garchomp. They're just coming in, finding 4 of the 5 possible eliminations in that final fight, and Converse has done it. They have beaten the unbeatable. David has slain Goliath, but only for a single map. We've got to go through 2 more. Like you said at the beginning of this map dividing, we need a complete and total reverse sweep right now.
I don't want to call it a reverse sweep yet. Obviously, Converse just with 1 map out of the 3 they need. That being said, this is the kind of map that completely swings the momentum, right? The kind of map after winning a push map, frankly, dominating a push map like that. Florida was barely able to get anything going and was just playing defense throughout that entire situation. That is the kind of momentum swinger that Converse needed down 2-0 in a series like this. That being said, last time these teams played in the open qualifier, it was a 3-1 outcome for Florida, so not entirely unfamiliar here for the Gators. Converse still needs to win 1 more hybrid map in order to take ourselves to our first map 5 of the weekend here on stream, and it is going to be on a hybrid map that Florida is going to choose. So they're surely going to choose a hybrid map that best fits their unique brand of gameplay, and we've seen how Converse has struggled against it in the early going in this series.
Yeah. And you've got to wonder, because last time we talked about this, you know, do you go with the tried and true? Do you bust out Kings Row? Do you go with the map nobody's had a lot of time on Midtown? We ended up on Eichenwald. That was a little weird. You've got to wonder, looking at the side of UFO, do you run that same variable? Because from the statistics we've been given, UFO actually performs worse on the newer maps. So maybe they do want to run into that tried and true, but if you go Kings Row, Quicks brings out Reinhardt. It's this constant flowchart of what's going to be coming up next, and I think it just kind of leaves Eichenwald as the option, because Kings Row has pretty much always been, you know, the Rhine Zarya map, or the Rhine somebody map. Maybe that changes a little bit in Overwatch 2, but with Eichenwald, you can play multiple tanks. You don't have to rely on that Reinhardt, and maybe that's what they're going to be leaning into. I truly have no idea where UFO is going to be taking us next.
Yeah, it's really tough because, you know, I think you make a really good point that Kings Row is where most teams probably feel the most comfortable. I think taking Converse to Kings Row right now, if you're Florida, is very dangerous, especially after the performance that we had on the Reinhardt, on the Junkrat. That being said, danger is Florida's middle name. We are going to be going to Kings Row anyway here, which means that we do have a lot of confidence on the side of the Gators to take it to Converse anyways here. We did see Weirdo pull out the Reinhardt near the end of that Coliseum map. It was a little bit too little too late situation. Quicks already had so much momentum. That being said, if you're back to 0 here as far as momentum goes, it's maybe going to go a little more towards Florida's favor. Maybe.
Maybe. This is going to be tough because, like you said, this is a good map for both Reinhardt and Junkrat. 2 characters that Converse has proven they love to bring to the table. So UF Orange, Weirdo's Reinhardt didn't work super well on Coliseo, but this is a much more familiar map and a completely different map style than what Push is. So maybe UF Orange falls back into those comfort picks. Let's take a look here. Nope, Orisa immediately on the board.
I am not shocked at all. This is exactly what UF Orange love to do on maps like these. You'd really rather, if you're Weirdo, play the Orisa over the Reinhardt. Try and knock Quicks back as much as possible. Make sure that the hammer doesn't find any purchase onto the rest of your teammates. And you also have Tesla going in on the Ashe. This is an interesting one. A sniper character is going to have a little bit of trouble getting past the sight lines here. That being said, it might be a really nice read here if Hammer is going to stick on this far. It might have been just for scouting, though, so it is going to be an Ashe versus Sojourn matchup. we saw this a little bit in the last series here, and Ash actually performed pretty dang well. So Teslo here, the usual Genji player, in a pretty nice spot.
Oh my goodness, a hyper-aggressive startup from UF Orange here. It's a 2v1 trade, a massive spawn advantage, obviously in favor of our attackers, so Converse can get back into the fray, might be able to take a 5v4 if they respawn fast enough, use that Lucio speed boost to walk up and through the Orisa onto point, and force UF Orange to adapt accordingly. Wix goes up and through Hotel, but I think he's going to be in a tough spot. Garchomp finding Harmony. That's the go button. That's the green light. And Fuchu, who's been subbed in on the side of UF Orange, is not going to be enough. Teslo takes out Garchomp, and I fear it may be too little too late. And as I say it, UF Orange proves me wrong. A tick on the board, but Converse not going to be able to find much more.
That was super well done from Florida, being able to understand, hey, we do have an opportunity here to recontest. If we fall back, don't let Converse take any more of our members. And with some nice snipes there from Shun, they are able to get back into this. That being said, Converse are going to have their respawns faster than the Gators will at this point, which is why they go so aggressive once again.
Oh, a great headshot, but unfortunately not the follow-up from Hammer, who now has that overclock already on charge. Hammer does find Tesla in the secondary attempt, but it's a DPS for a DPS. Garchomp removed from this mortal coil of King's Row. And Tesla not far behind. Poor Tesla had to swap out of the Ash, unfortunately only halfway to Bob, who could be a real power player in this upcoming matchup. Quicks looking for the Elin to charge into the wall. Weirdo boxed out, and Immortality Field has to be used just to keep that Orisa alive. Photon Barrier up in a genius play. Makes it so much harder for Converse to do anything other than get shredded right now.
And UF Orange are being very conservative with their ults right now because they don't have to use them. They have the Terra Surge and both support ultimates, but they're doing a really good job of hanging on to them until they absolutely need them, just bleeding the time off of this bank here of Converse. They have 3 ultimates of their own, both supports and the Riptire coming up here. Garchomp might need to get one past the Immortality Field of Fuchu to open things up for Converse.
Fuchu had to use that Ant Magic. Here comes a Terra Surge from Weirdo, and it looks like it's not going to fare well for the remaining members of UF Orange. Like I said, poor Teslo just cannot make this Ash work as Hammer seems to have their number. Transcendence from Shun in a bit of a confusing play, but one that still may work out well. Here comes a tire in the back line, and it catches both. Shun on his way out and Fuchu on his way down. Devastating, and that has to be Converse capping this first point, but they are fighting tooth and nail. This is the Converse I remember.
Converse fighting super hard here. I think really making UF Orange regret in a lot of ways the map pick here. That being said, UF Orange did get Converse down to about a minute left on their time bank before they finally were able to take point A. So with Hammer taking the win, with Hammer taking the early fight here, they're going to continue to push their advantage.
Continuing to push that advantage is the name of the game on King's Row 1.5. We see the card stalled here so many times, and that's because teams play a little bit too slow. The defense gets an advantage, and they tend to not drop it. But if the attacking team continues to hold W, they push up into the defense and force them to tunnel back towards spawn. That's when the offense has a much easier time. Right now, however, Converse rocking with 1 on the cart. I don't think I love that because they could have made it much, much further, at least around the second corner with a minimum of 2 on the cart. But who knows? Maybe they know what they're doing here.
This overclock has to be huge from Hammer because Converse really doesn't have any other ultimates available, and UF Orange has the Bob and the Amplification Matrix even after this Photon Barrier goes away. And yeah, that's going to force them right back. UF Orange, they win that fight with only the Photon Barrier used, which is massive because you do have the other 2 ultimates you have, and Weirdo did just come up on that Terra Surge. Like I said before, really difficult to find kills outright. You can do lots of damage with it. And you don't have the Immortality Field to worry about because Orion's on the Moira.
Orion on the Moira. Somebody who's been notably more popular today than we saw yesterday, and I think that's because these two are just bringing out unconventional after unconventional. Weirdo has another Terra Surge, maybe a Sim TP into Terra Surge. Saw it on TikTok one time. It was very cool. I think it's a neat combo, and I'd love to see UF Orange utilize it. Quicks with a full-blown left shift in. I thought a Shatter was going to be coming out, and I realized he didn't even have it. Talk about an overextension, and it is going to bite Converse hard here. 2 minutes left on the clock. They lose almost the entirety of their team in a blink and you miss it moment. However, UF Orange, they dumped a lot into that.
They did. They dumped all the ultimates that I mentioned into that fight. All they're really going to have coming up into this next one is a Transcendence, a really good defensive tool, but with the Riptire to worry about and the Shatter, there's only so much that you can block with that short invincibility frames, especially with Harmony down. UF Orange are in a tough spot.
Man. Harmony just removed entirely. Fuchu goes down as well, and Converse should have the numbers advantage once again. Now, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to cap second point just off of winning this fight alone. They're going to have to win one, maybe two more, depending on if they choose to leave one person on the cards. UF Orange going to go for a recontest, and I don't know. I feel like if Converse overplays their hand, that's just as dangerous losing this first fight.
Teslo getting staggered out, though, is going to be massive. It's going to take a while for that Ashe to get back into position to be able to cut shots in on this Converse squad, which means they don't have to use any of their ultimates. They're going to have all 5 of them most likely available by the time this fight really gets kicked off here. Converse could potentially make this a one-fight situation because of how far they've been able to push, and Hammer with another key pick.
A massive pick there. I mean, possibly the key pick. Taking that Zenyatta out, you've removed Chance of Transcendence, you've removed that Discord Orb, and now as Converse has all 5 ultimates locked and loaded, a full arsenal on their side, it looks like they're going to be able to win another fight and cap that second point.
No ultimates used.
Absolutely none. I mean, they just won that high and dry.
I mean, it really just has been these DPS players that I frankly have been very critical of, maybe unfairly, but Hammer and Garchomp have been stepping up for this Converse Valkyrie squad, getting pick after pick to start off these fights, which means Converse has been free to build up a full 5 ult bank. And they're looking so strong, even with only a minute 30 on the clock here. Again, Hammer, just with pick after pick to open these fights.
It is Hammer just like locked and loaded. Dividing, you accidentally like unlocked Hammer's 6th chakra or something back on Circuit Royale. You're like, well, I don't know about the hit scan. And Hammer was like, I'm about to show you the greatest Sojourn you've ever seen. Tesla, in a move of desperation, finds that deflect onto Garchomp, but every single fight UF Orange puts something down on, it just feels like it's too little too late. They can't clutch it out when it matters. Shun finds Hammer. That's the opening window. The door has been kicked clean off its hinges. Let's see UF Orange really put their feet down.
There you put their feet down, they will. 55 seconds left on the clock here, and Converse use all 5 of their ultimates in that fight to only get a couple extra meters on that cart. Now, still Kiwi with no beat to counter the blade that Tesla is about to come out with any moment now. This should be a great opportunity. If Tesla's even able to get one pick off with this, that should be enough for UF Orange to win this fight. As long as we don't get another opening pick from Hammer.
You didn't even get to cast or curse it because it was already happening.
And Tesla pulled out the blade too.
Oh my god, that is the most impactful ultimate we have seen today. That was UF Orange's fighting chance to try and win this fight, but now it's Transcendence. Now it's the additional damage that has to try and put them down on this. Converse is doing so stinking well, I can't take it. I feel like I need a baby ass. I'm about to have a heart attack due to the back and forth nature of this gameplay. Fuchu takes down Quicks. The tank has finally fallen. Terra Surge charges it. Oh man, that thing needs to charge faster. It is just not a strong ultimate right now. Harmony takes down Garchomp. Can UF Orange clutch out these final moments with a massive spawn advantage? You think they'd be able to do so. Shun finds Hammer, and when the hammer falls, UF Orange tries to put their foot down soon after. Still Kiwi gets a 1-1 trade. Harmony full charge, that microwave plugged in, but is it gonna be enough? That spin to win from Quicks. More of a delay tactic than a win tactic, but a headshot onto Harmony could be enough to seal the deal. Here they come, pile drive in, no HP on the board. The tank v tank, but a couple more supports in the pocket of Weirdo. Yeah, I think we're looking at Converse in kind of a stall. Immediate tire onto Tesla, not going to be big enough to win it, but if Converse can continue this stall potential, I mean, it's truly not over until it's over.
It's not quite over yet. Hammer with a couple of picks to help out, back up on this Sojourn, but again, the spawn advantage here for Florida is so strong. Theoretically, especially with Harmony charged up again, they should be able to win this fight, especially because the second that Converse gets off the point at this point, overtime week is going to go away so fast.
Fuchu with the shield bash on the Garchomp and dividing. I don't know if we're even going to see it with the human eye. It's going to happen so quickly. That timer burns down. And that was, folks, that was the first round of King's Row. Like, that was half of King's Row. This could be a full hold. This could go all the way to the bitter end. But right now, Converse, I mean, I can't believe this is the Converse that lost 2 maps in a row. Like, who are these people?
I know, it was so clutch. Clutch play after clutch play coming out from Hammer, coming out from Garchomp, coming out from Quicks. And Converse, they take what was a fairly rough point A for them and turn it into a very winnable situation, taking the point almost to the end of the map. But they didn't quite finish. University of Florida with the opportunity here to take their 3rd map and secure their spot in the grand finals, a date with UT Dallas is on the docket if they can outdo Converse on their attack here. So it is just going to come down to if UF Orange can outdo Converse with, of course, the Orisa that Weirdo is almost certainly going to be bringing out. I'm comfortable saying that, even though they have 20 seconds to change it, just because this has been Weirdo's pocket pick, and they've made it work so well.
It has been such a fascinating pick. Weirdo's pocket pick is also just a fun phrase to say. UF Orange, they're bringing out the Symmetra. I almost expect a Mundata's hat situation. Bastion's clearly not in the game, but going up onto the statue and kind of collapsing down on top of them, it's just a weird angle. People in this game don't tend to look up, and that might be kind of the strategy here. Even a TP right on the point could be genius. Getting through the choke is the main point here, and what better to do that with than a Symmetra teleporter? I mean, there's so many places you can TP as well.
Yeah, you're able to basically just nullify all of that spam damage if you want to. That being said, I think UF Orange are going to start off by doing it the old-fashioned way. Going to be trying to keep Converse guessing. That's part of their strategy, right? Sometimes they take the TP, sometimes they don't. It's all about the illusion and the threat of using that TP.
The high ground, it brings Harmony up and brings Tesla down. Orion on that, well, maybe not a DPS Moira, but finds the necessary DPS to take that Genji down. Harmony also kisses this fight goodbye, and Converse, a very dominant, wow, what a shot. I'm so glad we caught that on Obs. A very dominant fight win for Converse. That's a full minute off the clock dividing.
Yeah, it takes UF Orange a little bit of extra time to set up that fight. They wanted to set up the TP. It just does not end up working. Notably, UF Orange with an Ana Zen support line now that Fuchu has swapped off. Those are two fairly vulnerable support characters if Converse is able to dive in and take advantage of it. Neither of them have much movement options to get away from a dive.
Garchomp finds Tesla, and the action is packed in favor of Converse all over again. We needed the pop off from Hammer, but this time it's Garchomp who's putting UF Orange to sleep. It is just play after play, elim after elim, minute after minute. We are now 90 seconds off the clock, 2:32 remaining with Harmony caught in the back line like this. If they choose to collapse on that, this is a massive stagger. But if they fall for the bait of 3 turrets waiting on the ground for them, that could be just as terrorizing.
It's a very interesting situation. Harmony is going to live for now, has the photon barrier up, but with this coalescence, that is going to be everything that Converse needs to keep themselves. Harmony is still just hanging out in the back line here. I think this should finally be, yes, the stagger used for Converse, and the fact that they only win that with the coalescence Septilence means that Converse has all 4 of their other ultimates to try and keep this up. 1:50 on the clock here. Converse in a really solid position if they can win this fight right here and keep the blade from Tesla from getting value.
Inside the statue, and it's huge! Weirdo finds Tesla in the spawn room in about 8 to 10 seconds from now. Such a simple Junkrat play, but one they always forget about. I mean, just so huge. Converse, they've got 90 seconds left. They might full hold UF Orange on King's Row and take us to map 5.
It does not get much better than that for Garchomp and for Converse as well. 1 ult, 1 fight win. Another 30 seconds off the clock. UF Orange, though, once they press go, they will have 4 ultimates available to use here.
And Nano Blade is going to be answered pretty aggressively with a beat and a boop. The best way to cancel out a Blade is to boop them away and hold that S key. Now, oh my goodness, still Kiwi with the blood. Here comes that Terra Surge from Quicks. Finding even 1 elim could be enough for the Bionade from Shun. Gets that tank finally down. UF Orange in what has been a very unlucky first half of their second half? I don't know, a very unlucky offense. It still looks like it might end in favor of Converse. That fight not as long as Converse may have wanted, because now UF Orange gets another chance. They're going to have 1 ult to do it with.
And that was so big. Weirdo went in and took so much damage at the start of that fight. Shun was forced to use the Nano Boost on the Zarya to keep the tank alive, and in doing so, Tesla did not have the Nano Blade available. I think that is what UF Orange originally wanted as their win condition. They could not follow up on it. That being said, last fight situation for UF Orange, and here's the grab.
Hammer goes down quick. That Playmaker has been given the Haymaker, knocked to sleep in the spawn room. Harmony is going to go down as well. A 1-1 trade and a lot of damage missing on both sides. The next elim could very well be the most impactful, and it's going to be. The tank is down. Genji is down. The Ana is missing, and with only 2 seconds left for UF Orange to do much of anything, they, for the first time, will not full hold. They will be full held. Folks, we are going all the way to map 5, and this is just semifinals. This is just for the chance to make it to grand finals, just for the chance to go up against UTD in a series that will immediately follow this one. They are not even close to done with their day today.
And now this is getting scary here for UF Orange. They found so much value off of this Symmetra in the first 2 maps. They did so well teleporting around the map, using the teleport as a fake, using the teleport to pop up in places where Converse wasn't expecting. Converse, I think I can pretty safely say, has adjusted. They are constantly keeping an eye out for that Symmetra teleporter. They are calling it out the second that it comes out, making sure that Harmony is finding as little value on that Symmetra as possible. And not just Harmony, the rest of Florida as well, because it's the entire team that has been taking these teleporters and popping up in unfamiliar places. Converse has done a really good job, and by doing so, by limiting the value of that Symmetra teleporter, they have taken a lot of bite out of the Symmetra Genji comp that the Gators have been bringing up here. So again, the revenge game here for Converse. They lost to University of Florida last time they played in the open qualifier. 1 map away from claiming their revenge and getting themselves to the grand finals.
The bad news, Dividing, is this 5th and final map is Control.
Yes.
We saw UFO steamroll on Control. Of the 4 maps we've seen, that was easily the most dominant. So
this
Converse,
is true.
They have to really hone it in here. They really need to no punches pulled kind of scenario. This is all the marbles on the table right here, right now, and they need to rewrite history. We saw them get 2-0'd on Oasis. That cannot happen again if they want to go to grand finals.
It comes down to whether Florida wants to take us to Ilios or Lijiang Tower. Between the two, I would personally think that Florida would have a better shot at Ilios because Lijiang Tower has Control Center on it. You know for certain with how much
we're on the same wave right now.
with how much success that that they've had on these on this Reinhardt composition, you know that is what they're going to be running on Control Center, and that is a map, if it pops up on Lijiang Tower, that is going to be very advantageous for Converse. And if you're Florida, you want to make sure you have a really solid shot on all 3 map types. I think Ilios overall more open. I think it gives them more opportunities.
Makes Junkrat way harder as well. It's not only just negating him on Lijiang Tower, but Ilios certainly not a Junkrat map. And I gotta say, you know, now that I've graduated, we very well may be seeing the best collegiate Junkrat. You know what I mean? Garchomp is out there tearing it up. No longer has the competition of Septilin to contest with him, because I totally.
You would have destroyed it, yeah.
Oh, for sure. Me, Garchomp 1v1, he's walking away 3-0, guarantee. No, but honestly, I mean, to make Junkrat work at this level of competition is, and I can say this as someone who has tried to do it, a very, very hard thing, and Garchomp is doing it in troves, just nailing it time after time, baiting out the deflex, landing in the fantastic tire spots, and I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if we go to Ilios to see they even bring that out. They even still stick to that Junkrat because it has just been working.
It has been working really well, and if they do want to do that, I think it would take Converse really trying to take the objective very quickly and try and force fights on the objective as much as possible. If you're going to be playing the Junkrat, you need to stick onto that as much as possible. It is going to be Lijiang, by the way, so all of the setup that we did on Ilios, I feel like Florida are willingly picking maps that play better for Converse. They might feel comfortable on it themselves, but are they shooting themselves in the foot here with these map picks, Septilence?
Only time will tell, Dividing, because this series has been so dominant. It's been so back and
interesting.
forth. And I think you caught what I just did. Zychronax being subbed in here for UFO. So they are not only are they going to a map that team comp wise they're expected to lose, they're bringing somebody in who has not played this entire series.
Zychronax has in the past been a DPS player for UF Orange, and yes,
they still will be. Yeah, okay.
Look at this. Okay, so
weird.
So now it's, if they stick on this, so Zychronax is here as the kind of traditional hit scan player for UF Orange. Obviously, Harmony has kind of been the Symmetra specialist for this squad. When Zychronax comes in, Harmony swaps over to the support. And now it's going to be Teslo, if they stick on it. It might just be a TP out of spawn here for UF Orange. And Tesla maybe goes back over onto the Genji. I think this is actually UF Orange basically abandoning the Symmetra compositions. And yeah, Tesla moves over to the Genji. That's massive for Converse, forcing UF Orange to give up what has been their strongest composition.
No way! Oh, Zychronax just gets deleted from this Mortal Coil. Oh my goodness, what a huge play. Shun falls off the map. This is disastrous for UF Orange. Now, luckily enough, it's only the first fight. They don't have it all to lose, but oh my goodness, what a dominance. And I'm glad that happened so quickly, because now I get to talk about what I wanted to say. I think the Junkrat has been so crucial because it's making playing Genji really hard. It makes it really difficult to play Genji.
Oh, look at
but
this.
now this makes a heck of a lot more sense. The Pharmacy comes out. There is no hit scan on the side of Converse right now. I mean, the Moira is the closest thing they've got. This is going to be a tough duo to take down with this team comp.
Oh, absolutely. I love this play from UF Orange, trying to adapt to what Converse is throwing at them. They want to play close range. UF Orange is going to try and keep it long range for as much as possible. That being said, all that the Pharah can do right now, if Converse stays in the comp, is kind of poke in through those small windows. It's still pretty limited what she can do if Converse plays these sightlines well.
Tesla goes a little Tesla, maybe too much so for my liking, especially as Harmony has to dip as well and gets taken out for it. Devastating as they get caught out. They have a barrage online, but you definitely got to hold on to it. A single inch of overextension is going to cost you, and Tesla still going to go down. That's a good, what, 8 to 15 second stagger?
Converse is looking so strong right now. They have the Coalescence. The Blizzard is coming up in just a moment, as well as the Beat as well, potentially. And reminder, the Javelin spin from Quicks does eat projectiles like a defense matrix does. So if Quicks can time it right, you can completely nullify this barrage that Tesla's about to use.
Oh my goodness, could you imagine? That would be absurd. Oh, I love the boop onto Orisa, but she's a little too heavy to get her far enough for it to matter. Here comes that barrage in the back line, and it's Javelin! It's not even spun in, it's sniped out of the air! Oh my goodness, poor Tesla. You think this would work on paper. This Pharmacy dominates, but nobody expected such a strong Orisa from Quicks. Garchomp takes out Zychronax, and all of a sudden we are 15 seconds away from Converse beginning to rewrite history. They got 2-0'd on Oasis. They are looking to go up 1-0 here on Lijiang Tower. The wall blocks out Weirdo, brings the grab out of the equation for just a moment. Pharah goes down to the Junkrat. It's the Blizzard down and out as well. The Nano hardly matters as this Zarya is getting dunked on. Converse giving us the story of a lifetime, and they have all but won the first stage of Lijiang Tower. My goodness, what a turnaround. They're looking good, and I think that will seal the deal. Tesla might get a dash in time, but the Javelin keeps him out. Not only did they win the first stage dividing, it is a 100-0.
And I hate to say, I laughed so hard when the Junkrat got the snipe onto the Pharah that I think my mic clipped out. I don't think. Oh my gosh! For the first time this weekend, Septilence, UF Orange looks lost.
Yes.
They are throwing so much at Converse. They don't know what to do against this Orisa, against this Mei, against this Junkrat. They're putting up so much frontline pressure onto Weirdo. The tank is never able to live for very long. They brought in Zychronax as the hit scan player to try and put in some long range damage. They swapped Tesla onto the Genji, onto the Pharah, back onto the Genji to put in some long range damage as well. Neither of which are able to find enough value in enough time. So Converse are playing so strong right now, and all that momentum is on their side right now. This, however, is the best opportunity for UF Orange. This is the most open map that they have left after Gardens. I think the random chance for the map picks for Lijiang have been kind to UF Orange if they can convert.
I mean, let me tell you what here, Dividing. Converse's non-sponsored Gamer Liquid has absolutely kicked in today. I mean, they were getting steamrolled just like 20 minutes ago. Then all of a sudden they find themselves right up on top of things. Zychronax, for the first time in a long time, gives UF Orange a numbers advantage that lasts for less than I can even say a sentence. We're tied up 4-4. A huge opportunity on both sides. It's going to be the next pick that's the most impactful, especially if it's a tank like that and a strong DPS to follow. UF Orange restabilizing 20%, 1/5 of the map has been completed by Converse, but UF Orange is finally going to come back to life.
UF Orange take control of the of it with no ults needing to be used. That is very good. Shun didn't have to use the amplification matrix, and you have the Transcendence coming up very soon from Harmony as well. A nice offensive and defensive tool. Converse, though, they want to go very aggressive here. Garchomp just needs one more hit to get that Riptire available. Oh, but Orion down. Maybe Zikronax finally starting to heat up here on this Sojourn.
And it's been up to Zikronax this entire time, right? To be that hero. You get subbed in the last map. Your back is against the wall the second you step into the fray. And it looks like it's really starting to work out well. Stage 1 was just unlucky. The team diff kind of really happened there, but every moment Zikronax gets an elimination is another moment. They are more and more valuable for this team. The Terra Surge, seconds away from the side of Weirdo here, and it's the beat from Still Kiwi, a Blizzard, and a Coalescence to boot. Every ultimate under the sun. Terra Surge not going to be able to find much, but it keeps that Orisa up and running. This might be another fight win in favor of UF Orange. They are really starting to come back into fruition here. They were playing musical heroes a lot on the maps they lost, but it's the maps they stick to what they know that seem to be working out all the better. Right now, we are expected to go to map 5, stage 3.
Right now, yeah, because UF Orange used every ultimate that they had there. All 5 ultimates. Converse used 4 of their own. Both teams dumped so many big resources into that fight. The only thing that's really left is Quix's Terra Surge, and we've already mentioned how tough it is to get a ton of value with that ultimate.
Zikronax getting plenty of value without an ultimate. Finds that headshot, unfortunately gets traded, and Quix finds the ammo field. Is this the beginning of the end of UF Orange's dominance here on Day Market? The next elimination may very well be the one to decide it, and it's Garchomp that bites that bullet first. Unfortunately for Converse, they're starting to fall apart just a little bit. They somehow flipped the point underneath the noses of UF Orange, and they're getting a lot of extra space. And as these elims come through, hammer on Genji for I think the first time today.
This is true.
Already doing a great job with it. We're just being a little silly.
Yeah, a little silly, a little funny. This entire series has been just that. So why not end it like that as well? Converse now back in control of the point, and again, we're in this neutral state. Neither team has a ton of ultimates up at the moment. Harmony's pretty close. Weirdo is the closest, but again, that Terra Surge, it is tough to find kills off of it. It is going to be another one of these neutral fights, and Shun down already.
Is it neutral?
Not anymore, not in a 3v5.
Now it's going to be a 4v3, and still Kiwi puts down the tank. The tank falls, and that's usually the beginning of the end for the rest of the team. My goodness. I mean, I cannot talk about the chaos of this enough. We are now 25 seconds away from what is easily the biggest upset of this weekend. Teslo falls in such a pivotal moment.
That's it. That's a massive stagger. UF Orange has no choice. They have to back up. No one can get staggered anymore at this point. They have the Terra Surge and the Transcendence. Converse up to 4 ultimates of their own. A Riptire from Garchomp to be able to end it.
I mean, the tire to boot. Here we go. 6 seconds left on the clock. They need to pop Transcendence to try and keep the dream alive. Weirdo with a Terra Surge gives up on touching, and nobody is able to make it. Harmony just inches away, but that will seal the deal. Converse gives us an upset, a reverse sweep. They give us anything you want to call it, but they give us a victory, and they will have the honor to try and do it all over again against UTD in just a couple of minutes. Dividing, we see UFO fall short, fall lost, and fall confused. And unfortunately, they can never claw back. But a third place option here is not something to shy away from. We are down to 2 final teams, and I personally am flabbergasted that UFO is not one of them.
I really hope my mic just picked up the noise that I just made when Converse didn't touch, because that was a guttural screech. I have never made a noise like that while casting before, but that, I think, there is no other way to end a series just like that. Converse University, they pull off the reverse sweep. They pull off the revenge game. I think a lot of analysts were really down on this team after what was frankly a fairly disappointing performance from them in the open qualifier. Really came in as one of the bottom 4 teams as far as seeding went, but they have proven everyone wrong this weekend, and they have confirmed a top 2 at least finish in this tournament, which does get them in the money, by the way. I think it's $1,500 for first place, $500 for second, so a little bit of cash in the pockets of Converse here. But now, oh my goodness, Septilums, after such an emotional victory, I'm sure, for the Valkyries, they now have to turn around and try and run it back against the #1 team in this tournament, UT Dallas, who I'm sure have been watching with bated breath and scouting everything that Converse has been running today.
Not only the #1 team, the only undefeated team left. They have not lost anything this entire weekend, and they're going to try to keep that true. But folks, you should know the drill by now. Right before what may be the most eventful grand finals of our entire lives, we're going to throw it to a super short break. Use this time, get some water. I'm going to get a cough drop. I suggest maybe some of you do the same if you've been screaming the way
Take a
we
lap.
have.
I'm going to go for a walk.
Go run a mile real quick. But other ways, see us right back here for some more CECC South Overwatch 2 edition in just a couple of minutes.
Is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
All right, my name is David Rodriguez. I am the club president at Florida International University. We are a school located in South Florida, down in Miami, and I have been a part of this club for about 3 years now. And we are excited to be competing in Rocket League for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. So, of course, down in Florida, there's a lot of intercollegiate rivalry, specifically in Rocket League. So I'm excited to see always, the UCF teams, the USFs, the Indian River States. There's a ton of teams in Florida for Rocket League that play at a high level. And of course, I'd like to see FIU finally get their name amongst those ranks. So those are definitely the teams I'm excited to be seeing us compete against. The players are excited. We had never competed in CECC before. None of our teams had. This fall semester is our first time. So to see one of our teams, we had competed in Valorant, in Smash, and in Rocket League. To see one of our teams make it out into this group stage, we're really excited. I mean, all of us think that the sky is the limit, pretty much. I mean, well, as I mentioned earlier, as a whole, our school this semester has been doing as good as it ever has been. We are a top 10 collegiate Valorant team. They've qualified for a LAN tournament already. All of our teams are essentially peaking all at once, which is really impressive to see. Our Rocket League team obviously competing in the CECC, making it to group stages. So many of our teams are doing as good as they ever have been. It's really exciting to be a part of it at the president position. So I suppose specifically our Valorant team being able to qualify for Campus Clutch and making it to the regional LAN in their competition, that'll be the very first LAN event that our club has ever qualified for, where we end up traveling out beyond FIU, not an online competition, an in-person LAN. That'll be the first time any of our teams have ever done such a thing. So of course that has been the highlight of the semester. And of course, if our Rocket League team can make it past to the CECC group stage, this regional, that'll be the second. So fingers crossed for them.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CECC South 2022. We started this weekend with 8 teams, then we entered the bracket where there were still 8 teams. But now we are down to 2 teams remaining, and I think anybody who watched yesterday would not guess who one of them are. As a surprise to nobody, it is UTD, the unstoppable, undefeated team we have seen so far. And on the opposite side, on the opposite here is Converse, who is by no means a bad team. But with the dominance UFO brought to the table this entire weekend, we thought it was a shoo-in. They would be here against UTD, and we'd get the matchup of a lifetime. But now, we get one more David versus Goliath story. The undefeated versus the just barelys, the reverse sweepers in the form of Converse Esports. Dividing, I am very, very excited to see how this falls.
I am incredibly excited as well. Both teams really had to fight their way to this point, right? It hasn't been, we did just see the Converse reverse sweep against UFO, as you mentioned. That is going to be the main storyline going into this one. But UTD had a decent amount of trouble as well putting away Kennesaw. Kennesaw was able to take a map off of the Comets, so this is very much a situation where both teams have really had their mettle tested. We're going to see whose blade is sharper as they head into this final decisive series to decide who gets a ticket to the national finals next spring. It all comes down to this series here, Septilence.
Oh my goodness, there is just so much on the table here. Yeah, it's everything. It is everything they've been fighting for this entire weekend. Not only is it that guaranteed slot next year, but it's also that prize pool that they're already in. But let's be honest, one number, a little bit very much higher than the other, and of course that's the number.
About one number being that's an extra digit, right?
Yeah, like an extra zero, like kind of massive, honestly. And I think we're seeing no changes from the side of UT Dallas. Converse, they're bringing us the exact same lineup as well, even through to the Junkrat. They have found the loophole, they have found the counter pick, and they are going to bring it out all over again against UT Dallas here on Stage 1 Oasis.
So the question is, has UT Dallas been watching the stream? Do they know what is coming out here from Converse, and do they have a plan to counter it here? Kashir immediately is going to be going on to the Sombra instead of the Genji we've been seeing them on so much during this tournament. I do like it a lot, potentially trying to get around to the back, try and take out potentially Orion, Quicks, or even Garchomp, get rid of that ability to use his jump backs.
Exactly, and I think, like I mentioned earlier, Junkrat just makes it so hard to play Genji. I mean, the trap, the mines, the direct nades dealing over half your HP if you dash into them. It's a very tricky situation, but Sombra, she's much sneakier. She can play much quieter. She can do damage without putting herself in the front line in front of a Junkrat like that. Jukebox already full charge. UT Dallas, they sneak out a point cap, and that is a crucial moment because now they're getting a lot of percentage for free. Jukebox, the first one to go down. Immortality Field from Tinspire gone as well. Petal, a very strong player, but not strong enough to win a 1v5 on Sojourn. And it looks like UT Dallas is going to get 15% and counting. Savior's still standing, just playing that burn down game, but the Railgun will send Lucio packing 1/5 of the way done with this first stage.
Jukebox, I believe, might have walked into a Junkrat trap, and that's why they were able to focus down that Zarya so quickly. So again, the Junkrat, even though it didn't show up in the kill feed as much at the beginning of that fight, making their presence known immediately in this one. As now Hammer very close to that overclock, but Tinspire about to come up to the Ant Matrix in response.
20% versus 19. Converse already in the lead, and it looks like that lead is going to continue to climb. That is the one elimination in favor of Converse, and poor Savior just cannot catch a break. 2v1 now, as Jukebox has also fallen. Tinspire the next to go, and Petal, like I mentioned, arguably the strongest player on the side of UT Dallas, just cannot do enough by themselves. They're going to need a little bit of help out there.
There's some help on the way, though, for the Comets in the form of the Ant Matrix, in the form of the Grab, in the form of the EMP. UT Dallas has so many tools to try and get this here, but Hammer, with this opening pick potential on the Savior, has been coming up huge for Converse for the last couple of maps, and again, opening things up.
The overclock from Petal here in the back line. Can't focus on a target, but does find Orion in that final moment. The Moira has gone down. That's huge. Still, Kiwi also goes, and it's just Petal doing his best out there right now. He's able to get rid of that Riptire. Quicks goes down as well, and even if Converse loses this, they're over 70% on the point. I mean, that is incredible. That is arguably a one-fight chance if they flip it back.
Especially because of how well you can contest this point by just kiting around the middle pillar, like I've mentioned before. It really could be a one-fight territory here. Kashir, though, looking to slam the brakes on Converse with this EMP about to come online.
And there it is, a 3MP. Petal finds Hammer, but Kashir traded out in the blink of an eye. Terra Surge actually finds Savior in a very unlucky fashion. Converse, they've got the numbers, they've got the damage, and they've got the speed. They are moving in quickly. A great rotation around here from Garchomp. That kind of free fire of the nades, hoping somebody walks into them. No more Zarya bubbles, no more Jukebox. If they can find it, and Quicks sure will. A three-piece from Quicks to guarantee Converse a point control. But this Lucio, he is a menace. You got to get him out of here. Turns 3 into 4, and 2 of them were Savior.
Yeah, Savior unable to even use the beat to try and save some of those UT Comets members, so that is huge for Converse. Now they take control of the point, 80% and counting. This is, in fact, the last real chance that UT Dallas has. If they don't win this one, Converse will go up 1-0 here on Oasis, but they do have the beat. Tinspire is also very close to the Ant Matrix.
Savior tries to drop the beat, gets danced around a little bit by that. I think it was the Orisa Javelin, but still gets to drop the ultimate and gonna get all 5 members with that overheal. Unfortunately, I think it came out way too early, and UT Dallas are now kind of reaping the rewards of their mistake. Petal able to find 2 with the help of Jukebox, but Converse, they've still got the 1-player advantage. Nobody from Dallas gets to touch the point, and that is Converse going up 1-0 over UT Dallas.
The aggression from Converse, the spam damage from the Junkrat, and the way that that Quicks is just able to push people around on the Orisa, it forces UT Dallas off of the point, and they're not able to get back on in time. Converse coming up huge in the first round of Oasis, and this is my big question for Converse, because after such a long series, such an emotional series for this team, will they be able to keep things steady as they move into a game against the top seed in this conference? So far, the answer is yes. We'll see how this goes in University, though. This is theoretically the best of the 3 maps here for Converse and their composition here, as it is the most closed in. It is the easiest one for the Junkrat to find value.
Yeah, but like we talked about, Sojourn can't thrive on her kind of sniper playstyle that Petal seems to really lean into, so you're going to have to get more up close and personal than you may have wanted. A lot of damage dished out early, but all 10 players still stranding the first. Elam usually tips the scales in favor of one or the other, and one of these teams just waiting to flip the waffle iron. It's Converse, who's ready to start cooking here. On Oasis' second point, they take Jukebox out, and the tank falls. So hard for a team to recover in a situation like this, especially with no ultimates on the board. Converse finds that first point cap, and they're going to continue this rampage, this onslaught against UTD.
UTD looking frazzled right now. This up-close aggression from Converse, it really took Florida off guard. Converse, they're doing the exact same to UT Dallas, and it is 4 swaps. UT Dallas is now swapped over Jukebox over to the Diva to try and eat some of those Junkrat grenades. That could be really impactful here if you're able to hold up to the frontline pressure that Quicks is going to give you.
I like it, but I don't know if we've seen Jukebox on Diva at all this weekend, so I don't know how warmed up it's going to be. An amazing eat on that Sojourn slow field, but unfortunately, you got to eat a lot more than that. Gets the Mega on their way out the door, and now it's fascinating UTD would lean into a pharmacy like this, because we saw UFO bring it out against Converse, and they got smoked. So it's interesting to see a confidence from UT Dallas to bring out a composition that worked very, very poorly against Converse literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I mean, theoretically, this should work really well, right? But the problem is, it just takes time. The Pharah needs extra time to get into position, needs time to build up that damage with those rockets, and Converse plays so fast, it makes it difficult.
And I think that's much smarter as well. We're seeing a change in pace from what we saw from UFO. Kashir was completely content dropping that ultimate on one person, and it's going to pay off in dividends. You delete the tank, you delete Converse's chances of recontesting. Poor guard shop trying to make it out, but between a rock and about 35 hard places, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Jukebox with an amazing stagger should guarantee UT Dallas, I don't know, 20, 30%.
Yeah, they'll be able to hold on here for a little bit. They're also going to be able to get their Pharah set up in a pretty solid spot to spam into these 2 small doorways here. Converse, though, with the Riptire, with the Overclock, and 2 other ultimates coming up in just a second as well, the Oversurge and the Beat. So you have so many tools to try and push through this choke point here.
Oh, good slow field. Gonna force Quicks into playing by themselves. The Terror Surge has to be given up on to guarantee Quicks doesn't go down. Overclock comes out. Garchomp finds first blood. Still Kiwi has to drop the beat in an attempt to keep the team alive. UT Dallas, a couple of ultimates in their back pocket, but doesn't matter as their team starts to get ripped apart. Garchomp with a tire that confusingly finds nobody. I didn't catch the angle on where that was happening, but I'm shocked to say it is a 0 pickup. A lot of damage being dished, but nobody going down, which means this is a winnable fight on the side of UT Dallas. The longer this fight takes, the more percent they get to gain, and that's what this point is all about, putting the highest number on the board first, being that 100. Tinspire finds Orion, and UT Dallas, after a long, treacherous journey in this fight, should finally have it in the bag.
And it took so long, Septuence, that UT Dallas is going to be able to equalize and even take the lead in percentage here. With how long these fights have been, this might actually be final fight territory for Converse if they can't get it done. Hammer swaps over to the Cassidy. You're going to have a little more opportunity here to try and take some shots off on Kashir, as well as put some damage on the front line as well. And Petal with the opener onto Garchomp. That is huge for UTD. I think there's an opportunity here for them to pull back here for a little bit to try and go for one more last-second contest. I think that is what they're going to do here with Garchomp moving over onto the Soldier 76 to get back faster.
Soldier 76 has to return, and we're going to go all the way to stage 3 here in Grand Finals. UT Dallas has a moment to shine if they can keep this up. This is a team very comfortable with winning. We've seen them fall short in control maps before and clutch out a victory from the jaws of defeat. Now we're going to be hearing that nano-boosted overclock, a terrifying ultimate combination in Petal, putting it to the works there. Garchomp finds Tinspire, but it's one of those too little, too late situations. We need a miracle for Converse. Even in a moment of desperation, Garchomp has to dive onto the point, dropping the beat, still Kiwi keeping the team alive. Can Converse turn this around? The answer becoming clearer and clearer. It looks like UT Dallas is going to be able to take stage number 2 and keep the dream alive, forcing us all the way to stage number 3 of Oasis for our first map of Grand Finals.
And as we go on to Oasis Gardens, this is, again, theoretically where UT Dallas should shine, especially if they decide to pull out the Pharah as well on this map, just like they did on University. This is where, theoretically, Pharah is actually used. Like, actually could be meta in some cases, because you do have the open skies, you have so much room to maneuver around, and you do see Hammer is going to stay on that Cassidy, trying to put pressure onto that Pharah, but with a Mercy Pocket by Kashir's side, it's going to be really tough for Hammer to take the Pharah down by himself here. So I still think this Pharah is a really good spot. The fact that they were able to take University off is massive, because now you're in this third round where it really does favor geometrically your longer range composition if you're the Comets.
Moving in quick here is going to be that UT Dallas Pharah Mercy once again. It found a lot of great value on University just a minute ago, and Hammer trying to answer it out with that Cassidy. Going to be a tough one to try and turn around, but I'm just not sure it's going to be able, because I feel like the Pharah here could play a lot more like sneaky. She can play a lot more defensive, use these walls, use these angles to hide. She's not going to be flying out in the open as far as normally do. Waiting for that first elimination, and it's going to be in favor of Converse, but that has not been the fight winner we're used to it being. We've seen UT Dallas turn around several fights after losing somebody, but this time they're going to give up the point pretty quickly. They want to regroup as a full 5 and re-engage as fast as possible.
Yeah, love it from the side of Converse, understanding that Petal was a little bit separated from the rest of the team and able to use the aggression from the Lucio speed boost to take the Sojourn out of the fight before he can get much value. Kashir almost up to the barrage, though, is getting a ton of good spam damage in with these rockets. The question is if you can find enough value with it in enough time. You're about to have you're about to have that up. The beat is nowhere close from still Kiwi. So Kashir, the pretty solid opportunity here if you can get it around the Javelin of Quicks.
You can get it around the Javelin of Quicks, and that's been a surprisingly more difficult thing than we would ever expect in a scenario like this. The nano boost onto the Pharah. She's holding onto the barrage, waiting to solo strike this Cassidy. Can he make it out alive? The stick is huge, and it's gonna be enough. The equalizer. Unfortunately, Garchomp has also gone down in that moment just a little bit ago, so Converse finds themselves in an even worse scenario as the beat only finds the 3 of them standing. It's a move of desperation. Overclock from Petal. Gonna try to clean up this Orisa, and it looks like it should have some pretty high success. Orion pops Coalescence, every ultimate under the sun, and I'm gonna say it dividing. I like it, because what did I say earlier? It's all about stalling the point as long as possible. Converse should have lost this at maybe 15%. They are now kissing 70.
Yeah, I actually do. I was about to say the same thing. I do really like it because it puts just so much more pressure onto UT Dallas to not just win this fight, but also win 2 or 3 more fights in a row in order to be able to take the lead here when it comes to the percentage. Kashir hung on to the barrage, though. If you can take Converse off guard with it, that is really nice, especially since they did just use both support ultimates. You also have the Diva Bomb here from Jukebox that might be able to force Converse into an unfavorable position.
Converse putting themselves in an unfavorable position, walking into a box with a barrage on the enemy team there is such a risk, but like we talked about, it's honestly a hard ultimate to pull off because it's so easy to disrupt in a myriad of ways that Converse has in their arsenal right now. 35% and counting. UT Dallas, 3 ultimates, nearly 4 at-the-ready. Converse gonna probably try to win this one high and dry. High Noon, not known for its, mass kills, and Terra Surge kind of beginning to be the same. It pulls people in, but often they find themselves walking right back out moments later. This was a lead, and a really good one for Converse, and just as quickly, it has turned against them.
Ooh, really nice play here. They heard the Deadeye come in, and they have completely denied the sight lines from Hammer. That is so beautiful from Converse, and nullified a big ultimate for the side of the Valkyries.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye, more like Deny. Holy cow, UT Dallas. It was so simple. It was just a positioning thing, but people fall victim to that classic blunder so unbelievably often. 70%, UT Dallas has not only flipped the point out from beneath Converse, but has taken a lead and an advantage here. They are still sitting on this barrage dividing. They haven't even needed it.
I feel like Kashir doesn't even really want to use it. You know, the second that you use it, that is going to be easy. You're going to be stuck in the middle of the map. It's going to be so easy for the javelin throw to come through. Yeah,
What
you
is
see,
this?
everyone's just looking right at you.
I think Kashir went to boost themselves out with the rocket and then got stuck on the wall, so they didn't move at all. They had to improvise a little bit, and unfortunately, didn't work out super well. Might actually be the mistake that UT Dallas makes for Converse to come to life for the first time. I think the second time this weekend, we are seeing an Echo and its Hammer with a 3-piece to flip Converse right back in charge. We very likely could go to a full-blown 99-99 here on map 1 of Grand Finals.
Bit of a dogfight here in the air. 2 flying DPS on either side. And never mind, actually. Kashir has decided after using the barrage, you're going to swap back over to the Sombra. So back over to the composition that UT Dallas actually lost on when it came to City Center. We'll see if they can get it. They definitely didn't have enough time to build up an EMP. So you really just have to use those hacks to try and get value, try and maybe pick off a support, and use that to dive in with your DPS and your Diva.
Petal finds still key. We might not see a dive from anybody on the side of Converse, but UT Dallas, they've got the go button in the name of Petal. Doesn't even have his ultimate. He's still putting 4 down. Oh my goodness. Quicks deleted from this Mortal Coil. And while it was a 99-99, that last fight was surprisingly dominant. The recontest, I saw the recontest like timer pop up, but apparently the game still didn't process it for Converse. UTD giving us, well, albeit notably closer than we expected, still the expected outcome of a 1-0 lead after control.
They had a pretty decent amount of trouble with this comp here. I think Converse, whether it was something that they kind of stumbled into during their Florida game or a premeditated strategy, this composition has been so good for the Falcons because throughout the entire weekend, tempo has been the name of the game. You've been able to win fights just based off of playing faster than your other opponent and running them over before they can set up their own fights. This composition takes that and takes it to a maximum. You're able to play so incredibly fast that even a team like UTD has had a bit of trouble keeping up.
We go all the way to stage 3 of Oasis. It's going to be a 1-0 scoreline in favor of UTD, a scoreline that you would never suspect to be the case after seeing a 1-0. I mean, it was just so neck and neck, so back and forth, and Converse falls too little, too short. You know, I keep saying it's close, but close is not going to cut it. You've got to find that victory. You've got to find that 100%, and I think the fight that UTD had at the end there, where Petal just kind of drops a 4-piece, I don't think Converse even did anything wrong. They were just on the wrong side of Petal's rifle. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a really difficult series situation to win. And Converse, going to a map we just saw them win on their last series, Circuit Royale. So the good old-fashioned run back. And we know that UTD hasn't had the best luck with the payload map so far, especially Circuit Royale.
But you still feel very confident here because you have Petal, right? That is kind of, this is kind of like them. UTD are putting their feet down saying, we have Petal, he'll play Widowmaker, and we'll win. That's kind of just kind of what they're thinking it's going to be. UTD, of course, like you mentioned, has had a bit of trouble putting that down. They did lose the Kennesaw on this map, I think, earlier on. So there is a lot to be said for UTD potentially having a little bit of trouble here. I think, theoretically, though, they should have the advantage just based off of the team compositions that both teams are likely to play. I'm actually curious to see on the side of Converse, are they going to try to play into the sniper picks, or are they just going to abandon it immediately and try and play a dive composition that tries to take the sight lines away from those snipers as quickly as possible?
It's a tough situation to be in, I think. We could see the sniper matchup, and we saw Petal actually kind of lose the sniper matchup on Circuit Royale last time we saw it from UTD, but I feel like with what we just saw from Petal at the very end of Oasis there, the sniper style is clearly warmed up. I think I'd like to see Petal stay on Sojourn. He really wants to lean into Widow on Circuit Royale, and he doesn't have the greatest success rate with Widow on Circuit Royale. Sojourn does a lot of what Widow does. Sure, you don't get to do the cool trick shots, but clearly you're much more consistent on her. And right now, it is all about consistency to stall out Converse as quickly as humanly possible. Because as we learned last series, you give Converse an inch, they aren't going to take a mile. They're going to take several hundred miles, and they're going to send you. They're going to send you packing.
That is a really interesting point, in which case that could potentially free up Kashir to try and play the signature Genji, maybe try and go for a Sombra pick of your own. It's just kind of like which team is going to be... Oh, okay. This is an interesting development. We actually
Shakes up a little bit here, yeah.
It does shake up a bit. We actually have gotten a change here from Converse. They decided against Circuit Royale, and we're going to be going to Route 66 instead. This is actually, I think, a composition that is... I think there's a lot of the same deal that comes with Secret Royale, but generally you are playing a little bit closer. The sight lines aren't quite as long as they are on Circuit Royale,
right?
And I think it does play a little bit better into the Converse playstyle. There's a lot of choke points here where you could spam some Junkrat grenades.
That's what I'm trying to think through here, because the choke points are pretty high value in terms of spamming Junkrat grenades, but the entirety of second point, not very good for Junkrat. A good chunk of first point, not very good for Junkrat. Third point is fantastic, but you don't want your opponent to get there at all, right? That's kind of the name of the game. So are they going to bring out that Junkrat again? I don't know. What I do know is I think I want to see more of that Echo. That really happened quickly and worked very, very well from Hammer. But going to the Sojourn, I can't say I blame you. The Widowmaker, I do not like.
Yeah, maybe it's just for an early shot, and then you'll swap back off of it. Converse does have 30 seconds still to think about it. We do see immediately UT Dallas, though. They're going to try and put all their eggs into this Farmercy basket. I think they know for a certain that Converse are going to want to try and play the in-your-face style. You immediately see that with the Junkrat, with the Reinhardt that they're currently showing. So Kashir is going to be flying above them, raining down rockets from above, and making Quicks and Garchomp's lives so incredibly difficult here. We'll see if Converse are going to be able to play fast enough to nullify the spam damage that Kashir will be able to output. Meanwhile, you also have more spam coming out from Petal going for the Ashe play here. So with the shots and the dynamites.
First time we've seen Petal on the Ashe, I believe, so far this weekend. And, you know, it's another variant of Sniper, so I suspect good things out of Petal per the usual in a series like this one. But Converse, they bring out the D.Va, they might be able to eat a lot of rockets, a lot of dynamite, and they can help really negate the side of UT Dallas's DPS. But I guess the same principle applies, coming out from Jukebox on the D.Va, who's already found Orion. So you've taken Moira off the table, you put yourself in a very advantageous position, an incredible spawn advantage for Converse, but right now, they never want to be on the back foot, and that's currently where they have found themselves.
Look how high up Kashir is playing right now. Really does not care. That really does not care to play super close up, because you know that when you're so far away, it's so difficult for Hammer to hit those railgun shots. It's basically impossible for Garchomp to do anything to you. Farther away, the better right now for the Pharah player.
That was a really weird interaction. I could have sworn he shot that dynamite, but it did not go off the first time. Instead, went off on like the third shot. Not sure how that happened, but clearly the hitboxes disagreed. Quicks goes onto the high ground, tanks every ability in the entire game. Jukebox collapses onto Garchomp's head, and that is Converse losing another player. I will say, for being down an entire player this entire round so far, they've gotten a pretty good chunk of distance. Usually when a team loses a player, they get spawn held, but they've made it up in front of their gas station.
They do make it up in front of the gas station, this is true, but UT Dallas are now able to set up on Big Earls. They're able to use that high ground and leverage it well, especially with the Pharah player. Of course, everything's a high ground if you're playing Pharah. You've got so much ability to take these easy headshots on the Converse as they approach and make it so difficult for them to finish up this first map. That's exactly what UT Dallas are counting on here. 4 ultimates for them, everything other than the Nano Boost coming up in a second.
Oh, it's Savior that gets caught out. Kashir somehow lives, and Savior is the one that's not able to make it. Orion puts down Jukebox. The bomb from Petal is going to be a little bit scary against Converse's approach, but I think the numbers just so heavily for him. Oh, Kashir! Oh, man. That just stinks. That's so unfortunate. He thought he could make it past the door frame far enough, but the one shot from Garchomp lowered his HP to where just those couple of rockets were enough to send him packing. Orion puts down a 2-piece. The D.Va gets to recontest. Can anybody be there to join her? Mercy now popping as well. Bringing the Valkyrie out to the table is a bold choice, but one that may fare well for UT Dallas, and it buys them even more time to recontest. High noon from Garchomp, but it looks like it was more of a reload. No, he did find the mech, and that may be the beginning of the end of UT Dallas's final first point defense.
And I have to give a shout out to Still Kiwi here. Has had the beat the whole time. that took some guts to stay on that, not hitting the Q button and making sure you still have that huge defensive tool for point B as you try and push forward and take advantage of what is a 3-minute and 30-second time bank. So shout out there. Converse also have the beat coming up in just a moment from, sorry, the blade coming up in just a moment from Hammer. The Coalescence will be coming up in just a second, and UT Dallas really only working with the Nano Boost.
The Nano Boost could be huge, but Hammer going down could be very bad for the side of Converse. UT Dallas going to get to hold on to that Nano for a while, but as I say it, they go ahead and dump it out. Here's a beat into Hammer's blade, almost a pseudo Nano, just in terms of making you feel a little more confident with your chances of finding a single elimination. Tinspire does that. The support line for UT Dallas begins to crumble, and Converse, they keep the card moving. This is a massive fight win, because this gets them up and around this first corner.
It does, and allows them to take a couple of high ground positions on the barn. They get to take some pot shots on the Converse as they try to approach through these small little doorways. It's really great for spamming these Genji shurikens. It's really great for spamming these Cassidy shots. That being said, Quix is currently out of mech, so you really don't have a tank right now for Converse. And I think UT Dallas are going to try and take advantage of that.
May be able to take advantage of something here on the side of Converse as Petal on the Tracer again for the first time. So we're seeing a lot of swapping, a lot of musical chairs from UT Dallas in the DPS department. Inspire now on the Moira. They found Hammer. It's a 5-5, an incredible spawn advantage for UT Dallas. A 2-man EMP out of the support line could be big, but the bomb may find some purchase. Unfortunately, does not pick up much of anything. There's no way we're going for a remake kill here. Jukebox finds Garchomp. Converse, I think they're going to have to wrap up a bow on this fight. Go for a recontest. They're only down to 2 minutes. No ultimates. This is going to be a tough one to win in the final 2 minutes of the match.
Yeah, and Jukebox, I think, is looking for a sneaky little grab here. Getting it up in just a moment. Ooh, that is a nice stagger on the Hammer as well. Taking the Genji out of the fight, going to take another 10 seconds or so away before Converse can recontest. But when they do, they are going right in your face. Reinhardt, Reaper, the double R's coming out for Converse, and they are going to put so much pressure on the Jukebox here. They can survive the grab.
Survive the grab is the question here. Hammer on the Reaper. We haven't seen him at all today. A lot yesterday, but not at all today. So Converse bringing out another weird team composition and one that is paying out in dividends for this team right now. 60 seconds to cap this third point, and if they do, my man Garchomp can jump right back on the rat if he so chooses. 3 meters turns to 2, turns to 1, turns to none. That is 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. For Converse, they have made it unbelievably far, notably further than the first 3 minutes of this round may have implied.
Yeah, they were stuck on point A for a pretty solid amount of time, and now Converse seem to have the momentum back to their side again. Here comes the Coalescence from Tinspire, though, and Savior can follow that up with a beat if they so choose. That being said, I think the Coalescence should be all that the Comets need in order to make sure that they keep the cart at the very start of point C for the moment. And here it is. There's the swap you've been looking for, Seth the Lens. Garchomp on the Junkrat, and Converse going full aggression, already taking out Petal.
I mean, I just love to see it, man. I am such a Junkrat believer, and he's even stronger with the lack of shields in Overwatch 2. Coalescence there to answer Savior's beat, and the next elimination will dictate the pace of play for the remaining minute and 37 seconds, 96 seconds remaining. That is Kashir going down quickly to a spam nade from Garchomp. That is the green light, that is the go button, that is the left shift for Converse as we see Quix going all the way to the spawn door. This is buying them so much time, but if they lose Orion, Garchomp not far behind. Maybe that overzealousness will come back to bite the Petals. Tracer finally gonna get that clip he was looking for. Whoa!
Wow, that is an aggressive Death Blossom
it's
here.
Still winnable!
Hammer thinks that he can do it by himself, and he just might be able to do so. That's 3 kills for the Reaper. That being said, the spawn advantage is firmly in favor of UT Dallas. They've got the grab, they've got the EMP if they need it. I don't think they will, Septilence. I think with that headshot from Petal, Hammer is going to be sent back to spawn. Tinspire down. This is just a weird kind of state of neutral fight where we're getting picks from either side, but neither team really has the numbers to be able to follow up on them super well. But Converse, with 40 seconds left, this might be last fight territory. They have the shatter, they have the beat as well.
Oh no, Hammer in the back line. He's returned to the fray very, very quickly. Drops to half HP. Has to run from this Zarya, and she's chasing him into the void. Jukebox v Hammer. And honestly, I think Reaper's kind of statistics to win that one. Hammer down the EMP too little too late. It's a 3 MP, but can UT Dallas follow up on it? Petal bringing out Widowmaker in a very close quarters area. Makes it difficult to find those headshots. Found a very successful one last point. Garchomp's Riptire should free the point up for the last couple of meters that Converse needs, but a 3K should seal the deal against UT Dallas. That is Converse all but no, now guaranteed to cap that third and final point with a team kill, and with 4 seconds left on the clock.
And that is what we were looking for from the start. I think that is what Converse was looking for when they decided to change up their map pick and go to Route 66 as well. Once they got the point C, they were able to play the composition that they were really looking for. The Reinhardt, the Reaper, the Junkrat. It is so difficult when you have so many high-powered, close-range heroes to be able to just kind of flank around them and try and take shots at the support like Petal and Kashir were trying to do on the Tracer and the Sombra, respectively. You just got blown up every single time. Yep. And Converse, they managed to take a pretty shaky point A and turn it into a map completion. And if they manage to stop the Comets here, that would be a tie up on this escort map. And again, that might be the first. No, sorry. Yeah, Kennesaw took a map off of UT Dallas earlier today, so it wouldn't be the honor of taking the first map off of UTD, but it would be a really solid step for Converse in the pulling off this upset.
It's also very important to note that the map Kennesaw took was a payload map. So UT Dallas, this entire weekend, they have not had the best run. Watchpoint Gibraltar yesterday was very close, perhaps a little closer than they're willing to admit. We saw them lose it to Kennesaw earlier. Converse has capped all 3 points, and the offense from UT Dallas has been relatively lackluster, I'm not going to lie, on payloads in particular. Normally it's fantastic, but this Sonic Arrow is about to give away everything Converse was hoping to show. Locked and loaded. I love the play, and I really hope we get some Hanzo. I'm a huge fan of him. We haven't seen him at all this weekend.
Well, I think it's going to be swapped right back off there. It was just for the Sonic Arrow. It sussed out the fact that there was going to be a potential train hold here for Converse. They're going to keep on trying to hold this here, but now UT Dallas knows exactly what the Valkyries are planning. They're going to be able to pull out the Pharah here, just rain down rockets and put so much pressure onto them.
That was almost off the map for Hammer, just barely able to recover, and the Pharah goes down quick. Mercy not going to be able to res. Holy cow! That is 7 shots in a row. Hammer did not miss a single one. That was pretty impressive coming out from Converse. A complete and total team kill, 40 seconds off the clock. That's a massive start for Converse to give us a comeback here on, well, I guess a continuation on Route 66.
I gotta say, once again, I questioned Hammer on the DPS when we started off seeing Converse today. I will never question this player again. This DPS has been insane throughout both of these series that Converse has been playing. Not just extremely skilled, but also extremely consistent. The pop-up DPS player that Converse has really needed in order to keep up with some of these other teams.
And I know you mentioned that, Hammer used to be a tank player. So to see them come out and be this impressive on hit scan, nonetheless, I mean, it's amazing. That feels so personal to this Pharmercy Hammer, not letting them escape that absolute 2v1 that you think they'd win, but going up against Hammer, I don't know who's going to win anything. Converse so strong, large, and in charge. They've burned nearly half the time bank already, and UT Dallas hasn't moved the card an inch.
Well, that's not true. They've technically moved it 2.5 meters.
Oh, you're all right. You got me.
So, it's not nothing here from UT Dallas, but
it's
they are.
Not 74.57.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that one. The fact that you're able to get 2 minutes off the clock before UT Dallas wins even a single fight is so massive for the implications for the rest of the map. Puts so much time pressure onto the Comets. That being said, they have all the ultimates that they could possibly need to try and push past here.
Is this the beginning of the end here? All the ultimates. Oh, Kashir still does not get that revenge pick onto Hammer. The headshot disrupts that barrage. Pinspire down and out as well. And in a fight where UT Dallas found the first blood, they've taken out both supports now. Converse is still running large and in charge. They have burned everything except 100 seconds off the clock. And they've still got maybe 2 or 3 more attempts at holding.
This is so good from Converse, because then when they come back into this one, they're going to have the Shatter, they're going to have the Beat, they're going to have the Deadeye as well. 3 ultimates, and really, yeah, I was going to say maybe 2 fights for UT Dallas to try and...
1 on cart, though.
Yeah, 1 on cart. Basically, UT Dallas just have to win 2 more fights. They have to be perfect from this point forward in order to even sniff the second portion of Route 66.
Defeat. Here's the Nano Blade. It's good. It has the Nano. That's a huge sleep, and not the left shift. Oh, poor Petal just cannot catch a break right now. Sheer puts down Garchomp, bringing out the real Hanzo, the first real Hanzo we've seen, and what a headshot to put UT Dallas right back in the driver's seat of this just careening bus. Cannot find the Lucio, so it makes it a little bit harder to take a steady dominance, but just waiting for the time to strike, forcing Converse to hold S, and this is UT Dallas getting a lot of free space. With only 30 seconds left, their only real win condition right now is to cap this first point and put more time on the clock. Oh, what a read. Holy cow.
Yeah,
the Bionade finds 3.
Bionade.
It's massive. It's up to Hammer to try and save the day here, but I'm not sure he's going to have the space. No longer a Pharmacy, a Hans Mercy in the back line. Still Kiwi finds the D-Mech, and with that D.Va gone, a lot of value taken off the table. Petal falls again. 10 seconds remain. They're basically down 2 on the side of UT Dallas. Valkyrie comes out against the Valkyries, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. The Dragons to boot, trying to clear Carton one by one. UT Dallas goes down, folks. You wanted a real grand finals. Nobody wanted to walk away with a 3-0 victory, and it looks like we very well may not see one here today. Converse, very similar to Kennesaw a couple series ago, takes the payload map off of UT Dallas, and they're going to bring us all the way to push.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a good one, Settlins. Converse take their map pick and make it count. They take the fight straight to UT Dallas, go right up in their face with it. And even a team like UT Dallas, a team as talented as them, they seem to have trouble figuring out how to play against a team that just goes right up into your face. They are not scared at all of the skill that UT Dallas presents. They keep on trying to play these compositions that tries to get around to the side, tries to take advantage of long sight lines. UT Dallas Converse just doesn't care. They just keep on running straight at you. They keep on running you over, and they end up taking you out before you can even get into position. So Converse evens up the series at 1-1. It is fair to note that this is how the semifinal started out for UT Dallas as well. And then they were very dominant over Kennesaw for the next 2 maps and finished 3-1. We'll see if we're going to have a repeat of history here or if Converse can potentially bring it back on their own map pick. Sorry. It's UTD map pick.
On the other side of that, last time we saw Converse win a map, they did not lose one for the rest of the series. True. They give us a complete and total reverse sweep. So while this wouldn't be a reverse sweep, is this the beginning of a huge change of play from Converse? Now we can go to Rome, we can go to Toronto, or we can go to Portugal. We have not seen Portugal once this entire tournament. We have seen Toronto notably more than we have seen Rome, and it looks like we are still running it back down in Toronto. So I am pretty confident UTD has not played a different push map. I think they have only played New Queen Street, and I am very confident that they are undefeated on push because they have not lost a single map until, a single series until right now. No. Today is what I'm trying to say. Holy cow. My brain just shut off for a second. They didn't lose a single map until today, and it wasn't push. They've lost 2 escort maps, but the push maps are still undefeated.
Yeah.
Let's see if that trend continues. I mean, do we get Junkrat Cassidy again?
I mean, you definitely wanted to keep them away from Coliseo, right? Converse was so dangerous against Florida on that map. That was the map that really swung the entire match into Converse's favor, where they found this composition that has had a ton of success so far. And now, as we move into New Queen Street, you do still have the potential to play more long-range compositions. Petal's still going to be playing that Sojourn. That being said, we have Reapers on both sides now, and this, I think, is big because it indicates that UT Dallas has been making some adjustments. They're respecting this kind of composition from Converse, and they are trying to make adjustments to play against it.
Yeah, this is going to force close quarters combat. Everybody except for Petal is really going to have to play up close and personal, but again, that may open up the door for Petal to sneak in a couple of railgun headshots here and there, like they so lovingly always do against their opponents. Quicks deep into the back line of UT Dallas, and like dominoes, they are going to get knocked over. They are going to get just absolutely ran through. Converse dominates that first fight, but okay, there we go. Now somebody's on the bot.
Yeah, bot gets started here for Converse, and Quicks just swinging away. When you have the support of the Moira like that, consistently keeping you healthy, you're just able to bring so much damage to the front line of UT Dallas, and you're able to put so much pressure on them that they have no choice but to back away. And that, in return, gives Petal a lot less of opportunities to have those sight lines. That was some nice scouting from Kashir, taking Garchomp out early.
here finds Garchomp, and that might just be the only Elim UT Dallas really needs to. I believe Orion will just now be returning to the fight from being taken out by Petal in the previous 5v4 in favor of UT Dallas. Still Kiwi critical HP, but Converse, they get the speed boost. They hold S, and now they have to wait for that Reaper to return, or things are going to be tough. Sorry, the Junkrat to return, or things are going to be rough.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Garchomp might be able to get up to the Riptire, considering how quickly that Junkrat's been able to build those up so far. Converse wants to try and recontest this. They don't want to give up the lead for free here, especially with their Coalescence available. That's a huge engagement tool.
A massive play. Savior goes down that Coalescence, like I mentioned, much more for damage than HP in a game like Overwatch 2. Sheer has to Wraith form backwards, and that's kind of not where you want to do that. Now you are just a sitting duck out in the open. It looks like Jukebox finds Garchomp, traded out by Tinspire. Jukebox cannot make it out with their life, though. Petal tries to take down Kiwi, but gets booped back to the spawn room. And there it is. Converse, like you said, they didn't want to give up the lead for free. Now they didn't take the lead. They're increasing it.
Converse, yeah, they're making it now with over 20 meters. They've now given themselves a pretty sizable cushion over the comments, where it's going to take UTD probably 2 full fights with the bot pushing in order to take the lead, and they have 4 ultimates. The fact that they won that with just a Coalescence means they have every other tool available to them.
Right, and speaking of tools, here comes an overclock from Petal. A Shatter hits absolutely no one. A bit of a panic ultimate from Quicks, and UT Dallas traded 1-for-1 ult. Much more beneficial on the side of UT Dallas. Is this going to be their moment to strike? Is this their time? Holy cow, that felt so personal. Garchomp uses his Riptire to get rid of that Death Blossom from UT Dallas. That's a 1-0 in favor of Converse. Still, Kiwi drops the beat. Nolan voids the grab. UT Dallas throwing everything at the wall, and Converse immediately cleaning it up every single time.
Converse doing so well, and they're going to continue to push forward here. They have a potential to maybe get past this first checkpoint and open up the forward spawns. That being said, Jukebox is charged up and looking strong.
Nolan Void from Hammer as well, not able to pick up any Elims, instead gives his own life for the cause. Jukebox, the ult fire takes him down all the same. Quicks finds Tinspire. Converse. That cart is still going to be moving. They found that first point purchase, and they're going to try to take it even further. UT Dallas, they really feel kind of like a trickle of water. They just keep kind of falling in one after the other after the other. I don't know if we've seen a full team fight from them in like a couple minutes.
Yeah, it has been very quick here for UT Dallas. They've been trying to match the aggression and the fast tempo of Converse, but their composition just isn't quite as well suited for it as Converse's is, especially with how, I mean, I've just realized this is just goats. They're playing goats right now, and it's working so well. I can't believe it took me like 5 maps to realize this is what Converse is doing. They have found the Overwatch 2 goats, and it's working out so well for them.
You've heard of Jotes. Now get ready for a different Jotes, but the J stands for Junkrat. Hammer with a 2-piece, able to find a huge play for Converse. They lose the card for just a moment, and then they get to keep that momentum moving forward. Quicks onto Jukebox, still Kiwi onto Tinspire, and that is a technical team kill. Doesn't happen fast enough to get the call from Athena, but it's still going to be Converse taking a very dominant charge once again.
So the difference here is that in the traditional goats, you were able to use your supports and your sustain to stay alive in fights. UT Dallas just use overwhelming damage to end fights extremely quickly. So that's kind of the difference. It's like the most aggressive goats you've ever seen.
Most aggressive goats indeed. And speaking of aggressive, Petal on the high ground, just ready to do Petal things. This is the first 3 shots of the overclock. Let's make it 4. Not able to find any purchase, and finally with the help of Jukebox, puts down Garchomp. 36 HP, has to run from a very angry man in a massive metal suit, and he's going to be able to find the Elim. UT Dallas, they are in a very good position to restabilize. They're definitely not getting the 70 meters necessary to tie, but they can put more than 14 on the board, and that's kind of the name of the game right now.
Yeah, at this point, just got to be focusing on trying to win 2 fights in a row. That is the big dam that you have to get through when you're in this position playing from behind on push. And in all fairness, you do have plenty of tools to do so with both support ults and the Death Blossom available here.
Here comes a play from Tinspire, but it's going to be a huge one as that Riptire completely negated. Oh, Tinspire Riptire. It rhymes. That's fun. You got Converse. They're going to get up close and personal, forcing the beat out from Savior. We're into the second half of the game now, so this is where the chaos really starts to begin. The Shatter finds nobody! Baptiste goes up and Zarya goes through, but the elimination's still going to end in favor of this UT Dallas squad. Petal hitting those shots, finding those railgun lasers. and breaking Converse's hopes of winning out that fight.
While that happened, though, Converse used their aggression to force UT Dallas off of the fight. It forced the bot back towards the center of the map, which means UT Dallas was making no progress overall on the objective while this happened. Now they're finally going to be able to get past 14 meters. They're probably going to get it up to about 20, but it's still a significant disadvantage, and Converse is coming up on that Coalescence once again. When Orion has that check mark ready, they're going to look to push in so quickly. As now, we've had that check mark ready.
I set up my mute button. I'm so embarrassed, but I'm just going to admit it on stream. I was talking and I realized nobody can hear me. I set up my mute button, but UT Dallas, they had that overclock. Unfortunately, Petal couldn't find much with it. It scared Converse, but it didn't scare them enough to just give up the fight in its entirety. Coalescence from Orion. Oh my goodness, the visual bug made it into Overwatch 2, a personal favorite of mine, where she coalescences and we can't see anything from the first-person POV. It's hysterical, and I love every second of it. Unfortunately, what's not so funny is Converse getting ripped to shreds by UT Dallas here. That is a 4. Let's make it 5. Kashir finds Kiwi with a pretty clean combo, and UT Dallas, they're not going to tie it up yet, but they're getting even closer.
This is going to be the decisive fight here. UT Dallas are going to be able to get up past 50 meters here. One more should give them enough to try and threaten Converse's lead. But now Garchomp is the one with the threat. 95% on that Riptire has been a huge so far. Can you get it past the Immortality field that Tinspire is surely going to throw out?
Fire waiting to throw anything out here. Want to get that MO out, keep the team alive. Collapse onto Quicks here, who's stuck in the corner. Wow, that bomb, I've been saying the word personal a lot, but some of these ultimates just feel so targeted towards one member of the opposing team. Garchomp with a Riptire from who knows where, and it's going to be big enough. It has gotten Petal out of here. That's the green light for Converse to hold W and get up close and personal with UT Dallas. The card was moving just a bit, but Converse has taken control. Once again, we're down to 120 seconds. Could Converse be the first team to have a map lead over UT Dallas?
It's looking very possible here. Septilence, Converse pushing forward the bot back towards center of the map.
Oh, yes!
This is a very aggressive here. So that was Kashir's Death Blossom. Hammer used it at the same time, and
they both found nothing.
But there's the kill feed right there. Kashir is able to clean up the damage that you were able to put in on there. So, Converse takes control of the push bot once again, but it got all the way back towards the middle of the field, which means that UT Dallas, they have to try and push back towards the forward spawn point. They've now made it, but it's still given time for Converse to set up another fight here with this Coalescence. Again, it allows them to be super aggressive with the healing and the damage.
Speaking of aggressive with damage, we're looking at a less than 20 meter differential, now down to 13 meters, and we are running out of time. We're down to 68 seconds left on the clock. Can Converse finally turn this around, or will UT Dallas continue this slow and steady, the low and slow play style to win fight after fight after fight? It's a 1-1 trade at DPS, now missing on both sides. The overclock's been taken out of the hands of Petals, and Converse may have an opportunity to strike with one of their own if Garchomp can farm up fast enough. Orion chasing somebody down into the back line with that Coalescence. The bomb could be a big one, but instead it doesn't find squat. Savior out of the race. Converse now has that numbers advantage. They've got the healing advantage as well, and nobody is there to save Kashir. The tank goes down. That could be what UT Dallas needs to restabilize. 37 seconds left on the fight. This feels like this could very likely be our final true team fight.
And it happened just in time for Converse to take control of the push bot right before that they were able to take the lead. The amplification matrix committed from Tinspire to get them back forward. So yeah, this is going to be the last fight here. Converse with an overclock of their own finds Jukebox. They also both have the beat on both sides.
Last fight available, and Garchomp immediately removes the tank from UT Dallas. They're going to need to find a lot of clean eliminations back to back to take Converse down, to even tie things up here. It's a 5-meter differential right now, and I think 5 meters is going to be enough. Converse, they're in the overtime now. They just have to make sure UT Dallas does not win this final fight. And Quicks, I assume, a very aggressive Terra Surge, might be able to find something, but instead finds absolutely nothing. Kashir, the first to go down. UT Dallas looking bleak here on map number 3 in a Death Blossom. Most of it gets eaten, but it's enough to scare them away. Everybody but the Diva, she is here to stay, but she will not be with this world for very long. Oh my goodness, the blocks from Jukebox keeps them alive. Holy cow. Petal finds the headshot onto the Lucio. Quicks is gone. Savior falls. Is this UT Dallas' time to turn things around? They're so close to being able to win it, but Garchomp and Hammer have decided enough is enough. Petal finds a headshot of his own, but goes down to the cold left from Orion, and the Death Blossom from Kashir is still not going to save the day. The last standing member of UT Dallas here on this push map, and I just don't think he's got it in his arsenal to win the 3v1. Booms it away, the Baptiste there to heal, and then, oh my goodness, less than a second away from this coming to a close. Hammer finds Tinspire. They're doing everything they can, but UT Dallas, unfortunately, just delaying the inevitable. Converse not going down. They've got the numbers, they've got the damage, they've got the ultimates, and they are ready to seal the deal in map 2 right here, right now. The wick begins to burn. Nobody's there, and that is Converse winning their second map. They are 1 game away from, first of all, giving us 2 back-to-back upsets, but second of all, winning grand finals. That's insane.
It is insane. It would be a massive upset to take down UT Dallas at this point after their huge win on the open qualifiers, where they were basically uncontested the whole time after going basically unscathed throughout the entirety of the group stages, and taking all 3-0s up to this point, only like Blemish being a 3-1 against Kennesaw. Converse is now 1 map away from pulling off the upset, taking first place, and winning the CECC South Invitational. This is absolutely not Septulence. They are just 1 map away from doing it. Oh, I'm so happy, by the way, that we've had 3 fantastic games on stream today, and it's only going to get better.
I mean, yeah, yesterday everything was 3-0, right? I mean, it was really dominant. But like you said, dividing this day turning out to be a little bit longer than we anticipated, a little bit more taxing than we expected. So we're going to throw it to a very small break for just a couple of moments here in Grand Finals. Use this time, use the restroom, get some water, do something, but you got to come back to CECC South, because this is Overwatch 2 Grand Finals, and it does not get better than this. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes.
Smiling. I'm like, are you with
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only like barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here this. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to, because unless you swap hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska, where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septulence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds. Where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of News Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street, and New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So the value proposition for us starts with, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link? Yeah. Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so collectibles, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. When you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
The graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really, it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment itself. So
Definitely.
What is kind of, for somebody, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs, what's the stance on that?
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism.
Okay.
Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work.
Okay.
And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum...
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We're going to be jumping into Kings Row. UT Dallas down on their luck. In Converse, they are one map away from doing what was thought impossible just mere minutes ago. We're now dividing.
Okay.
Going to Kings Row makes a lot of sense right away, and I'm going to tell you why. My man Derpy, he is back in this. Easily the best Reinhardt player I have ever seen. So I fully suspect that is what UT Dallas is going to try to crush their success on.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're putting a lot of pressure, I think, on the Derpy, especially because right now, UT Dallas, you are now one map away from losing out on what a lot of people thought would be a pretty secure ticket to the national finals here. You're putting a lot onto this man right here that everyone is admiring right now. Derpy needs to come up huge on this Reinhardt, get right up into the face of Quicks, and no time for eating pizza right now. It's game time right now, fellas.
It is game time indeed, and who's got their game face on a little bit more? We're going to find out. Hammer going for that classic kind of King's Row Widow. Going to swap off most likely to Sojourn. No, instead, back to the Reaper. Garchomp, my man, back on that J Silly, trying to get some damage against UTD, and this could be it. UTD needs an MTD if they want to try to win this map right now, and what a great way for things to start off for Dallas. Still Kiwi overextends an inch and is immediately booted all the way back to spawn. That makes things hard for Converse to engage. They're going to have to wait a good 10 seconds for that Lucio to get back.
Yeah, super well done start here. It's Petal's gonna get a pick off on the Garchomp as well. So this is immediately a really good start from UT Dallas, shutting the door on the initial aggressive push here from Converse. And immediately, look at how much damage Petal is doing already. That was a nice headshot, and already 80% to that overclock, just doing so much work here for the Comets. You need a big individual day for Petal here if you want to come back into this series, and so far, that's exactly what they're given.
No doubt about it. It was a courageous move for UT Dallas to go to Kings Row. They saw Converse beat UFO on this just last series, but they had some tricks up their sleeves. They had some faith in their main tank, Derpy, and they're going to try to make some more magic happen. Kashir gets caught out in a very unfortunate circumstance, but lives to tell the tale. The Immortality Field committed, the Shield committed, and Garchomp is instead the first one to fall. Hammer seemingly not far behind, and UT Dallas large and in charge. This is the UTD we remember from yesterday. They are dominating Converse. Half the time bank already gone.
Yeah, and it really has been a lot thanks to this new sub, and Derpy gives this team a new form of aggression that they weren't able to have before. They're able to play up close and personal in a way that they weren't before. They're able to really take the aggression that Converse have been bringing and throw it right back at them. Now they have the Amp Matrix, they have the Shatter coming up in just a second. Meanwhile, Converse with the Coalescence and the Terra Surge.
Coalescence and Terra Surge just around the corner, but what are they going to be able to do with it? That Amp Matrix puts Converse in kind of a small corridor. Derpy most likely waiting to farm that Shatter. It's going to be an easy one to hit if they bait out the abilities from Quicks to prevent it. Terra Surge in, 3 players caught out, but all of them most likely, no! The Immortality Field does not save it, and all of a sudden UT Dallas begins to crumble. A great catch for Derpy, caught on the mini health pack, and he cannot make it out in time. A complete and total team wipe from Converse. It took them a lot longer than it did against UFO, but they did it, and that's what matters.
I've been saying it a lot about Converse in this comp, but once again, one ult is all they need to win the fight, take point A, and all 4 of their other ultimates are available. This little archway on King's Row is a really nice defensive hold area, and that makes it, but having those tools, those ultimates available, makes it a lot easier to break through. Quicks is also going to swap over onto the Reinhardt at this point. I'm sure is more than happy to take the Rein duel against this. Look at this, though. They'll keep on Garchomp here, going for a bit of a flank right now.
Can't say I blame him, but it's the Blade that opens things up. Kashir finds his supports. We've got one down on both sides. Derpy's Shatter, unfortunately, does not find the purchase UTD needed, but the left shift is certainly going to. Dismisses his counter tank, and oh, Garchomp, the Wraith from Kashir. Perfect timing all the way through and through. Takes both DPS back to that spawn room, and UT Dallas, they've got the possession of cart.
Yeah, Garchomp was unfortunately a little outplayed there by Kashir. Well done from the Reaper player to make sure that the Riptide got no value there. And Converse, even though they do get enough picks to get the cart moving, it was an overall win from UT Dallas, not only by killing several members of UT Dallas, they also forced several ults out as well.
Here comes Petal, that nano overclock, and it has not found the purchase they've been looking for yet. Actually puts him into a better position with that Junkrat mine. Garchomp goes down, and that's a pretty aggressive green light as Garchomp has been the thorn in the side of UT Dallas. It is Petal's time to shine now. Takedown 2, they're forcing Converse all the way back to that spawn. 2.5 minutes still stand on the clock. Derpy, an amazing fire strike to take Still Kiwi down, and Converse finding themselves in an increasingly tough situation to try and turn around.
Yeah, now they're going to get pushed back further and further. UT Dallas could even go for one of those patented Kings Row spawn holes if they really wanted to. Deciding not to do it, I think probably for the better here, as you do have the Amp Matrix to play with. You want to make sure you have the sight lines to potentially use that.
Sightlines are the name of the game on a point like Kings Row 1.5. Teams so often stalled here that I've started calling it Kings Row 1.5 because it feels like we're always here. Quicks has that shatter, an insanely aggressive left shift. I suspected the shatter, but chose to hold on to it. Petal found still Kiwi, and now Converse wants to save their blessings, and it looks like Quicks has decided he doesn't need a blessing. He just needs a Q and a left shift, and that left shift gonna miss Darpy. This is a very, very difficult spot to be in a 3v1. Both Sojourn's gonna fall. Darpy with a shatter of his own whips it, and Quicks wins the Rhine 1v1 in MTD. If I've ever seen one, Converse keeping the cart moving, but just barely.
They keep it moving. Oh, man, a nice stagger here on the jukebox. Oh, actually traded out here, though. So it's a 1-for-1. You are going to get your Lucio back a lot quicker than you're going to get your Junkrat back, because you're looking for a sneaky Death Blossom here. If that doesn't work, though, Converse has a ton of ultimates coming up, including this Overclock from Hammer.
This is the first time we've seen... Okay! It's going to be immediately an ultimate 1-1 trade for the DPS department. Sojourn traded out for a Lucio. That Lucio, a little bit very much more important than losing one of your DPS. And you lose that speed boost, you lose that healing, you lose any chance of of a beat. No Lucio's even close, but, you know, just hypothetically speaking. Garchomp with another tire, a very difficult ultimate to get eliminations with, but he's found a safe place to use it. I'd prefer to see him go up and over instead of through, but it looks like it's still not enough to take down Derpy. Quicks eats every possible bullet of HP, and here comes Garchomp with the flank. Jukebox down and out of the equation. Overcharge from Petal to find Hammer, and that is going to be enough for UT Dallas to secure this fight. 30 seconds left. Converse has one more chance to try and win this next fight out.
Oh, and Quicks uses the shatter at the end of the fight. Thought it was still winnable. It is, in fact, not. Gets taken down, and that is a huge ultimate that Converse doesn't have left for this last fight. They've got to hurry, too. They got only 10 seconds left to basically traverse the entirety of the map and get on to for a touch. I think we might be seeing still Kiwi move ahead of the rest of the team to try and get something going here.
Getting it going is the objective at hand, and I'm not sure if Converse is going to be able to. The beat comes out really, really early. Derpy's shatter is large enough to find still Kiwi, and I just talked about the importance of that Lucio. I'm not going to beat a point that's already been made, but UT Dallas, a phenomenal defensive hold, just shy of that second point. That puts them in a possible win condition. They can tie this, take us all the way to that control map once again. They can force Converse to play 10 maps in a row. That physical, that's going to start getting to them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have definitely been running off of the adrenaline of their previous Map 5 win. Can they keep it up? Especially now that UT Dallas have been taking their aggression and throwing it right back at them. Converse is having a little bit of trouble now that we're in what it has been the closest thing to a mirror match that we've had ever since Converse started playing these Orisa Reinhardt compositions. So now, Converse, as they move over onto the defense, they do still have an opportunity here, Septilins. They can hold at first point, they can hold at Archway, they can hold at the end of point B. Any of those would work in order to give Converse the win right here and end the tournament with Converse as the winners. And it's going to be right back to that Ryan 1v1. Quicks and Derpy, I'm sure, both super confident in their abilities and super confident in their teams to be able to win those frontline battles.
You know, Converse full held UFO on Kings Row, and that was when we really saw the potential of that turnaround, of that possibility to reverse sweep the series, which they were then able to do. If they full hold UT Dallas here, it could spell disaster. We're just going to have to wait and see how this goes, but if UT Dallas can win this and take us to map 5, their odds of winning the series drastically increase. Petal on that Kings Row Widow, but Orion Shield makes it so hard to succeed. Looks like they're going to give up on it pretty quickly. That's Sojourn. She is back at it.
Right back at it, and a Hammer right back at it as well. This has been a really back and forth fight, by the way, that I've been keeping an eye on the DPS. Petal with a lot more high tier experience, but Hammer's been held into their own.
Turnaround challenge as Kashir just teleports directly into the fray of the team. Gets a little bit of free damage, but everybody's still up and running, and that is the most important part. Maybe there's going to be a bit of overextension from UT Dallas as they've got a pretty aggressive spawn advantage. You know, trading 1-for-1 may actually be very beneficial for the team right now. That ult charge in the tank department in favor of Derpy 100 times over. Tinspire finds one. Petal finds another in Converse. They're going to fall a lot faster than we saw UT Dallas go down. There's the left shift into possibly kill. This poor Reinhardt, he is all by himself, and UT Dallas has that first point just shy of a minute off the clock.
And that means it's going to be about 5.5 minutes for UT Dallas to take it 107 meters and get themselves that elusive map 2 victory that they haven't had since that first control map. Yeah, 5.5 minutes on the clock here, and it's all going to come down to how UT Dallas executes in these next 5 minutes. Will they be able to use this Amp Matrix, use this Shatter, use this Overclock to push Converse back and knock them down? Converse, for their own right, they really don't have many ultimates online yet. They're really only working with the Coalescence at the moment.
Yeah, it's an effective ultimate, but it's not going to be one to win you a team fight. I mean, Converse is all the way up in your previous spawn in the place. They need to get that cart. Keeping one on cart is a dangerous game, especially when it's the DPS who's hiding in the back corner gets taken down by that Fire Strike. The Shatter from Derpy, eaten by Quicks. That is an ultimate they are going to want back on the side of UTD. Kashir finds still Kiwi in the dream. All of a sudden comes right back to life. Dallas, they want to win map 4 like they want to have their next breath. They want to take us all the way to that coveted map 5 here for CECC South Grand Finals.
Converse do end up using the Coalescence there near the end of that fight, but now that they've won that fight, basically, especially after catching up Kashir in the back, you're going to get up to all 4 of your other ultimates basically at the same time here. The Shatter, the Blizzard, the Riptire, the Beat, all of which can be incredibly impactful. UT Dallas with both DPS ults and the Beat coming up fairly soon from Jukebox, but I don't think it'll be soon enough.
Shatter challenge. Oh, what? Where did it go? That is devastating. That was an ultimate that Converse may have needed, and as the rest of them get thrown down the drain like that, it spells disaster possibly for Converse going into this next and most likely final fight. If UT Dallas can come out on top, it's up to Hammer with this Blizzard to save the day, where UT Dallas has taken us all the way.
The hitbox for the Shatter is kind of a cone, and I think they just spread out just enough that no one actually got hit by the Shatter there. Converse now have to make a quick recontest as you're within 5 meters of taking here. Like you said, the Blizzard from Hammer will be huge. You also have the Beat. Jukebox about up to a Beat as well.
Here comes that Shatter, and it's going to be a double onto both the supports. Hammer has to commit the Blizzard perhaps a little too early, and poor Derpy just can't make it out of there in time. He's going to go down. The main tank has fallen. Can UT Dallas win this without the help of that giant Hammer on their side? It's going to be 1 kill from Petal, but Quicks finds the counter kill on the Jukebox. That Reaper has to run, and he just cannot make it. They were 1 meter away, but dividing, I'm going to say it one more time, close simply does not cut it.
It won't cut it, and UT Dallas now in a bit of a scary situation. You'd think 3 minutes is plenty of time on the clock here, but in this particular part of King's Row, your spawn point as the attacker is so far away, it's going to take you a long time to get back to the point where you can even take a fight. It might be 3, maybe even 2 really good fights here for UT Dallas in order to try and take this point and take us to a map 5, and they have no ults right now.
Just a Coalescence on the board, and Orion is using it like a laser strike from space. Immediately uses that high ground advantage. Derpy is gone. I've said it every time. Your tank goes down, you're probably not far behind. It's time to hold S and recontest in the next engagement. You've got 2:19 on the clock. Over a minute has been burned between these 2 engagements, and already UT Dallas is tail between their legs running back to spawn.
You don't have to worry about the Coalescence anymore, but now you gotta worry about the Shatter from Quicks. He has not really hit a massive one in this fight, has been really looking for it though. Hammer and Garchomp close to their ultimates in their own right, and Jukebox does not have even close to that Beat. You do, however, have the overclock from Petal. Get a couple of headshots with that railgun, and that could just be it. I can't imagine that was on purpose though.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those Junkrat moments. You know, you spam where you think they're coming from, you try to get a capitalization off of it, and he did just that. Now, this is clearly going to be a tire, but he goes up high. I would have preferred going around to the left alley and sneaking up behind them, but
yeah,
still
and
hasn't
Dallas
pulled
just,
the ult, so.
They just back off.
They have to. They lost their Reaper.
That one grenade just makes it so that UT Dallas has to back off again, takes another 30 seconds off of the clock, and Converse now has so many ults.
No, Derpy getting bullied by Converse right now. This May pick has become so impactful. When May is on the board, Reinhardt just becomes a big old rectangle. He's got to hold that shield up at any and every possible moment. We are down to 71 seconds, and Converse is 71 seconds away from giving us back-to-back upsets in a grand finals first place finish.
Don't look now, but Converse is coming up on 4 ultimate Septilins, including both of their support ults coming up in just a moment. Petal has had this overclock for so long, has not been able to get into position to get good usage out of it, and that has allowed the supports to try and get up to their own ultimates to try and make it nullified.
Here comes that Riptire, and I think they've lost the location from it. It looks like it's going to be a Coalescence to save the day. Derpy hits a two-man Earth Shatter. Can UT Dallas clutch this victory from the jaws of defeat? The odds are stacked against them, but with this Reinhardt still alive, the beat from Jukebox, can he swing hard enough? That's 2, already down 3, only remaining, but the trap from Garchomp is going to be disastrous. Jukebox gone, Derpy gone. The hopes of UT Dallas winning this may very well be gone. They have 18 seconds to recontest a Death Blossom just on the precipice of their composition, but with 10 seconds remaining, can they even touch?
It's going to come down to the beat here from Still Kiwi. Are you going to be able to use that aggressively to try and finish this before Kashir even gets that Reaper ult online, or are you going to use it defensively against that Reaper ult? Petal around the back takes out Orion. That's so much healing.
Petal sneaks around the back, removes the Moira from this engagement out to 5v4 in favor of UT Dallas. They've got the Death Blossom, and Kashir is going to find every single player out there. UT Dallas in the final moment, their backs against the wall. Their 11th hour, the swan song yet to be sung. They are going to snipe out a victory here on King's Row, and that means we are going all the way to map number 5.
Are you kidding me? Petal and Kashir out of nowhere when UT Dallas need a clutch performance the most. Petal with the opening pick and Kashir slamming the door. Oh, Converse were so tantalizingly close to securing their spot in the national finals, but UT Dallas says no. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to beat us on a and UT Dallas has been fantastic on those control maps all weekend long. Converse with the map pick, they are going to have a tough challenge ahead of them.
That I've never seen somebody so close to winning a map, to winning a full series and losing it due to a single railgun shot like that. They snatched a defeat from the jaws of victory off of the back of an amazing play from that Sojourn. I mean, Petal just sealed the deal for UT Dallas to go all the way to map number 5. And folks, we are to the point where this is our last map.
It's the last map of the night.
No matter where we go, this is all we've got locked and loaded. Somebody walks away grand finalist champions within the next 10 minutes. This is it. We are finally down to the wire. Converse has fought tooth and nail. The David against UFO defeated that Goliath. They come right back, have to run the exact same story, the exact same narrative against UTD, and they've ended up in the exact same spot. Can they confirm it staying that way and make themselves the victors at the end of this? It's up to them to decide.
And you have to think about how fatigued the Converse team must be.
This is now 10.
Yeah, they played a 5-map series, had to go straight into this match against UGD, has played another 5-map series now. They're surely running off of adrenaline, and that's it. How much can that adrenaline sustain them through this final map of Lijiang? And then, of course, UTD... Of course, they were able to win that King's Row map. We are going to Lijiang Tower to end things off. Here's my question. Do you continue to put Derpy in on main tank after you had so much success? Do you bet on the fact that Converse are probably going to continue running close range and run probably your more limited tank line? Or do you go back to Jukebox, who is more flexible, is able to allow you to run more meta compositions, but Converse has shown that they're able to take fights very quickly and win those fights when you try and play a little slower. It's a bit of a I don't know. I don't know what you do here.
It's a conundrum.
UTD.
It's a conundrum, truly, and that very choice may dictate the win or the loss for UTD, because Derpy did an amazing job on the Reinhardt.
Yeah.
But if we're going to Lijiang Tower, we know that. Reinhardt doesn't work super well on Gardens. If we get Gardens as one of the 3 maps, they can really be in trouble. Does Zarya work better in all 3 of those stages? Absolutely. But is Zarya going to counter Quick's Reinhardt? We do not know. We are sitting at this moment where we are just looking at this complete conundrum on the side of UTD. Can they decide? Can they create another MTD? And it looks like they're going to try their absolute hardest. Derpy here for the final map of the entire weekend, and dividing how beautiful. We are ending it exactly where we began, Lijiang Tower.
Here we go, Septilins. Hey, before we get into this, it has been a fantastic weekend casting with you.
Truly.
It's been a fantastic series of games here at the CECC South Regional. It all comes to a head here. One map to decide who is going to make it to the national finals. Will it be UT Dallas? Will it be Converse? This is going to be right up in each other's faces. And how fitting, by the way, that we start off on Control Center, the most up close in your face map of the three. Quicks and Derpy are salivating right now at the prospect of just swinging their hammers at each other.
Quicks and Derpy for sure. Let's not forget about Garchomp and Kashir here, who are both rocking the Junkrat. It is up close and personal, closer than we are ever going to get in a game like Overwatch 2. This is all about that first elimination, that first blood. Which team can find it? Does one of the Junkrats get lucky? Does one of the Reinhardts land a pin or break a shield? It's going to be tough, and as we see a charge into a trap, it's a 1-1 trade immediately. Kashir and Quicks are gone, but Petal goes down. Converse moments away from finding a numbers advantage. Jukebox takes out Hammer, and it is just as close as every single fight on King's Row was. Nobody walking away with an early advantage. Derpy full-blown left shifts that charge into point. He's going to be able to recontest on the side here. We are still at that 0-0 lineup. All 10 players returning to the fray.
Yeah, I mean, Quicks got out very early into that fight, and because there's no tank on the other side, Derpy is able to move forward, take some advantages here, and now it has given Petal the space necessary to hit some of these railgun shots, and we did, however, get the point flip over onto Converse eventually. It is going to be about 15%, 14% that is, until UT Dallas does flip it back over. But because Quicks died so early on in that fight, was not able to build up to the Shatter very much. Derpy already has it online, ready to go, as well as Tinspire ready with the Amp Matrix. They might not need it.
Yeah, there's no fight. There's nothing Converse is going to be able to do here. They need to push into point, and they literally cannot do that without Lucio. So they need to reconverge. On the bright side, it happened this early. They're only going to be at 30 or 40% before the recontest happens, but it's given them enough time to charge this overclock. This is disastrous for Converse. A very, very unfortunate start. They really started strong, found the point cap, and then they begin to crumble. That's going to be a headshot on Still Kiwi, who's still hanging out in that spawn room.
Yeah, so good. Petal popping off when they need this star hit scan player to do so the most. Has found two fantastic picks to keep Converse at bay. And UT Dallas now with 4 ultimates about coming up into this one. But here comes the aggression.
Oh man, here comes the shatter from Derpy. It found Hammer. The tire from Garchomp puts down 1.5 in the form of that immortality field. But this may be one of those damage done scenarios, especially as Petal commits that overclock, takes Orion out of the equation, and Converse just fell apart. Too little, too late to capitalize on that. UT Dallas, this is the dominance we saw back on Oasis.
This is getting tough now. Converse making a few changes onto the Mei, onto the Sojourn of their own, playing the Sojourn into Petal, who is really getting hot right now. It may be a dangerous prospect for Garchomp here. Converse, though, really want to play off the aggression of this Shatter that Quicks is about to lay down.
Quick's gonna try to lay it down, but Derpy might have that block. We're gonna have to wait and see. There goes Garchomp, the blade from Kashir. These ultimates balanced so appropriately, and Quicks finds absolutely squat with that boot coming out from Jukebox. Now the beat gonna counteract anything Converse is willing to bring to the table. The Genji caught out, but of course the beat from Still Kiwi as well to keep that Genji alive. Even with the beat from the side of Converse, is it gonna be enough? A 1-1 trade. Still Kiwi, still the first person taken out on the side of Converse. Derpy removes Hammer, slams them 6 feet under, and that should be UT Dallas with the first stage win. Backs against the wall. They needed to risk it all. They bring in Derpy. They take the risk, and it pays off in dividends. They win that first stage, and now they are 1 stage away from being grand finalist champions.
They have won the first map, but remember that first map was Control Center, where when you were bringing in Derpy, that's the one that if you're UT Dallas with this setup, that you are confident that you should be able to win. Now we move on to, I believe this is Night Market, which is a lot more open comparatively. Will UT Dallas be able to do the same? We might be seeing some more in-your-face kind of situation. We might be seeing UT Dallas go for that old Symmetra teleport strategy. We really haven't seen that very much in Overwatch 2, but I think UT Dallas, they really want to stick to their guns here. They know Converse are going to be doing the same, so they have proven with map 1 that they can win these up-close in-your-face engagements. Can they do the same here on Night Market? Converse moves over to the Orisa.
With the TP out of spawn from UT Dallas gives them a pretty aggressive movement advantage. They get a lot of free damage and a full-blown elimination on to Converse's Hammer. That is disastrous. When Converse needed a success most, they are instead going to get ran through by UT Dallas. That teleporter really coming in handy. We get 1 elimination from Quicks in the form of Derpy, but the trade through from Juicebox makes it near impossible to succeed. This is UT Dallas at their finest.
They are looking so incredibly strong right now. They're able to take the aggression from UT Dallas like a seasoned judo master, throw it back at them, use it against them. They know Converse wanted to move in quickly. They were able to get around the mass of Converse players and take them out from behind, something that no team has really been able to do very well ever since we started seeing Converse on stream.
15% on the board, 1/5 of the way done on the side of UT Dallas, and Converse, they get an elimination too little too late. 3 for 1 is not a good trade, and now UT Dallas finds themselves even larger in charger. 26% and counting. Converse, we're gonna need a swap, we're gonna need to change a play, we need something, or you're getting 200-0'd in map number 5.
Kashir has also made a swap over to the Junkrat, by the way, trying to spam in. As long as Converse is stuck in these small doorways, it's a fantastic spot for Junkrat.
They may all trying to give Converse the opportunity to sneak around, but Petal not missing a railgun, and it's that poor May who's on the wrong side of it every time. Orion has been taken off the map. Quick's gonna send themselves back to spawn as well. Trying to regroup as a team, you can feel pressure starting to crack down on Converse. They're getting to the point where any of these fights could be the last one. They need to change something.
They need to change something. They're continuously changing their heroes up and continuously lowering their ult charges as well. Meanwhile, UT Dallas has had the opportunity to build up the Shatter, the Overclock, the Beat. All Converse really has is the Coalescence. It's been fantastic, but 3 ults to 1.
Nothing from Derpy there. Is that going to be an opportunity to strike him on the Shatter? No, the Beat from Jukebox is going to keep the team alive. Full-blown 5v5, 20% now. And oh, Orion was almost the beginning of the end, but the Fade coming off cooldown in a crucial moment keeps them alive. Garchomp most likely going to go down here, and that very well may be it dividing. UT Dallas simply playing with their food at this point. 7 seconds left on the clock, and I believe they will be the grand finalist champions.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get back on. Now, okay, there is a touch here. Converse has plenty of ultimates here. The question is if they can survive for long enough to be able to use them.
Derpy goes for a left shift. There's the overclock. Here's the Blizzard throwing everything out with the kitchen sink. I definitely spoke too soon on that one, and Hammer is trying to let me know that Converse may be down, but they are certainly not out of the equation quite yet. They've recontested. Converse's Quicks lives literally by luck that mine took him up and over the wall. He survives the engagement, puts Converse in a very comfortable position, but dividing, they cannot make a single mistake. The next mistake will be their last.
This could be a championship winning Tire here, but there's the Beat. Well done from Still Kiwi to keep it away for now. The Shatter from Quicks as well to potentially block. It's so well done from Derpy.
Derpy with a Shatter block of his own, keeping the dream alive on the side of UT Dallas, and Tinspire finds Hammer. The first mistake may be their last. Let's see if that rings true today. The Shatter now coming out from Derpy again, and he can't find anything. Petal finds one, Derpy finds another, and UT Dallas should all but have this in the bag. Orion's Coalescence, the last saving grace. Garchomp sneaking in with a railgun shot, and every time you want to count Converse, you want to count Converse out, they may be able to fight back from the jaws of defeat. Garchomp drops a 3-peat and keeps Converse breathing. Derpy goes down, and I just know this team is fighting with every iota of their very being to win this series.
And look at how close the Comets were from flipping that point back. That might have just been the game right there, because of course there isn't an overtime period from that anymore. That was a sliver of progress away from UT Dallas ending the series. Instead, Converse keep their beat going.
We've got an ult charge in favor of UT Dallas. The overclock from Petal. If this finds one, it could be over for Converse. They've got to play it low and slow. Wait for UT Dallas to overextend and capitalize off the back. Quicks, the full-blown left shift into Kashir through the entirety of the point. Removes Sombra, gets rid of the hack and EMP, nowhere in sight. Quicks has gone down. Can Converse clutch? Hammer throws the pulse. It doesn't find anything. A Shatter from Derpy into the backside is going to be enough to take this team down. Garchomp with one uses the overclock to take down Petal. A huge DPS player for the side of UT Dallas is missing, and they're going for another shot. They just can't line it up. Derpy swinging 85 damage a swing. The Beat from Still Kiwi keeps the team alive, and it's 99 to 99. Can Converse keep breathing? Is this it right here, right now, or can they finally clutch things out and take us all the way to a stage 3? The wick ticks down, and they have done it. We are going all the way. Map 5, stage 3, grand finals.
I am in a state of
have a heart
shock
attack.
and awe that Converse were somehow able to hang on to that. Are you kidding me? That was 2 fights in a row where UT Dallas were able to take the first points in that fight, that they were able to take the early advantage. Converse, I've been saying it all weekend, Septilence, the mark of a fantastic team. They hang around. They turn a losing situation into a winning one. Whether it's a clutch individual play from Garchomp or a clutch beat from Still Kiwi, they've managed to keep themselves alive and keep themselves breathing going into map 5, round 3. It all comes down to Gardens. Both teams going right back within the Reinhardt. Who is going to get the point first?
Ryan on Gardens is so aggressive, and both of them are going to run it, so it's not technically going to be a bad idea for anybody. Quicks goes up quick, holds down that hammer. Tinspire gone, hammer already taken out of the equation, and it looks like UT Dallas is going to be in a slightly tougher spot. Losing that Baptiste, that main support is critical to keep a tank like Derpy alive. I know he loves to hold W. I've been his support before, and I know it is tough to keep a man like that alive. Kashir is already down and out in Converse. Should have this fight in the bag. A huge start from Converse. They have snatched every single victory they have found from the jaws of defeat, and they are continuing to do so here. Quicks finds Derpy, Hammer finds Petal, and Converse with that first point cap.
Converse was just a little quicker on the draw there, on the start there. Quicks was able to take more space than Derpy was, able to swing away a little bit more, and because of that has 30% more, 20% more than Derpy on that Shatter Charge. That could be big, especially because both Lucios are not even close to having those beats available yet. Orion, by the way, is also just about ready to have that Coalescence up. 2 really great engagement tools for Converse.
Orion's Coalescence has been deceptively effective in terms of helping Converse find opening engagements, and a Shatter onto 2 people is certainly going to be effective as well. Garchomp takes out Petal. That is a huge DPS player once again removed from the fray. Derpy goes down in Converse. Very well may have this fight in the bag. That is all 5 of them as Kashir shows himself the exit. Converse, they are halfway done with this final stage. UT Dallas, you need to wake up.
They need to wake up right here, right now, and they have the ults to do it. They will have the Shatter, they will have the Gap Matrix, they will have the Overclock ready to go for this next fight. Converse with the Blade from Hammer and the Coalescence still available. Orion was able to hang on to that one because they only needed the Shatter from Quicks to win it. Converse is going to have 4 ultimates just about in this next fight. UT Dallas coming in with just the same. This will be flashy.
It'll be flashy indeed. Here comes an Ant Matrix into an Overclock, but nobody is there to be caught out by it. The second shot from Petal is going to fall too little, too short in Converse. They've got the Blade, they've got the Coalescence is what it's called, and it's going to be a huge Shatter from Derpy. That sends 3 of them down. Still Kiwi with the beat of a lifetime to keep this team up and running, and then dismisses Derpy from the fight. He says, I'll see you back in spawn. Petal finds the headshot onto Garchomp. Hammer takes out Kashir, and this very well may be the final fight of the series if Converse can just clutch this out. That Overclock is down and out. They have the Shatter to boot with 9 seconds left, separating them from a grand finals victory. This very well may be it right here, right now. Is this going to be it? UT Dallas, they cannot find the time to succeed. Here comes a huge play. The Overclock in onto side. Jukebox running for his life and just falling too little, too short. Hammer into Jukebox. Is there anybody left? Poor Tinspire has to dash right in. And that is it. Derpy has gone down. The Moira, the last one standing, and as she enters 6 feet under a Shatter from Quicks to seal the deal, Converse has done it 2 times in a row. They have slain the Giant, and they have emerged Grand Finals champions, securing that #1 spot.
What a story, what a tournament, what a day from Converse University, coming away with 2 map 5 victories to secure the first place, to secure the 1,500 grand prize, and to secure the spot in the national finals next spring. Converse University with the performance of a lifetime, the upset of, I would say, the year so far in collegiate Overwatch.
I'll be amazed if we see something more intense than what we just watched. We may go the rest of the season without seeing a series this close, this neck and neck. I mean, this was, I just said this in our production chat, this was the best Overwatch series I have seen in ages.
I cannot believe that night market round. That was some of the craziest Lijiang Tower gameplay I have seen ever, just point blank. I am so amazed and impressed by Converse University. They rose up to every criticism that I had of them starting off this series. They rose up above them. They went through and they figured out their flaws. They came up with like we've been saying from the entire time, meta is one thing, comfort is another. They found a perfect mix of both were able to use their own personal comfort picks to put so much pressure onto their opponents. They were forced to swap off of their meta what they were most comfortable with because Converse was so good at the brawl comps that there was just nothing that they could do about it. Yeah. And that is how Converse was able to take the tempo of these matches and put it into their own hands. And after 10 maps, a brutal day for the Valkyries, they can leave with their heads held high as champions.
It's all worth it at the end of the day. The team we miss out on day one is the team we watch dominate here in day two. A phenomenal performance. And folks, we are going to get an interview with who else but Garchomp. To me, the MVP of this weekend. I'm very excited to talk to them. But first, we're going to throw it to a super short break so we can get that interview set up. We will see you right back here with an amazing first place interview in just a couple of minutes.
Here. That's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly.
Right.
And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns.
Sure.
And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already uses consensus mechanism.
Okay.
So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on,
sure.
Are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right?
Sure.
Because we're still in the early adoption phase.
Right.
And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically.
Yeah, and I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming.
Absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. It connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987. Right. But generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams. Right. The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I'm Josh Sides. I'm the director of esports at Winthrop University. Winthrop is a small D1 school in South Carolina. We started our varsity esports program in fall 2019, so we're moving into year 4 of our program's existence. This is our first year really investing heavily in Valorant, though. So That's the team that we're playing in this tournament and hoping for big results. Yeah, in the South, we would really like to have another shot at Texas A&M. They're kind of the big dogs in this bracket right now. They're kind of the old heads when it comes to collegiate Valorant. They've been around a little while, their club, and some of these players, they're the vets, I guess, of collegiate Valorant, and we're kind of the new kids on the block looking to stir it up with them. And Converse as well. Our in-state rival, I guess. hour and a half, 2 hours up the road in Spartanburg. It's always nice to have a little friendly in-state competition. They're confident. They're excited. They want to win more than anything in the world. They're, they've got their eyes set on first place or nothing. Anything short of winning is essentially, a failure in their eyes. So we're competing in the Red Bull Campus Clutch for our South region as well. We got to play Converse in that, and we'll be playing the live finals portion of that in a couple of weeks.
What's up, everybody? That break may have been a little longer than anticipated, but I think we were just waiting for our heart rates to go down after a series like that one, Septilence and Dividing. And we are joined by, like I said, who else but Garchomp, Junkrat, Sojourn extraordinaire, arguably the reason that the breath continued to enter the lungs of Converse there on Night Market, or I guess now Day Market, whatever you choose to call it. So Garchomp, my first question, dog. You guys reverse sweep. Things are looking great, and then you come in, UTD really starts to dominate on Oasis. You start to fall a little bit lackluster. Things are starting to slip. What do comms sound like in that moment for you guys to come and clutch back and basically full sweep UT Dallas for the rest of it?
Well, we lost momentum from the last series, and then we came in. We lost the first map, and everyone was kind of like the general vibe was pretty good, and no one was like deterred. No one was down and out. No one's mentals were shattered. But after we lost first point on Lijiang, I yelled at everyone, and everyone's got their butts in gear and did what I needed them to do.
And I have to ask, I gotta go back to the series before this against Florida, because you guys were down 0-2 going into a push map. You were against the ropes, tournament lives on the line, and then something changed. Notably, you picked Junkrat for the first time today, and all of a sudden it seemed like a switch flipped on in Converse. You guys played so much more together. You guys were so much more aggressive. You reverse swept Florida and kept that comp going into UT Dallas to great effect. So my question to you is, was the Junkrat swap a spur of the moment thing, or is it something that you guys had kind of practiced and brought out in a kind of Coliseum map?
Legend foretold that my Junkrat is insane, and I had to whip it out, unfortunately, on those poor people. We had previously planned about it somewhat, but it was more or less of if I'm gonna lose on Junkrat, and then we won on Junkrat.
Me every comp game ever. If I'm gonna lose on Junkrat.
And then, of course, the other pivotal moment I have to talk about is, of course, that Lijiang Tower Night Market map where UT Dallas was up 99-0, was just about ready to end the series, and you, out of nowhere, by yourself on the point, pull out a 3K on Sojourn to turn the fight around completely. I don't think our observer was on you at the moment, which was, fair enough. I just want to know how. How did you do that?
That was an out-of-body experience. I don't know what I did or how I did it. I'll have to go look at VOD review, because I'm not a good DPS player, but I pulled through. So
I'll tell you what, you fooled me.
Yeah, you got me, bro. You pranked all of us if you're not a good DPS player. But just one more question for you, and we will let you go celebrate with the team, because I'm sure y'all are ready to go crazy after 10 maps in a row. Is there anybody you would like to take this time to give a shout out or a thank you to while you're here with us?
Yeah, of course, the UTD team, always really nice guys. We've gone, I think, to map 5 a bunch of times, and it's always a good match. So shout out to those guys, and then of course my teammates, especially Kiwi. He keeps things pretty tight when the screws get a little loose. So yeah,
everybody needs that glue, so it's important to have it. Well, hey, Garchomp, thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and a massive congratulations on what, as I have already said, was probably some of the most entertaining Overwatch 2 I have seen in ages.
Thank you so much for having me, and GG's.
Congrats, Mr.
GG's, man.
Finalist. GG's to you as well. And with that, folks, ready to throw it over to Paulie, but I will say for the both of us, just very quickly before we do, thank you all so much for joining us. It was a long weekend full of a lot of 3-0s, but we got to today, and every single matchup was wonderful. So thank each and every one of you for watching. A huge shout out to all the teams for joining us, and a big thank you to our production team, our observers in the back line for making everything possible. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll CECC you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup South Online event. This has been an amazing weekend as we just saw the conclusion of Overwatch. Congratulations to Garchomp. That was an amazing interview conducted by, of course, Septilence and Dividing by Zero. A big round of applause, though, obviously, for Converse University from South Carolina, as they are going to be your Overwatch winner and will officially qualify for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup May Grand Finale over in 2023. Earlier in the stream, we did see SSBU winner Super Smash Bros. Ultimate UT Arlington, top-rated Smash program in the South. UT Arlington has been representing now across 2 years in Smash South region, and they were fantastic. Thank you so much to Lyric and Laird, as you did an amazing job commentating this weekend, all the collegiate SSBU action. But without further ado, I really want to give a massive thank you to all the schools that competed in the event this weekend, all the colleges, universities, the coaches, the directors that got their players enrolled, the players themselves for competing. Thank you so much to Collegiate SMG and Esports U for putting on another amazing event. Esports Foundry for leading the production on the CECC South event. Thank you guys so much, Esports Foundry. Tons of love over here. But without further ado, that's going to do it. It's been an amazing weekend. Like I said, I'm Paulie Hype. I'm trying so hard to contain the excitement, but I do want to give our production team a rest. So that's going to do it for Esports U2 here for Overwatch and SSBU at 7 p.m. EST. The main channel, Esports U, still has the grand finals of Rocket League to complete. But that's going to do it here for Esports U2. Thank you once again, as this tournament and event was presented by U.S. Army National Guard. Here for the CECC South. So that's going to do it here for Esports U2, and we'll see you next time at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
And aside from that, this tournament has been a big part of the early part of the semester. We have CVAL starting up soon. Aside from that, though, just scrimming top teams and just seeing how we kind of match up and focusing on improving, because like I said, we're a new program, new Valorant team, essentially new guys coming together, and a lot of the teams that we're coming up against, they've been playing together for some time now, so we have a long way to go to catch up with them in terms of team cohesion and team synergy and all of that stuff, but so that's kind of been the focus for this semester. For this past semester, we're a brand new program, so coming together for the first time, our brand new Valorant team at least, coming together for the first time. But I do think it's exciting, that the caliber of player that we're able to bring in, and some guys with some history in collegiate. Gabe Moobs is from Carleton. It's been a historically very strong collegiate Valorant team. Comey coming over from University of Hawaii, to join up with us. And then bringing in Aiden, A77, and Crescent from kind of the tier 3 side of things to join up with Flair, who's, he's been with me and with my program since I was at St. Ambrose. So there's basically only been one semester he's not been at one of my programs that I started. So